The story began in 2054, amidst the bustling backdrop of Lancaster City, Pennsylvania, known for its rich historical significance and vibrant cultural presence. In the heart of Amish country, there had always been a certain charm, a deep-seated sense of community. The city's well-preserved 18th-century buildings, the Central Market, and the marvelous Fulton Theatre spoke volumes of Lancaster's colorful past. Yet, in the year 2054, a new element was being added to this humble city's landscape, one that would leave an indelible mark on its character and future. A new entity had arrived in town, Vault-Tec Corporation. They had chosen Lancaster as the location for one of their state-of-the-art fallout shelters, dubbed Vault 717, in alignment with the city's area code. The corporation's intent was to ensure the survival of the American dream, the American people, in the face of the looming catastrophe. Yet, the people of Lancaster City, unacquainted with the taste of paranoia, remained split in their reception. Vault 717, promising safety in the event of a nuclear fallout, had introduced a wave of change. The fields of wheat and corn, once owned by generations of Amish farmers, were transformed into construction sites where towering cranes and sounds of welding echoed day and night. This amalgamation of old and new, the stark contrast between the horse-drawn buggies and bulldozers, was a sight that fascinated many and disturbed others. As the behemoth-like vault came to life, tensions between the United States and China also continued to escalate. Updates on the Sino-American War were delivered in hushed whispers, turning once friendly chatter in local pubs like quips into somber discussions about international politics and the threat of nuclear war. The constant hum of radio broadcasts and television reports, on top of the non-stop construction, made the impending war impossible to ignore. Yet, amidst this whirlpool of change, Lancaster City thrived. The iconic Central Market bustled with activity as locals and newcomers, workers from Vault-Tec, mingled together. Farmers sold their produce, artisans displayed their crafts, while the scent of freshly brewed coffee from the numerous cafes around the market served as a comforting constant. The Vault had brought with it an influx of new people: engineers, construction workers, scientists, all attracted by Vault-Tec's promises of safety and prosperity. Their presence in the city had generated a significant economic boom, with local businesses seeing a substantial rise in customers and the city gaining attention nationwide. People's opinions about the Vault were mixed. Some saw it as a beacon of hope, a guarantee of safety for their families. Others viewed it with suspicion and fear, a physical embodiment of the impending war. For many, Vault 717 had become a daily topic of conversation, a new reference point shaping their realities and their anxieties about the future. In the heart of the city, the Lancaster Science Factory was one such place that buzzed with these debates. Educators used the occasion to teach children about nuclear physics, Vault technology, and even about international relations. Parents discussed the Vault's potential over gatherings, contemplating whether buying a spot in the Vault was an investment in their children's future or a bet against their world's survival. As the days passed and the facade of the Vault became more prominent against Lancaster City's skyline, life adjusted. Residents started accepting the new normal. The juxtaposition of Lancaster's historical architecture with Vault-Tec's futuristic design became less jarring, the discussions less heated. Life went on, infused with the richness of Lancaster's culture and the undercurrent of uncertainty that Vault-Tec had brought with it. And so, the Lancaster City of 2054 was a city in transition. The usual tranquility had been disrupted, replaced with an uneasiness about the future. Yet, in true Lancaster spirit, the city carried on. The Vault, once a symbol of fear and intrusion, slowly became a part of the city's identity. It was a testament to human resilience, a beacon of hope and a reminder of potential doom, all at the same time. Lancaster's tale was a complex blend of the old and the new, the familiar and the unfamiliar, peace and conflict, fear and resilience. As the Vault loomed in the backdrop of the picturesque city, only time would tell what the future held. As Lancaster City buzzed with the changes brought by Vault 717, a young couple, Melinda and Thomas Van Duke, found their lives about to change in more ways than one. They lived in a modest townhouse on Prince Street, amidst the hustle and bustle of the vibrant city, not too far from the emerging monolith that was Vault 717. Thomas was a history teacher at J.P. McCaskey High School, known for his infectious enthusiasm and love for Lancaster's rich past. Melinda, a pediatric nurse at the Lancaster General Hospital, was adored for her warm heart and tender care. The Van Dukes were a beloved part of the Lancaster community, always participating in local events, from the annual Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair to the First Friday celebrations in downtown Lancaster. When Vault-Tec first arrived in Lancaster, Thomas had been skeptical, his academic background compelling him to question the sudden arrival of this corporate entity. Melinda, on the other hand, saw it as an insurance policy, a safety net in the increasing tension of the world. Her priority was their unborn child, a future they were yet to welcome. They were expecting their first baby, and the growing life within Melinda had added urgency to their discussions about the vault. They had heard about Vault-Tec's Vault program, the Family Reservation Plan. It was designed for young families, offering a spot in the vault at a subsidized cost. Thomas and Melinda spent countless nights debating its merits and flaws. Melinda's medical background had her fearing the worst-case scenario, while Thomas tried to cling to optimism, hoping that diplomacy would prevail. However, when they discovered they were going to have a son, whom they planned to name Johnny, the decision suddenly became clear. They could not gamble with their child's future. The couple signed up for the Family Reservation Plan, securing a place for their unborn son in Vault 717. While the future was fraught with uncertainty, they held on to the belief that their choice would offer Johnny the best chance at survival. Little did they know, their unborn son was destined to shape the future of Lancaster in ways they could only dream of. This child would come to witness the realities of the vault, grappling with the aftermath of the events they were now only speculating about. Their story, and eventually Johnny's, would become an essential part of Lancaster's lore, a testament to the resilience and spirit of this unique city in the face of unprecedented change. With the Van Dukes signed up for the Family Reservation Plan, they found themselves more involved in the happenings of Vault 717. Thomas, with his historical curiosity, began to pay more attention to the vault's design and Vault-Tec's intentions. Melinda, with her nurturing spirit, became interested in the preparations being made for potential residents. Vault 717, like all Vault-Tec creations, was designed to be a world in itself. The construction was nearing completion, and the gigantic structure was a marvel to behold. Imposing and futuristic, it was a stark contrast to Lancaster's colonial architecture. Built with the most advanced technology, it promised a sustainable environment that could support life for decades, even centuries, in the event of nuclear devastation. The vault was designed to accommodate hundreds of people. It had residential quarters, medical bays, research facilities, and entertainment areas. Vault-Tec had thought of everything, including schools and libraries, to continue the tradition of education and knowledge, even if the world outside crumbled. Thomas, the ever-passionate history teacher, found a strange sense of comfort in this. If the world were to end, at least there would be a place where learning and culture could thrive. Melinda, on her part, was intrigued by the medical bay, a cutting-edge facility equipped to handle any health concern. She often conversed with the Vault-Tec doctors, who shared with her their plans for maintaining health and wellness in the vault. It was during one of these discussions that Melinda discovered Vault-Tec was not just preparing for physical ailments, but also mental health concerns. The corporation anticipated the strain a confined life could put on people's mental well-being and had made arrangements to provide therapy and counseling. This insight offered Melinda a new perspective about the vault, which she began to see as more than just a fallout shelter. As the city watched the vault's construction, more families signed up, inspired or perhaps intimidated by the Van Dukes' decision. Vault 717 was gradually becoming a center of community, a beacon of hope, and an emblem of fear, all at once. Vault-Tec organized community events at the construction site, inviting families to visit, interact, and understand the vault's workings. During these events, Thomas and Melinda found themselves interacting with future vault residents, sharing their anxieties, hopes, and plans. They found solace in this shared experience, and in knowing that they were not alone in their fears or in their hopes for a safer future for their child. Vault 717 was more than a symbol of the impending doom. It was a mirror of human resilience and ingenuity, a testament to mankind's relentless will to survive. And as the Van Dukes eagerly awaited the arrival of their son Johnny, the vault stood there, a promise of safety in the uncertain future. A promise they hoped they would never have to use. By the year 2060, the once quaint and historic city of Lancaster had irrevocably adapted to the presence of Vault 717. The massive structure now sat seamlessly in the cityscape, its once jarring contrast to Lancaster's colonial architecture softened by the passage of 6 years. The Van Duke family, too, had changed. Young Johnny Van Duke was now 6 years old, an energetic and inquisitive child with his mother's warmth and his father's curiosity. Born into a world overshadowed by the prospect of nuclear war, Johnny was a beacon of hope and joy, not just for his parents but for their close-knit Lancaster community. Thomas had taken a position as a history consultant with Vault-Tec, providing historical context for the educational materials being produced for the Vault's residents. The position allowed him to spend more time at home, nurturing Johnny's budding interest in Lancaster's history, even while the shadow of Vault 717 loomed large in their daily lives. Melinda continued her work as a nurse, but now with a newfound focus on mental health. Her interactions with Vault-Tec doctors had opened her eyes to the importance of mental well-being, especially in the potential long-term confinement of a vault. By this time, Vault 717 was more than just a fallout shelter, it had become an integral part of the Lancaster community. The vault housed a local library, featuring both digital and print collections. Vault-Tec had invested in capturing the local histories and stories of Lancaster, including digitizing archival materials from the Lancaster History Organization. These resources were available to anyone, a move that endeared the corporation further to the locals. The community events hosted by Vault-Tec had become part of Lancaster's cultural calendar, regularly attended by most of the city's residents, including the Van Dukes. At these events, Johnny would run around with other kids his age, all of them born into the looming presence of Vault 717, their innocent laughter providing a stark yet comforting contrast to the serious purpose of the vault. Yet, despite the normalcy that seemed to have settled, there was an undercurrent of tension. The Sino-American War had intensified, and news from the war front was increasingly bleak. The international tension had seeped into the local consciousness, casting a pall of worry over the community gatherings and everyday life. The Van Dukes, like many other families, found themselves in a state of constant preparedness. Regular drills were organized by Vault-Tec to ensure that the residents were ready to move into the vault at a moment's notice. Johnny, in his youthful innocence, found these drills to be an exciting deviation from routine, unaware of the grave reasons behind them. As 2060 rolled on, the idyllic life in Lancaster was increasingly colored by the ticking clock of international conflict. The vault, once a disconcerting anomaly, now stood as a sobering reminder of the world's fragile peace and the city's desperate hopes for a future. Every tick echoing from the historical Angleside clock, in the heart of Lancaster, seemed to resonate with the city's growing apprehension, a countdown that everyone hoped would never reach zero. In the swirl of uncertainty that had swept over Lancaster, other stories were unfolding as well. The lives of the city's residents, inextricably linked by the impending crisis and the ever-present Vault 717, wove a rich tapestry of Lancaster's spirit. Jacob Miller, the owner of Miller's Smorgasbord, a beloved local eatery in Lancaster, was one such resident. Known for his hearty laughter and delicious Amish recipes, Jacob had seen his business boom with the influx of Vault-Tec employees. While he voiced his disdain for the looming vault, there was no denying the prosperity it had brought. Nevertheless, every night, after the last patron had left and the laughter had faded, Jacob found himself staring at the monolithic structure in the distance, wondering if his family's legacy would end up locked inside it. Betty Winters, a retired school teacher, was another resident whose life had been affected by the arrival of the vault. Living alone in her charming house in West Walnut Street, Betty had taken it upon herself to organize community support for families affected by the construction of the vault and the escalating Sino-American War. She had transformed her home into a gathering spot, where neighbors met to discuss their fears and hopes. Her strength and resilience had become a source of comfort for many. Then there were the Johansons, a family of Amish farmers who had sold their lands to Vault-Tec for the construction of Vault 717. The money had set them for life, but the loss of their ancestral farmland had left a void in their lives. In response, they had begun cultivating a rooftop garden on their new home in the heart of the city, converting their grief into a green oasis that overlooked the metallic monstrosity that was the vault. The Stoltzfus family, owners of a local bakery, had entered a partnership with Vault-Tec, supplying fresh bread for the vault's occupants should they ever need to take shelter. The aroma of baking bread now mingled with a tinge of trepidation, every loaf a reminder of the uncertain times they were living in. The presence of the vault had also attracted new residents, like Dr. Mia Ross, a brilliant scientist employed by Vault-Tec. Her arrival had added a new dynamic to the city, her enthusiasm for the vault's technology providing a counterpoint to the community's apprehension. Her bright personality and unwavering faith in the power of human innovation had quickly made her a well-respected figure in Lancaster. As 2060 marched on, the stories of Lancaster's residents continued to weave themselves into the city's narrative. Each person was a thread, their experiences and emotions intertwined with the overarching reality of Vault 717. The vault was no longer just a structure, it had become a catalyst for change, a common reference point that was shaping their lives, their hopes, and their fears. Amidst the bustling community events and the shadow of a possible nuclear war, Lancaster City was evolving, its residents adapting, and its spirit proving itself to be as resilient as ever. Amidst the looming threat of a nuclear conflict and the imposing presence of Vault 717, the residents of Lancaster clung to their traditions and roots, creating a vivid juxtaposition of the past and the future. Farmers' markets were still held every Tuesday and Friday at Penn Square, where farmers, both Amish and non-Amish, sold their produce. The Stoltzfus family, despite their partnership with Vault-Tec, continued their regular stalls, the warm aroma of their baked goods a comforting constant for the residents. Central Market, the country's oldest farmers' market, remained a hub of activity. Even with the infusion of Vault-Tec personnel into the city, the Central Market maintained its historical charm, selling locally grown fruits, vegetables, baked goods, and dairy products. It was here that the city's resilience was most apparent, as the residents continued to support local producers, preserving a slice of Lancaster's agricultural heritage. In the realm of education, Lancaster City held onto its tradition of community schooling. Despite the technological advancements brought about by Vault-Tec, schools like Lancaster Country Day, Lancaster Catholic High School, and J.P. McCaskey High School, where Thomas once taught, continued to function. Teachers incorporated the new reality into their curriculum, explaining to students the significance of Vault 717 and the geopolitical tension that had necessitated its creation. Culture and arts flourished amidst uncertainty. The Fulton Theatre, with its historic significance, continued to put on performances, providing much-needed entertainment and escape. Many of these performances subtly echoed the community's sentiments towards their changing world, the stage serving as a platform to process and voice their emotions. The residents, while maintaining their ties to the past, were also embracing change. The city's thriving tech scene, fueled by the arrival of Vault-Tec, brought about a dynamic shift. More and more people were engaging in technological research and development, spurred by the innovative atmosphere of Vault 717. Religion played a key role in community cohesion. Churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples became places of solace, their doors open to anyone seeking comfort. Services often included discussions about the vault and prayers for a peaceful resolution to the global conflict. The people of Lancaster held onto their routines, their traditions, and their shared history, even as they prepared for an uncertain future. Every corner of the city, from the historic Penn Square to the modern Vault 717, told a story of resilience and adaptation. Despite their fears and apprehensions, the residents of Lancaster faced the changing world head-on, embodying the city's motto of truth, light, life in their resilience and their relentless hope for a better tomorrow. Even as Lancaster was adapting to the changes brought by Vault 717 and its community-oriented facade, behind closed doors, a small group of Vault-Tec scientists, led by Dr. Mia Ross, was assigned to a special project. Codenamed Project Luminary, it was designed to test the limits of human resilience and innovation under isolated conditions. The premise of Project Luminary was simple: half of Vault 717 would be kept in complete darkness, while the other half would have normal lighting. The idea was to understand how a community could adapt and innovate to overcome such an adversity, and whether this would lead to social divisions or foster unity and cooperation. Dr. Ross, a woman of immense intellect and a firm believer in humanity's potential, was deeply interested in the project. She understood that the experiment was controversial, but she believed that the insights gleaned from it could potentially help humanity survive even the harshest of conditions. However, Project Luminary was kept a closely guarded secret. Only a few people within Vault-Tec were privy to the experiment's true nature, and it was kept entirely hidden from the Lancaster community. The plans for the Vault's split design were cleverly disguised as a fail-safe measure to ensure that if one half of the Vault's lighting system failed, the other half would still be functional. Meanwhile, life in Lancaster continued as usual. The residents went about their daily routines, increasingly comforted by the presence of Vault 717. The community events held by Vault-Tec were becoming more popular, serving as a steady reminder of the corporation's apparent dedication to Lancaster's well-being. However, beneath the veneer of community and collaboration, the secret experiment of Vault-Tec added a new layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative of Vault 717. Unbeknownst to the residents of Lancaster, their refuge was to serve not just as a fallout shelter but also a stage for a grand social experiment that could either be a path to innovation or a trigger for division. Only time would reveal the outcomes of Project Luminary and its impact on Lancaster's hopeful residents. For now, the city was wrapped in a blanket of uneasy peace, its people continuing their lives under the watchful eye of Vault 717 and the secret it held within its sturdy walls. As the decade neared its end, Lancaster found itself in a curious state of dichotomy. The city was pulsating with life, its residents determined to uphold their traditions and lifestyles in the face of escalating global tensions. Yet, underpinning their daily routines was a mounting sense of apprehension, fueled by the increasingly grim news trickling in from the war front and the stark presence of Vault 717. The Van Dukes, like every other family in Lancaster, had made peace with this duality. Johnny, now a bright and lively 10-year-old, had become adept at the drills conducted by Vault-Tec, his innocence offering a touch of normalcy in uncertain times. Melinda, working closely with Vault-Tec doctors, continued her services as a mental health nurse, becoming an essential pillar of support for the community. Thomas, while juggling his duties at Vault-Tec, nurtured Johnny's curiosity about Lancaster's history, framing it against the backdrop of their rapidly changing present. Dr. Mia Ross and her team of scientists, on the other hand, worked relentlessly on Project Luminary, their excitement and anxiety growing in equal measure as they edged closer to potentially witnessing the fruition of their experiment. Meanwhile, Jacob Miller's Smorgasbord had become a popular hangout spot for Vault-Tec employees, its hearty meals a source of comfort amidst long work hours. Betty Winter's home was a haven for many, her strong and calm demeanor offering reassurance to anxious residents. The Johanssons' rooftop garden was in full bloom, a green oasis that both contrasted with and complemented the metallic gray of Vault 717. The city of Lancaster continued to thrive, showcasing its vibrant arts scene at the Fulton Theatre, hosting bustling markets at Penn Square, and educating its future generations in its historical schools. The city's faith institutions offered solace, their unified message of peace and hope ringing loud and clear amidst the undercurrents of uncertainty. In 2064, the city marked the 10th anniversary of the completion of Vault 717. The event was marked by a grand community gathering, arranged by Vault-Tec. The festivities were bittersweet, a celebration of the city's resilience and adaptability, but also a stark reminder of the grim reason behind the Vault's existence. Behind closed doors, Dr. Ross watched the celebrations with mixed feelings. The residents of Lancaster, all potential participants of Project Luminary, were oblivious to their possible future inside the Vault. Dr. Ross, aware of the weight of her actions, could only hope that the experiment would serve a greater purpose and contribute to the survival and progress of humanity in the face of unprecedented adversity. The year 2064 ended with fireworks that lit up the Lancaster sky, casting long shadows of the celebrating crowd and the imposing Vault 717. As the echo of the last firework faded into the chilly night, Lancaster slept, a city teetering on the precipice of a future unknown. As the calendar turned to 2070, Lancaster had become a city living under the shadow of two titans, the tangible hulk of Vault 717 and the ever-present specter of war. The conflict, now almost a fixture of daily life, had subtly woven itself into the fabric of Lancaster's existence. News from the front lines was scarce and heavily filtered, largely reduced to snippets of propaganda-laden broadcasts on the radio and television. China and the United States seemed locked in a desperate struggle, each step towards a resolution subsequently sabotaged by escalating hostilities and hardened ideologies. Yet, despite the growing concerns, life in Lancaster continued in its uniquely resilient manner. Every morning, at sunrise, farmers would take their produce to Penn Square. People would huddle around radios and TV screens set up amongst the stalls, listening to the news as they went about their business. Despite the grim war reports, the farmers' markets retained their charm, the freshness of the produce serving as a welcome distraction from the bitter taste of the news. Schools, too, had to adapt. Teachers found themselves walking a tightrope, educating the students about the war without sparking panic. History lessons often drew parallels with past conflicts, providing a sense of perspective. Meanwhile, science classes were abuzz with talks about resource conservation, renewable energy, and sustainability, subtly reflecting the resource strain the war had imposed. The Fulton Theatre began producing more historical plays and patriotic performances, offering the public both escapism and a gentle form of propaganda. Still, the theater remained a sanctuary for many, the artistry on display serving as a welcome respite from the harsh realities outside. Local businesses like Miller's Smorgasbord and the Stoltzfus Bakery provided not only their usual services, but also a sense of normalcy. These establishments became social hubs, places where people could share news and rumors over meals or fresh bread, fostering a sense of unity. Betty Winter's home had evolved into a refuge for those seeking comfort and solidarity. Conversations there were a mix of hopeful optimism and realistic apprehension, often punctuated by Betty's steady voice of reason and comforting wisdom. Behind the scenes, Vault-Tec was in overdrive. The threat of nuclear confrontation was no longer a distant possibility but a looming inevitability. Dr. Mia Ross and her team worked relentlessly on Project Luminary, the stakes of their secret experiment higher than ever. Lancaster, a resilient city in a changing world, had woven the war into its day-to-day life. The conflict had altered the city's rhythm, but Lancaster had danced to the new beat, forging a sense of unity and resilience that echoed through its historic streets. Despite the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, the city held its ground, its spirit unbowed, a testament to the enduring will of its people. Inside the steel and concrete depths of Vault 717, hidden from the prying eyes of Lancaster City, the secret machinations of Project Luminary had entered an intense phase. Dr. Mia Ross and her team were tirelessly refining their experiment, aware that any day could bring the dreaded nuclear confrontation that would set their controversial study into motion. By now, they had constructed an advanced lighting system for the vault, designed to create two distinctly different environments. One half of the vault was equipped with a standard lighting system, to mimic the day-night cycle. The other half was engineered for permanent darkness, illuminated only by low-intensity ultraviolet lights that were practically invisible to the human eye but would promote the growth of specific bioluminescent fungi and other such organisms. Dr. Ross had chosen a variety of genetically modified plants that glowed softly in the dark, courtesy of some intricate splicing with genes from bioluminescent marine life. The idea was to provide the vault dwellers in the dark half with a rudimentary light source that could be grown and cultivated. The details of the vault's split design and the experiment itself were known only to Dr. Ross and a handful of Vault-Tec executives. To the rest of the vault construction crew and the future inhabitants, the existence of two separate sections was explained away as a redundancy measure for safety. In the shadowy confines of Vault 717, Dr. Ross often found herself contemplating the potential outcomes of Project Luminary. The experiment was a high-stakes gamble. On the one hand, it could foster unprecedented innovation and resilience, unveiling new facets of human adaptability. On the other hand, it could lead to severe divisions, sowing discord in a community already under extreme pressure. As 2070 rolled on, the pressure within Vault-Tec escalated. The world outside was teetering on the brink of nuclear war, making the initiation of Project Luminary a dreadful certainty. Despite the imminent threat, Dr. Ross held on to the hope that her experiment, conceived in secrecy and born out of desperate times, would ultimately contribute to humanity's survival and prosperity. While Lancaster City continued its routine, unbeknownst to its citizens, deep within the belly of Vault 717, the final preparations for Project Luminary were being set in motion, adding a new layer of complexity to the narrative of resilience and anticipation unfolding above. As 2076 dawned, a palpable tension seeped into the very soul of Lancaster City. It was a year that felt like the calm before the storm, a stretching silence that held its breath before the shattering cry of chaos. Vault 717 now cast a more ominous shadow over the city, its imposing presence a stark reminder of the impending doom that the international conflict threatened. The news from the front lines was increasingly grim. Each day, new reports of battles, losses, and mounting hostility filtered through the radio waves and television screens. World leaders made impassioned speeches, each side blaming the other for escalating the conflict, their words more warlike with each passing day. In Lancaster's Central Market, where once chatter and laughter used to dance in the air along with the aroma of fresh produce and baked goods, a nervous quiet had descended. The farmers, traders, and customers went about their routine with a newfound solemnity, their eyes often glancing towards the giant metallic beast that was Vault 717. Even at Jacob Miller's smorgasbord, the usually hearty meals were eaten with less joviality, conversations subdued and eyes wary. Schools tried their best to maintain an air of normalcy, but there was a discernible shift in the atmosphere. Lessons were taught with more urgency, and school drills had taken on a somber tone. Young Johnny Van Duke, now a 16-year-old, was part of the generation growing up too fast in the face of global unrest. Betty Winters, now a beacon of hope for many, held strong. Her home was a sanctuary, a place where fears were shared, tears were shed, and comfort was found. Betty's strength offered reassurance to many, her soothing words echoing through her cozy living room, instilling a sense of unity and resilience. Within Vault 717, the flurry of activity had reached a fever pitch. Dr. Mia Ross and her team were conducting final checks on their elaborate lighting system for Project Luminary. The genetically modified plants were ready for deployment, and the operational plans were being scrutinized for the last time. Vault-Tec was also running rigorous drills, preparing the Lancaster citizens for rapid vault entry, should the alarms sound. The drills were efficient, and the routines well rehearsed, but they served as a chilling reminder of the impending reality they represented. Despite the fear and uncertainty, Lancaster held its head high. It was a city united, its community holding on to each other for strength and solace. The looming threat of war had brought forth an incredible display of human resilience and unity. The city was a living testament to the power of community spirit, standing tall in the face of fear, their fate intertwined with the silent titan that was Vault 717. The quiet before the storm had descended, and Lancaster, resilient as ever, waited, ready to face the inevitable. As October rolled in, the year 2077 unfolded with a paradoxical serenity. The dazzling colors of fall adorned Lancaster, a brilliant masquerade that concealed the heavy uncertainty that gripped the hearts of the citizens. Then, on the 23rd of October, a day that had started just like any other, the world changed forever. It began with the wail of sirens. The unnerving sound sliced through the autumn air, sending a chill down the spines of Lancaster's residents. The warning system installed by Vault-Tec had sprung into action. As the sirens' echo bounced off the buildings of Lancaster City, everyone knew, the moment they had been dreading was here. The Van Dukes were among the first to arrive at the Vault 717 entrance. Thomas, Melinda, and Johnny, clutching onto each other, made their way through the steel gate that was quickly ushering in the citizens of Lancaster. Their faces echoed a mix of fear, relief, and disbelief as they stepped into the belly of the beast they had lived alongside for the past 23 years. In the distance, beyond the farmlands of Lancaster County, the sky lit up with a flash so bright it turned day into night. Then came the shockwave, a monstrous force that uprooted trees and sent a violent gale ripping through the city streets. The ground shook, buildings swayed, and car alarms added their shrill notes to the terrifying symphony of destruction. The doors of Vault 717 shut just in time, sealing away the last entrant as the shockwave hit. A low rumble echoed through the vault as the outer world succumbed to a force beyond its comprehension. Inside the vault, a deafening silence fell. The residents, now dwellers of their new subterranean world, clung to their loved ones, their faces pale and eyes wide. They were safe, enclosed within the steel and concrete of Vault 717, their new reality was now an underground existence guided by the mysterious machinations of Project Luminary. Outside, as the dust settled, Lancaster City bore the scars of the impact but had narrowly escaped utter destruction. The immediate nuclear devastation had occurred miles away, yet the ominous threat of radiation hung in the air. The world as they knew it had ended, replaced by an uncertain, radioactive landscape, waiting to weave the stories of the future. As the Van Dukes and their fellow dwellers prepared to embrace their new life within Vault 717, the world above moved into an era defined by its post-nuclear aftermath, setting the stage for the tales of survival, struggle, and hope that would eventually become the legends of the fallout. Life within Vault 717 had an eerie sense of normalcy in the days following the nuclear fallout. Vault-Tec had gone to great lengths to provide amenities that simulated life above ground. Soft, artificial sunlight filtered through the common areas during daytime, giving a feeling of open skies, while the temperature and humidity were carefully controlled to replicate a comfortable autumn in Lancaster. The Van Duke family found themselves in a spacious living unit, equipped with all the essential amenities, similar to their home above ground. The familiar setup provided some comfort, helping them adjust to their new reality. The community within Vault 717 tried to maintain a semblance of routine. Teachers held classes for the children, adapting their lessons to their new environment. They taught history, a poignant reminder of the world that once was, and science, which took on new importance in the underground ecosystem. The central market tradition was carried into the vault, where the community set up a trade system to exchange goods. Residents who had skills like tailoring, cooking, or handiwork started offering their services. This small marketplace became a hub of activity, a slice of Lancaster's culture persevering in their new home. Meanwhile, Dr. Ross and her team began their work under the disguise of maintaining the vault's ecosystem. They activated their experimental lighting system only in select areas of the vault, keeping the bifurcation hidden. This way, the vault dwellers unknowingly started acclimating to their future environments without any disruption to the harmony within the community. At meal times, residents would gather in the dining hall, where food, grown and synthesized within the vault, was served. The meals, while not as diverse as Jacob Miller's smorgasbord, were nutritious and flavorful. People took solace in these communal eating sessions, the shared experience bringing them closer together. The initial weeks in Vault 717 were marked by adjustment and camaraderie. The sense of unity that had defined Lancaster in the face of impending doom held strong. The residents were dealing with a considerable upheaval, but they were doing it together. The artificial environment provided a safe, if somewhat surreal, cocoon from the radiated world above. For now, life inside the vault was peaceful and ordered, as the dwellers began to navigate their new reality. 2 months into their new life, a surprise announcement from Vault-Tec echoed throughout the hallways of Vault 717. They revealed the necessity for a strategic reassignment of residents to optimize the vault's resources. They reassured everyone that this was part of the design, a method to ensure the longevity and sustainability of their underground haven. Little did the dwellers know, Project Luminary was about to begin. Johnny Van Duke, like many other teenagers and young adults, was selected to move to a different section of the vault. The separation was difficult for the Van Dukes, but Vault-Tec was quick to assure that regular communication and visits would be allowed. As Johnny crossed over into the other half of the vault, he found himself stepping into a world much different than the one he had left behind. It was darkness as far as the eye could see, broken only by faint, ethereal glows illuminating patches of the environment. He was handed a map, a UV flashlight, and a soft, soothing reassurance that his eyes would adjust to the low light conditions soon. He was led to a living unit identical to his old one but for the luminescent fungi on the walls and the softly glowing plants in the pots. His room was bathed in an ambient, bioluminescent glow that created a serene, otherworldly environment. The UV flashlight helped him navigate the space, its light causing the genetically modified plants to glow brighter, casting stronger light. Life in the dark section of the vault was a significant adjustment. It took Johnny several days to adapt to the lack of daylight. Meals were a surreal experience, with the food casting soft shadows in the bioluminescent glow. The hustle and bustle of the community had a softer note, like everything was happening in the hush of nighttime. Despite the drastic change, a sense of unity and resilience prevailed. Johnny, along with the others reassigned to the dark section, began to adapt and innovate. They found new ways to work, learn, and interact within their dimly lit environment. Some even began to appreciate the unique beauty of their softly glowing world. Back in the light section, the Van Duke parents struggled with the absence of their son. But they clung to the regular communication and the promise of periodic visits. For them, life went on, now with an added layer of worry but also a sense of hope that their son was part of something larger, something crucial for their survival. Project Luminary was now in full swing, unbeknownst to its subjects. As the vault dwellers adapted to their new life, they unknowingly embarked on a journey that would push the boundaries of human resilience and ingenuity. And amidst it all, the community's spirit remained unbroken, their unity their guiding light in the heart of the steel and concrete titan that was Vault 717. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, life in both sections of Vault 717 developed along two distinct paths, guided by the varying environmental conditions. In the dark section, the dwellers started developing innovative solutions to adapt to their unique environment. Their UV flashlights became vital tools, not only for illumination but also for growing their crops. The genetically modified plants reacted to UV light by producing more bioluminescence and nutrients. Thus, farming evolved into a blend of careful UV exposure management and traditional gardening techniques, creating an efficient food production system. The bioluminescent flora also provided an unexpected boost to the dwellers' morale. The sight of the soft, ethereal glow enveloping their surroundings created a serene, otherworldly beauty that added a certain magic to their daily lives. Art and culture began to revolve around this unique feature. Drawings and paintings captured the fantastical landscape, and stories and songs celebrated the luminescent flora and the strength of those who thrived amidst it. Johnny, now a key member of his community, had adapted well to the low-light environment. He had grown taller, his eyes had become more adjusted to the darkness, and his ingenuity had made him a vital part of the food production team. His parents, Thomas and Melinda, often heard about their son's accomplishments during their communication sessions, their hearts swelling with pride and aching with longing at the same time. In the light section, the absence of a significant part of the population had been keenly felt. However, life went on, with residents clinging onto routines and systems that reminded them of the world they once knew. Workshops were conducted to keep morale high and ensure the mental well-being of the residents. Betty Winters, with her ever-reassuring presence, played a vital role in keeping the community grounded, their spirits uplifted. Behind the scenes, Dr. Ross and her team carefully monitored the progress of the dark section dwellers, their initial findings promising. The people were adapting, just as she had hypothesized. However, the real test of Project Luminary was yet to come, the long-term implications of this bifurcated living. As life in Vault 717 continued, the dwellers remained oblivious to the grand experiment they were part of. Each day was a testament to their resilience, a story of survival that was being written in the heart of the vault, shaping the future of the world above, one day at a time. In the dark section of Vault 717, Johnny Van Duke was changing. At first, the alterations were subtle, almost imperceptible. Then, one evening, Johnny made a discovery that shook him to his core. He realized that he could see in the dark, without his UV flashlight. In the bioluminescent glow of his room, he could discern the details that were once hidden in the soft light. The rough texture of the fungi on the wall, the vein patterns on the glowing leaves, the grains of the wooden table in the corner, he could see it all. At first, he attributed it to his mind playing tricks on him. But the next day, and the day after that, his newfound ability remained, defying his disbelief. Word spread quickly about Johnny's exceptional ability. He was taken to Dr. Ross, who had also relocated to the dark section to monitor the progress of Project Luminary more closely. Intrigued, she conducted a series of tests. It was as Johnny had claimed, his eyes had adapted significantly, allowing him to see details in the dark that others couldn't. The discovery was a breakthrough. It was evidence that humans could indeed adapt to low-light conditions, given enough time and exposure. Dr. Ross's theory had been correct. The human body was proving to be an incredible adaptive machine. News of Johnny's newfound ability brought mixed reactions in the dark section. Some dwellers felt a sense of awe, others a touch of envy. Many saw it as a glimmer of hope, an indication that they too could fully adapt to their new environment. Back in the light section, Thomas and Melinda Van Duke received the news with a mixture of astonishment and concern. They were proud of their son, but the thought of his body undergoing such drastic changes worried them. Yet, they held on to the belief that if this adaptation was necessary for survival, then it was for the best. Johnny's unique ability was a significant milestone for Vault 717. It offered tangible proof that Project Luminary could succeed. The residents of the dark section, already demonstrating their resilience and adaptability, now found a new beacon of hope in Johnny's evolution. In the heart of the underground vault, a new chapter in human history was being written, one of transformation and survival in a world forever changed. Over time, Johnny wasn't the only one showing signs of adaptation to the low-light conditions. Several of the other dark section dwellers began reporting similar experiences, a gradual enhancement of their night vision. The residents of the dark section were, indeed, evolving. In response, Dr. Ross launched a comprehensive research program, compiling data and monitoring these developments closely. As the human body demonstrated its profound ability to adapt, the Vault 717 community responded with ingenuity. They developed tools and devices that utilized the bioluminescent fungi and plants, supplementing their UV lights with organic, self-sustaining sources of illumination. An entirely new approach to technology was being born in the dark section, one that blended biology with engineering. In the light section, the reports of these adaptations fostered a curious mix of admiration, apprehension, and, in some, a sense of disquiet. It was as if the two halves of Vault 717 were drifting further apart, each following its own distinct trajectory. However, Vault-Tec, represented by the calm, steadfast leadership of Betty Winters, was quick to maintain harmony. Despite the growing differences, both sections were regularly reminded of their shared past and their shared purpose, survival. Regular communal activities were conducted to foster unity and maintain a sense of connection between the two halves. Thomas and Melinda Van Duke often found comfort in these gatherings. Even though their son was living a life vastly different from theirs, they knew that he was part of a community, not alone in his unique journey. As months turned into years, the lives of the dark and light sections of Vault 717 diverged further, creating two unique microcosms, each thriving in its own way. And at the heart of these developments was Project Luminary, a bold experiment that was reshaping the definition of human resilience and adaptability. The world above may have been devastated, its future uncertain. But inside Vault 717, life was persisting, evolving, defying the odds. Unbeknownst to them, the dwellers of Vault 717 were not just surviving, they were charting a new course for humanity, one that might one day reclaim the world lost to the fallout. By the year 2081, 5 years since the Great War, Vault 717 had transformed. It was no longer a simple fallout shelter, but a burgeoning society split into two distinct halves. This dichotomy, brought on by Project Luminary, had shaped an extraordinary community. In the dark section, human adaptation to low-light conditions had become commonplace. The residents, including Johnny Van Duke, had developed excellent night vision. Their eyes had adapted to the faint bioluminescent glow, allowing them to perceive their surroundings with remarkable clarity. This physiological evolution had profound implications. Education shifted, focusing more on tactile and auditory learning methods. New forms of art and expression emerged, influenced by the ambient glow of their environment. Tools and devices using bioluminescence were now a normal part of their lives. Johnny had grown into an integral part of this community. His knack for problem-solving, combined with his ability to navigate the dark world with ease, made him a respected member of the dark section. Even though he was barely 20, his contributions to the community were significant, a fact that filled his parents' hearts with pride during their regular communication sessions. In contrast, the light section resembled the world before the bombs fell, with the artificial daylight dictating the rhythm of life. However, the reports from the dark section intrigued many. People began to explore bioluminescent solutions as a backup, should their primary systems fail. The divide between the two sections was clear, but the lines had begun to blur as they learned from each other's experiences. For Thomas and Melinda Van Duke, life was a series of contrasts. Pride for their son and his achievements, nostalgia for the world they once knew, and a constant undercurrent of worry marked their days. But they found solace in the community around them, in shared experiences, and in the hope of a better future. Vault 717 was not just a survival bunker anymore, it was a cradle of human evolution, a living testament to adaptability and resilience. As its dwellers embraced their new reality, they unknowingly set the foundation for a future they could only dream of, a post-apocalyptic society that could reclaim the surface world, one day. Unseen by the eyes of the dwellers, the Vault's artificial intelligence quietly observed these developments, processing the data, and assessing the results of Project Luminary. As another day ended in Vault 717, the AI computed survival probabilities, silently influencing the course of human history beneath the irradiated soils of Lancaster City, PA. In the year 2083, another shift came to Vault 717, one that even the core staff hadn't anticipated. A scheduled maintenance shutdown of the lighting system in the light section took an unexpected turn. The lights went off, and to the shock of the residents, they did not return. The entire light section was plunged into a deep, engulfing darkness, mirroring the conditions of the dark section. Panic spread quickly as dwellers stumbled around in the unfamiliar darkness. The core staff, equally clueless about the situation, struggled to maintain order and calm. Everyone, except Dr. Sarah Ross, the mastermind behind Project Luminary, Dr. Ross alone knew the truth. This was not a malfunction or an accident, this was a second, hidden part of the experiment, a secret protocol embedded into Vault 717's programming by Vault-Tec. Back in her private quarters, Dr. Ross activated a hidden communication terminal, accessing a pre-recorded message from Vault-Tec headquarters. As the familiar logo flickered on the screen, a voice echoed in the silence of the room. Phase 2 of Project Luminary initiated. The objective remains the same, to test the human ability to adapt. This time, the test subjects are the dwellers of the light section. Observations and data from Phase 1 will guide you. The future of humanity rests on the success of Project Luminary. Vault-Tec is with you, Dr. Ross. The message ended, leaving Dr. Ross in thoughtful silence. She knew what she had to do. As she left her quarters to address the panicked dwellers, she made a silent vow to guide them through this new reality, just as she had done for the dwellers of the dark section. Meanwhile, in the light section, confusion turned into fear and apprehension. Thomas and Melinda Van Duke, like their neighbors, felt a sense of dread enveloping them. They thought of their son, now better equipped to deal with this situation than them. News of the sudden darkness reached the dark section as well. Johnny, along with others, felt a strange sense of disquiet. However, they knew that they were in a unique position to help their fellow vault dwellers. Their shared history and experiences gave them the tools to navigate the challenges of their environment. Over the following weeks, the dark section residents helped their light counterparts adapt to their new circumstances. They shared tips on navigation, working in low-light conditions, and even offered comfort and reassurances. It was a time of unity, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As the dwellers of the light section faced their first night that stretched into days and then weeks, they found solace in the fact that they were not alone. Their fellow dwellers, once living in a separate world, now stood with them, guiding them into the new reality. With the initiation of the second phase of Project Luminary, Vault 717 stepped into an uncharted territory, transforming not just physically, but also in its essence. The light and dark divisions were no more, and a unified, resilient community stood in their place, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Unseen by the residents, the Vault's artificial intelligence quietly noted these developments. With the entire Vault now plunged into darkness, the final phase of Project Luminary was underway. The AI continued its silent vigil, monitoring, learning, and patiently waiting for the final results of this grand human experiment. As the months passed and the entire Vault lived in a state of perpetual darkness, an undercurrent of rebellion stirred within Johnny Van Duke. He had always been a pragmatic and calm individual, but even he had limits. The lack of a natural day-night cycle, the constant feeling of being watched, the sense of being an experimental subject, it was beginning to wear on him. He craved for a taste of normalcy, an escape from this forced evolution. His unique ability to see in the dark, which had been a boon, now began to feel like a burden. It set him apart, made him the object of curiosity and study, even among the newly darkened residents. Only a few of the original Dark Section residents shared this ability, and they too felt the strain of being constantly observed and studied. Johnny had always been resourceful, an inventor at heart. He decided to put his skills to use and find a way out of the Dark Section, out of the constant scrutiny. He knew it wouldn't be easy, considering the tight security measures and the surveillance by the Vault's AI. But he was resolute. So, he began his secret project, meticulously studying the layout of the Vault, its access points, and the daily routines of the security personnel. He spent countless hours in the Vault's library, going through the blueprints, any document that might give him a clue about a possible escape route. His ability to see in the dark played to his advantage here, allowing him to work in stealth without arousing suspicion. During this time, he confided in his closest friends, the few who shared his unique ability. They decided to help him, each contributing in their own way, gathering information, keeping an eye on the security shifts, creating diversions whenever needed. After weeks of careful planning and preparation, Johnny found a possible exit, a service tunnel that was used for maintenance and rarely patrolled. However, it was secured by a series of coded locks, and overriding them would be a significant challenge. With the combined efforts of his friends and their shared talents, Johnny set to work on this seemingly insurmountable task. Outside his clandestine plans, Johnny continued to play the role of the compliant dweller, participating in community activities, helping the new Dark Section residents, maintaining the facade of normalcy. All the while, he was driven by the hope of escaping the unending darkness and reclaiming his freedom from the oppressive experiment. As the second year of living in complete darkness began, the Light Section dwellers began showing signs of physical and mental strain. Their eyes had not adapted as rapidly or as effectively as Johnny's or the other original Dark dwellers. The resulting vision impairments led to injuries and general health issues. Morale began to drop, and a sense of despair seemed to spread among them. As weeks turned into months, the situation grew dire. Despite their best efforts, the dwellers of the Light Section were succumbing to their new reality. They had been plunged into this situation without preparation, and their bodies were struggling to keep up. This resulted in a gradually decreasing population. Meanwhile, Dr. Ross and the core staff were housed in a separate section of the Vault with better facilities and access to medical supplies. Even though they lived in the same darkness, they managed to keep themselves relatively healthy. They continued to monitor the situation, offering support and aid wherever possible, but it was clear that the second phase of the experiment was taking a more severe toll than anticipated. Among the affected, Thomas and Melinda Van Duke stood firm. They drew upon their deep reservoirs of resilience, willing themselves to persevere. They worried about their son, Johnny, and his friends who had been living in this darkness for far longer. They had no idea about his secret plan to escape from this unending darkness. Meanwhile, Johnny was making progress. Using salvaged parts and his expertise in electronics, he managed to create a rudimentary code-breaking device. As he worked towards his goal, he heard about the situation in the former light section. This only served to strengthen his resolve. Finally, after months of meticulous planning and preparation, Johnny and his friends were ready to make their escape. They understood the risks. If caught, they could be punished, or worse, their families could be held responsible. But the prospect of a life beyond the darkness and scrutiny of the vault far outweighed the risks. They decided to attempt the escape during the vault's night cycle, when most of the dwellers would be in their quarters. The tension was high as they moved through the vault, unseen and unheard. Their adapted eyesight was a significant advantage as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors towards the service tunnel. The coded locks stood between them and their freedom. As Johnny connected his device to the first lock, his heart pounded in his chest. There was no turning back now. Unseen by them, the vault's AI was quietly recording these events. Even an unplanned variable such as this was valuable data. The human spirit's desire for freedom, for control over its destiny, was just another parameter in its grand analysis of Project Luminary. As the residents of Vault 717 struggled to adjust to the eternal darkness, the health of Thomas and Melinda Van Duke began to take a noticeable turn for the worse. Despite their determination and resilience, they were not immune to the strain that the constant darkness had imposed on their bodies and minds. Thomas, the burly former construction worker, began to lose weight rapidly. His once strong and capable hands now trembled as he tried to carry out the simplest of tasks. His eyes, used to the precision work of construction, struggled to adjust to the darkness. The world around him had turned into a blur of indistinguishable shapes and shadows, leaving him feeling helpless and frustrated. Melinda, on the other hand, was showing signs of cognitive decline. She had always been sharp, her mind a constant whirl of thoughts and ideas. But now, she seemed to be lost in a fog of confusion. She often forgot names, couldn't remember simple instructions, and struggled to keep track of time. The lack of natural light had severely disrupted her circadian rhythm, leading to sleep disorders that only further exacerbated her cognitive issues. Their friends and neighbors watched in concern as the once vibrant couple gradually succumbed to their new reality. In the tight-knit community that Vault 717 had become, the pain of one was shared by all. They offered help in any way they could, from assisting with chores to keeping them company, but it was clear that Thomas and Melinda's health was rapidly declining. The core staff, under Dr. Ross' guidance, provided medical support as best they could, given the limited resources. They had never anticipated such a severe impact on the dwellers' health due to the prolonged darkness. Their initial theories and projections had fallen far short of the grim reality unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Johnny was oblivious to his parents' deteriorating health. He and his friends were in the final stages of their escape plan, a secret they guarded closely. Even in his wildest dreams, he couldn't imagine the toll the darkness was taking on his parents. His goal was freedom, not just for himself but also for those he cared about. Little did he know that while he was so close to escaping the darkness, his parents were sinking deeper into it. As the days melded into weeks and weeks into months, the divide between the dark section residents and the dwindling light section residents grew even more. The once united community of Vault 717 was now a tale of two distinct populations, each adapting to their circumstances in their own ways. The tension within the vault was palpable, a stark reminder of the experiment that was still ongoing. Thomas and Melinda's health continued to decline, causing distress within their circle of friends. Their once vibrant home was now a quiet sanctuary where they spent most of their time, resting and trying to gather their strength. Despite their failing health, their spirits remained unbroken. They drew comfort from each other's presence, their bond strengthening in the face of adversity. Dr. Ross, despite the mounting guilt, continued with the experiment. The core staff did their best to provide the residents with what they needed, supplying medications, food, and necessary assistance. However, the resources were becoming increasingly limited, and the initial optimism was fading fast. The vault, initially a symbol of hope and survival, was quickly turning into a monument of despair. Meanwhile, Johnny and his friends were ready to put their plan into action. The code-breaking device had been tested and was functioning correctly. It was now a game of patience, waiting for the right time to make their move. In the dead of the night, when the sounds of the vault were at their quietest, they gathered at their planned meeting point. With a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through their veins, they began their trek towards the service tunnel. The coded locks gave way one by one under the influence of Johnny's device, and they moved closer to their freedom with every passing minute. Just as they were about to reach the final door, a thought struck Johnny. His parents. He hadn't informed them about his plan, and now, he couldn't leave without saying goodbye. He made a quick decision, asking his friends to wait while he made a detour to his parents' quarters. Upon reaching his parents' home, he was taken aback by their frail appearances. His heart ached at the sight of his once robust father now looking so weak, his mother lost in her own world. Johnny felt a pang of guilt. He realized, despite his intentions, he was about to leave them behind. He kneeled beside them, taking a moment to explain his plan. His parents listened quietly, their eyes reflecting a mix of concern and pride. Thomas, summoning all his strength, squeezed Johnny's hand and gave him a nod. Melinda, with a faint smile, touched Johnny's face tenderly, her approval evident in her gesture. Emotions threatened to spill, but Johnny kept them at bay. With a promise to return for them, he left his parents and hurried back to his waiting friends. As they opened the final door and stepped out of the vault, they were greeted by the cool night air of the outside world. The sight that greeted them was far from the Lancaster they remembered, but to them, it was a vision of freedom. Johnny looked back at the vault one last time, a silent promise to his parents lingering in the air. Unseen by them, the vault's AI continued its silent observation, documenting every detail. Even as the group of dark dwellers made their escape, the experiment of Vault 717 continued in the shadows. Johnny and his friends stood at the entrance of the vault, taking in the stark reality of the world outside. The Lancaster they remembered was now a wilderness reclaimed by nature. Buildings were overgrown, the once bustling streets were eerily quiet, and the dark silhouette of trees stretched as far as the eye could see. Their joy at their escape was tinged with an overwhelming sense of the unknown. But this was their world now, and they were determined to carve out a life for themselves and their loved ones still trapped within the vault. Back inside Vault 717, the residents of the light section were coming to terms with their newfound reality, one that echoed the experience of their dark section counterparts. The toll of living in constant darkness was growing every day, evident in the dwindling population and their failing health. Thomas and Melinda, though weak and frail, held on. Their son's promise to return gave them the strength to persevere. Even in their diminished state, they became a source of hope for their fellow dwellers, a beacon of resilience in the overwhelming darkness. Meanwhile, Dr. Ross was grappling with the consequences of the secret experiment. The results were not what they had anticipated. The death toll was higher, the adaptations slower, and the impact on the mental health of the residents more severe. Their prediction models had failed them. Still, they had to continue. They had to document, analyze, and learn. This was the objective of Vault-Tec, to observe human behavior in extreme conditions. But as Dr. Ross watched the residents struggle, guilt gnawed at his conscience. He was forced to question the cost of their knowledge and whether it was worth the suffering it entailed. Outside the vault, Johnny and his friends began to explore the surrounding area. Despite the overgrown vegetation and the ravages of time, remnants of the past lingered. The city's iconic Central Market stood in ruins, the Fulton Opera House was now home to nesting birds, and the vibrant Penn Square was now a forest of towering trees and shrubbery. In this new world, their adapted night vision proved invaluable. They could navigate and explore with relative ease, giving them an advantage in their quest for survival. They scavenged for supplies, hunted for food, and mapped out the area, all the while keeping an eye out for potential threats. Every day brought new challenges, but also new hope. Johnny held on to the belief that he would find a way to liberate his parents and the rest of the vault dwellers from the oppressive darkness. This belief, this promise to his parents, fueled his determination. Little did he know, the journey was just beginning, and the world outside held secrets and challenges that would test their resolve to the limit. Inside Vault 717, the AI continued its silent vigil, documenting, analyzing, learning. The grand experiment was far from over. The story of the Vault 717, the city of Lancaster, and its people was still being written. It was a story of survival, resilience, and the indomitable human spirit, and it was far from over. The world outside Vault 717 was a constant challenge. Every day was a struggle for survival as Johnny and his friends faced a multitude of threats, from rad scorpions and mole rats to simply finding enough food and clean water to sustain them. Despite the challenges, the group remained steadfast in their determination. Their shared ordeal in the darkness of the vault had bound them together, creating a bond of trust and cooperation that was invaluable in their new life. Back in Lancaster, the remnants of the old world provided a stark backdrop to their struggles. Landmarks that once symbolized the city's vibrant past, such as the Lancaster County Convention Center and the Lancaster Museum of Art, now stood in decay, a haunting reminder of what once was. Despite the desolation, Johnny and his group discovered that life persisted. In their explorations, they found small pockets of life. Herds of deer moved cautiously through the overgrown streets, wild birds built their nests in the shell of buildings, and beneath a layer of decay, nature was blooming. Inside Vault 717, the situation was growing increasingly dire. With Johnny and his group gone, those left behind in the dark section were feeling the pressure. The absence of their escape group had been noticed, and the fear of punishment kept the remaining dwellers from speaking openly about it. Thomas and Melinda Van Duke, despite their frail health, tried their best to maintain a sense of hope among the dwellers. They held on to the belief that their son was out there, working to free them from the darkness that had engulfed their lives. In the light section, the second part of the experiment continued to unfold. The sudden plunge into darkness had sparked panic and fear among the residents. Despite Dr. Ross' assurances that it was a temporary situation, as weeks turned into months, their hope began to wane. Their faith in the overseer was now replaced with resentment and distrust. Dr. Ross himself was feeling the weight of his decisions. The human cost of the experiment was mounting, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to reconcile his role in the suffering. Unbeknownst to the rest of the vault, he began working on a way to reverse the effects of the experiment. He knew that the higher UPS at Vault-Tec would consider this a betrayal, but he could no longer stand by and watch the slow decay of his people. Outside, as weeks turned into months, Johnny and his group adapted to their new life. They became proficient scavengers, learned to hunt the local fauna, and even managed to set up a basic camp in the ruins of what once was a small neighborhood park. While life outside was harsh and unforgiving, it offered something the vault had taken away: freedom. Despite the hardships, they thrived. Every night, as they gathered around their makeshift fire, they shared stories, their laughter echoing through the ruins of Lancaster. Every sunrise, they set out with renewed determination to find a way to liberate those they had left behind. The world was a much different place now, but as long as there was hope, they were determined to keep fighting, to keep surviving. They were the children of the vault, born from darkness, now living in the light. Their story was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a story that was still being written under the watchful eyes of the AI, as the grand experiment of Vault 717 continued. As Johnny and his group explored the wilds of post-apocalyptic Lancaster, they began to notice signs of other human activity. At first, these signs were subtle: footprints in the dirt, scavenged supplies, remnants of a campfire. However, as they ventured further from Vault 717, these signs became more frequent, indicating a group of survivors nearby. One day, while on a routine scavenging mission, they encountered a group of people wearing blue jumpsuits adorned with the number 679, the trademark attire of vault dwellers. This was their first encounter with other survivors outside their own vault. The initial meeting was tense, both groups eyeing each other warily. In this new world, trust was a luxury few could afford. However, seeing the familiar sight of vault suits and the worn-out faces that mirrored their own experiences, a sense of shared hardship began to bridge the gap. The newcomers introduced themselves as dwellers from Vault 679, a vault located near Harrisburg. They had been driven out of their home due to a malfunction in their life support systems and had been wandering ever since, seeking a safe haven. The leader of their group, a stern but fair woman named Alice, spoke of their struggles, their journey, and the death they had encountered in the outside world. Johnny shared their own story, about their lives in Vault 717, the experiment that had divided their population, and their escape. He spoke of his parents and the people still trapped inside the vault. A pact of mutual assistance was soon formed. The Vault 679 dwellers, having lost their home, were welcomed into Johnny's camp. In return, they shared valuable knowledge, including technical skills and survival techniques. Alice, who had been a medical officer in Vault 679, offered her services to the group, bringing a new level of healthcare that they had lacked since leaving their own vault. Back in Vault 717, news of the discovery of other survivors sparked a new sense of hope amongst the dwellers. Even Dr. Ross, burdened by his guilt, felt a glimmer of optimism. If there were other survivors out there, then maybe there was a chance to undo his mistakes, a chance for redemption. In the ensuing weeks, Johnny's group and the Vault 679 dwellers worked together to build a stronger, more sustainable camp. The addition of the newcomers also fueled Johnny's determination to rescue the people they had left behind in the vault. Now, more than ever, he was resolved to keep his promise to his parents. All the while, the watchful AI documented the new developments, adding another chapter to the unfolding story of Vault 717. One evening, gathered around their makeshift fire, Johnny decided it was time to share the full truth about Vault 717. The Vault 679 dwellers listened in stunned silence as he began to recount the tale. From the initial construction of the vault in Lancaster, the fear and anticipation that gripped the city in the years leading up to the war, to the dark secret of the vault's purpose and the experiment that had robbed half its population of light. As he spoke, he revealed his adapted night vision to the group, showing them the eerie green glow of his eyes in the dim light. The others from his group followed suit, their eyes glowing in the dark as well. The Vault 679 dwellers watched in awe, their faces a mix of fear, fascination, and a hint of dread. To them, this was a horrifying reminder of the manipulative power of Vault Tech and the lengths they were willing to go to for their experiments. Once the initial shock had subsided, Alice, the leader of the Vault 679 dwellers and former overseer, shared their own experience. Vault 679, she explained, was one of the rare control vaults. These vaults were spared from the twisted experiments of Vault Tech and functioned as intended, as shelters designed to protect their inhabitants from the horrors of nuclear war. However, even a control vault had its own set of challenges. Resources were limited, and as the years rolled by, tensions mounted. The worst hit them when their life support system malfunctioned, forcing them to evacuate and leave their vault behind. Alice spoke with a stoic calm, but her eyes betrayed the pain and loss she felt. Their departure from Vault 679 was a desperate escape, a tale of sorrow, loss, and survival. The reality of their situation was sobering. They were all victims of a world gone mad, pawns in a game they didn't ask to be a part of. The revelations of the night led to a newfound respect between the two groups. The Vault 679 dwellers no longer saw Johnny's group as oddities but as survivors who had overcome the unimaginable. Likewise, Johnny and his group saw the Vault 679 dwellers as fellow survivors, each with their own tales of perseverance. These shared stories created a deeper bond between them, strengthening their resolve to survive together. It was a reminder that they were not alone, that they had each other in this desolate world. This camaraderie was a beacon of hope in the bleak world, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. Their shared history became a driving force for their survival, a source of motivation to face the trials of the new world together. In the cold steel confines of Vault 717, the AI continued to observe, its algorithms processing the new information, adjusting its predictions and documenting the unfolding story of survival, cooperation, and resilience. Even in its cold, calculating ways. It was a silent witness to the strength of human spirit and will, a strength that was tested, and yet, remained unbroken in the face of adversities. The grand experiment was not over, and the story of Vault 717 was far from finished. As the days grew into weeks, the thought of the people trapped in Vault 717 weighed heavily on everyone's minds. They were all too aware of the darkness that consumed half of the vault and the despair that was likely setting in. They needed to act, and they needed to act soon. The decision was made during a meeting one chilly evening. As the group huddled together, Johnny voiced what they'd all been thinking. "We have to go back. We have to free them," he said, his voice firm. The proposition was met with nods of agreement. There was no argument, no dissent. The Vault 679 dwellers, despite not knowing the people of Vault 717, understood the stakes. They had lost their own home, they couldn't stand by and let others suffer the same fate. Alice, with her medical expertise, worried about the health implications of the people in the dark section of the vault. Their conditions would likely be deteriorating, and they would require immediate medical attention once freed. She pledged to prepare as much as she could to address this. A plan began to form. It wouldn't be easy to break into a vault, especially one designed to withstand a nuclear blast. But they had something that most didn't: inside knowledge. Johnny and his group knew the layout of Vault 717 like the back of their hands. They knew where the control room was, where the main power systems were housed, and most importantly, they knew the people. There were risks, of course. They had no way of knowing how the vault dwellers would react, especially those who had lived in constant light for all these years. Nor did they know how the overseer, Dr. Ross, would respond. But these were risks they were willing to take. Preparation began in earnest. They scavenged for resources, hoarding food, medical supplies, and tools. Every item was meticulously catalogued and stored for the mission. Alice worked tirelessly, preparing medical kits and briefing everyone on basic first aid. Johnny and his group mapped out the vault, planning their entry and exit strategies, considering every possible scenario. Every night, under the glow of the stars and the watchful eyes of the decaying city, they trained. Each dawn brought them closer to their mission. The mood was tense, anticipation and worry intermingling with a sense of hope. Meanwhile, in the depths of Vault 717, the AI observed the planning and preparation. Its cold, calculated logic processed the incoming data, adjusting and updating its predictions. What would happen when the children of darkness returned to their birthplace? The outcome was uncertain, but one thing was clear: the story of Vault 717 was taking a turn, a new chapter was about to begin. And for the first time since the doors of the vault sealed, change was on the horizon. Back in the depths of Vault 717, unrest was brewing. The darkness had consumed both sections now, and the air was thick with unease. The once brightly lit corridors now lay in perpetual gloom, the silence punctuated only by the low hum of the vault's life support systems. Even the most resilient vault dwellers were starting to feel the strain. Conversations grew terse, arguments became more frequent, and the sense of community that had once bound them together was slowly unraveling. As the days and weeks bled into each other, their patience wore thin. One day, a minor dispute over food rations sparked a fierce argument between two vault dwellers. Tempers flared, harsh words were exchanged, and before anyone knew what was happening, it escalated into a full-blown riot. Fists and makeshift weapons clashed in the darkness, cries of anger and fear echoing through the vault. The order that had been meticulously maintained for years crumbled within moments. The overseer and security staff tried to regain control, but their efforts were futile in the face of the rage that had been simmering beneath the surface for so long. Amid the chaos, a stray swing from a makeshift weapon hit one of the control panels for the vault's reactor. Sparks flew, alarms blared, and suddenly the already oppressive darkness was pierced by the glaring red of emergency lights. A harsh automated voice announced a reactor breach, adding to the panic that was already tearing through the vault. Even as the rioters scattered, some out of fear, others trying to find a way to repair the damage, the vault was plunged into a state of emergency. The reactor, already strained from years of continuous use, was critical. If it failed entirely, it would mean the end for everyone inside. Back in their camp, Johnny and his group were unaware of the disaster unfolding in the vault. They continued their preparations, unknowingly racing against a ticking clock. And in the heart of the vault, the AI watched, calculating and adjusting to this new, unexpected turn of events. This turn of events marked a pivotal moment in the story of Vault 717. The time for waiting was over. The time for action was now. As the world inside the vault spiraled into chaos, the world outside was about to stage an intervention. Unknowingly, both sides were moving towards each other, drawn together by fate, circumstance, and the unyielding desire to survive. In the depths of Vault 717, the situation grew dire. The reactor, once the heart of the vault, hummed with an ominous intensity. Warning lights bathed the metal corridors in a hellish red, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. Despite the efforts of the surviving engineers and those with rudimentary knowledge of the vault's systems, the damage to the reactor was too extensive. Every attempt to stabilize it seemed to push it further towards critical failure. The air was tinged with the acrid smell of burning circuitry, and a growing heat began to spread throughout the vault. The once orderly society inside Vault 717 was dissolving into chaos. Fear spread like a disease. Friends turned against friends, and the sanctuary that the vault once represented now felt more like a tomb. Despite the chaos, Dr. Ross, the overseer, remained steadfast. Even as his world was falling apart, he held on to his scientific curiosity, documenting the effects of the long-term darkness on the dwellers and the eventual reactor failure. His research, even in the face of doom, was a testament to his commitment or perhaps a stubborn defiance against the fate they were barreling towards. Back at their camp, Johnny and his group were on the eve of their mission. The air was thick with tension as they went over their plan one last time. Little did they know that the situation in the vault had worsened, and they were heading into an even more dangerous situation than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, the vault's AI continued its unwavering vigil. Its algorithms churned, processing the riot, the damage to the reactor, the mounting fear and tension. The parameters of the experiment had changed significantly, but its purpose remained the same: observe and record. The reactor's impending failure was not an expected event, but it was data nonetheless. Every action, every response, every moment of fear and desperation from the dwellers were meticulously logged. The AI, in its emotionless calculation, was bearing witness to a story of survival, a narrative wrought with danger, impending doom, and the unyielding human spirit to endure. The stage was set. The final act was about to begin. As the first light of dawn broke through the remnants of Lancaster City, the rescue mission began. Armed with their plan, their tools, and the knowledge of Vault 717, Johnny and his group ventured into the unknown. Entering the vault was like stepping into another world, one cast in eternal twilight. The heat from the failing reactor was the first thing they noticed, followed by the pervasive sense of unease that hung in the air. Warning lights flashed ominously, casting the dark corridors in an eerie red light. They moved quickly, avoiding areas they knew to be densely populated. Their aim was to first reach the control room and hopefully gain control over the vault's systems. If they could at least stabilize the reactor, they might be able to buy more time to evacuate everyone. When they reached the control room, they found it abandoned. They were able to reroute some of the reactor's functions, slowing its inevitable collapse. It was a temporary fix, but it would have to do. Now, they needed to evacuate as many dwellers as they could. Moving through the vault, they encountered scared and disoriented people. Many of the vault dwellers were too terrified or too weak to move, their bodies weakened by years in darkness and the escalating heat from the reactor. But with gentle encouragement, and promises of safety, they began to guide groups back towards the vault entrance. News of the rescue mission spread quickly through the vault, creating a spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness. Even as the heat rose and the ominous hum of the reactor grew louder, the dwellers began to rally, supporting each other as they moved towards the promise of escape. From infants to the elderly, they carried, supported, and guided as many people as they could. Every minute was a race against the clock, against the increasingly unstable reactor. The sense of urgency fueled their determination, driving them to push beyond their limits. Outside, the dwellers of Vault 679 were ready, their camp transformed into a makeshift triage center. As the first of the 717 dwellers emerged, they were greeted with food, water, and medical care. Despite the success of their mission so far, Johnny and his group knew they had to go back for the others. Each venture into the vault was more dangerous than the last, the failing reactor threatening to take the vault down with it. The line between rescue and suicide mission was beginning to blur, but they were unwavering. The story of Vault 717 was yet to reach its conclusion, and they were determined to save as many lives as they could before the final act. Back inside Vault 717, as the rescue efforts were underway, two figures trudged through the oppressive darkness, their bodies weak but their resolve unyielding. Each step was an effort, yet they kept moving, propelled by a love stronger than fear and desperation. They were among the eldest of the vault dwellers, their bodies ravaged by the years in darkness and the mounting heat from the failing reactor. Their time was nearing its end, they knew it, yet they were determined to make their last moments count. They made their way towards the reactor, a place now buzzing with danger and teetering on the edge of a catastrophic failure. The heat was nearly unbearable, yet they pressed on. Their frail bodies were held together by sheer willpower as they neared their final destination. With shaky hands, they began to manipulate the controls, attempting to reroute the vault's remaining power into the reactor's containment system. Their aim was simple, yet suicidal, to seal the reactor and contain the impending explosion within the vault. As the couple worked, memories of their lives flashed before their eyes. The birth of their son, his first steps, his laughter, his tears, everything that made their life worth living. Yet there was no regret in their hearts, only a fervent hope that their sacrifice would give their son and the others a chance at survival. Back in the rescue team, Johnny felt an inexplicable wave of dread wash over him. His heart clenched with an instinctual fear, his mind clouded with worry. Despite the urgency of their rescue, he was drawn back towards the bowels of the vault, towards the reactor. When he reached the control room, what he saw broke his heart. There, in the suffocating heat and glaring emergency lights, were his parents. They were working on the controls, their bodies frail and worn, but their eyes full of determination. There were no words, just a solemn understanding passed between them. The reactor was moments away from a catastrophic failure. The ground trembled beneath them, and alarms blared, a cacophony of warning that the end was near. And then, with one last surge of power, the reactor's containment system came online. A deafening sound echoed through the vault as the massive doors to the reactor chamber closed. The heat intensified for a moment, then began to recede, contained within the steel and concrete walls. The imminent explosion had been averted, but at a great cost. The elder couple had given their lives to ensure the survival of the others. Their legacy, their courage, and their sacrifice would be remembered by those who survived, their story forever entwining with the history of Vault 717. Outside, as the survivors looked back at the sealed vault, they knew that not everyone had made it out. But their losses, though devastating, had not been in vain. They had been given a chance at a new life, a life that they owed to the bravery and sacrifice of two loving parents who had made the ultimate sacrifice. And so, the story of Vault 717 ended, not with a bang, but with a hopeful silence. The vault had served its purpose, and now it stood as a monument to human resilience, sacrifice, and the indomitable will to survive. The weight of loss hung heavily over Johnny, casting a pallor over the fresh dawn outside the vault. His parents' sacrifice echoed in his mind, a haunting melody that was both a song of despair and of hope. The sun was beginning to rise, its light harsh against the landscape scarred by the war, a stark contrast to the eternal darkness of the vault. There was a heavy silence among the group, each lost in their thoughts, their grief. Their mission was a success, yet the victory felt hollow. The cost was too high. The emptiness left by the absence of their friends, their family, was too great. Johnny stood apart from the group, his gaze locked onto the entrance of the sealed vault. His home. His prison. His parents' tomb. All those years, all those memories, were now buried behind layers of steel and concrete, marked only by the fading number 717 emblazoned on the vault door. He felt a hand on his shoulder, a comforting squeeze. He didn't have to look to know who it was. His friends, his comrades, they were his family now. They had been through hell and back together, their bonds forged in the crucible of the vault and tempered in the aftermath of the fallout. He gave a nod, a silent acknowledgement of their support, their shared loss. But he also felt an unmistakable call, an urge to move forward. He had a purpose now. A mission born out of his parents' sacrifice. The world outside was vast, unknown, and full of dangers. Yet, it was where he needed to be. So, with one last look at Vault 717, Johnny turned away. He felt the weight of his parents' sacrifice, the burden of their hope for a better future. It was a heavy load to bear, yet it also gave him the strength to take the first step into the brave new world. The survivors watched as Johnny left, his silhouette shrinking against the backdrop of the rising sun. There was sadness in their hearts, but also an unspoken understanding. They knew Johnny would carry their story, their history, out into the world. They knew he would remember, just as they would. In the heart of Lancaster County, amidst the remnants of a world that once was, the journey of Johnny Vanjak was just beginning. His path would not be easy, the road ahead fraught with challenges. But he was ready. He carried the spirit of Vault 717 within him, the courage of his parents, the hope of the survivors. His story was yet to be told, but one thing was certain, he would not be forgotten. And neither would Vault 717. Several years had passed since the eventful day Johnny left Vault 717. The barren landscape that once felt alien now wore an air of familiarity. His experiences out in the wild had changed him, made him stronger, tougher. A hardened survivor. The .44 Magnum at his hip was a constant companion, its cool weight a comforting presence in a world filled with uncertainty and danger. His duffel bag was carefully packed with supplies, scavenged food, medicine, ammunition, and various odds and ends necessary for survival. Years of traveling through the wasteland, encountering the remnants of civilization and the horrors left behind by the war had taught him much. Every day was a lesson in survival, every encounter a test of his mettle. The war might have ended years ago, but its legacy lived on in the twisted remnants of humanity. Raider gangs, mutated creatures, and the harsh landscape were daily threats. But Johnny had learned to adapt, learned to survive. Each obstacle, each threat, was met with the determination and resolve that had been born in the depths of Vault 717. Despite the hardships, Johnny hadn't forgotten his purpose. In each city he passed, each settlement he came across, he shared his story. The tale of Vault 717, of the great sacrifice his parents and so many others made to ensure the survival of a few, resonated with many. It served as a haunting reminder of the war's toll, but also as a beacon of hope. A testament to the resilience of humanity, to the unyielding spirit that refused to succumb to despair. Yet, life in the wasteland was not all despair and gloom. Johnny found kindness in unexpected places, communities thriving against all odds. Farmers cultivating hardy crops in the irradiated soil, merchants establishing trade routes between settlements, scientists dedicated to reclaiming the world bit by bit. It was in these moments that Johnny felt a flicker of hope, a belief that humanity had a future beyond mere survival. Johnny also found himself growing into a role he never expected. As he journeyed, he began to gather followers, people inspired by his story, his determination. He taught them how to survive, how to fight, and in turn, they helped him spread the tale of Vault 717 further. The world was in ruins, yes, but it was far from lifeless. From the ashes of the old world, a new one was struggling to rise. And in this new world, Johnny found a sense of purpose, a mission. He was no longer just a survivor, he was a beacon, carrying the memories of the past and the hope for the future. As he stared out at the setting sun, a duffel bag of supplies at his feet, the .44 Magnum at his hip, he couldn't help but think of how far he had come. From the depths of Vault 717 to the vast expanses of the wasteland, his journey was a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, Johnny knew his journey was far from over. In the heart of the wasteland, the legacy of Vault 717 lived on, carried forward by Johnny Vanjak. His tale was one of resilience, survival, and hope, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness. In the final days of that year, Johnny found himself on the outskirts of what was once a bustling city. Lancaster City. Its former glory was now reduced to crumbling buildings and desolate streets, but still, a trace of its past lingered, a ghost haunting the ruins. He looked at the remnants of the city he never knew, but had grown to love through stories. His heart filled with a strange blend of sadness and hope. He knew his parents would have wanted him to see this, the city where their journey had begun, now part of his own. As he roamed through the ghost city, he found echoes of the past, a toy in the rubble, an old billboard advertising Nuka-Cola, a park now overtaken by wild, irradiated vegetation. Each trace a silent testament to the world that once was, each a poignant reminder of the cost of the war. Eventually, Johnny found his way to a hill overlooking the city. A lone tree, twisted yet resilient, stood at the summit. The perfect spot. He unpacked his duffel bag, pulling out a small metal plaque and a worn-out hammer. The plaque was simple, a sheet of scratched and weathered steel, but its words were clear, etched deep, and filled with black ink. In memory of those who lived, loved, and were lost in Vault 717. Their legacy endures. With careful precision, he hammered the plaque onto the tree, the metallic echo punctuating the silent evening. He stepped back, surveying his work. The setting sun cast long shadows over the landscape, painting the city in hues of orange and red. In this light, the plaque shone brilliantly, a beacon amidst the dark. As night descended, Johnny sat under the tree, the city spread out before him. His gaze lingered on the plaque, reflecting on the journey that brought him here. He had traveled far and wide, faced dangers untold, and bore witness to the resilience of humanity. The memories of Vault 717 and his parents' sacrifice, though painful, had fueled his mission, given him purpose. Looking out at the ruins of Lancaster City, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. His mission, his tribute was complete. The tale of Vault 717 and its survivors was now a part of this world's history, forever etched in steel under the watchful gaze of the wasteland's sunset. In the heart of what was once Lancaster, Johnny Vanjik sat alone but not lonely, his mind filled with memories of the past, his heart filled with hope for the future. He had fulfilled his promise. The legacy of Vault 717 would endure, just as humanity had endured, just as he would continue to endure. With one last look at the plaque, Johnny gathered his belongings. He had paid his tribute, etched his story into the annals of this wasteland. But the dawn would bring a new day, a new journey. And Johnny Vanjik, the boy from Vault 717, would be ready to face it. His story was far from over. His journey was only just beginning. A week later, something stirred in Lancaster City. The silence that had clung to the desolate streets was broken by the creaking of rusty carts and the murmurs of weary travelers. A group of people had arrived, men and women bearing the marks of the wasteland, each carrying their own burdens and stories. They were the survivors from Vault 679, the people who had once banded with Johnny Vanjik to free those trapped in Vault 717. Now, they were back, drawn by Johnny's stories of Lancaster and the memory plaque he had left behind. News of Johnny's tribute had spread, carried by the winds of the wasteland. It had reached the ears of these survivors, pulling at their hearts, stoking a yearning for a place they had never seen but felt connected to through Johnny's tale. As they wandered through the ruins, the city began to hum with a new life. The hollowness was filled with their stories, their hopes, their dreams. Where they saw desolation, they also saw possibility. They saw a chance to build, to grow, to reclaim a piece of the world they had lost. Upon reaching the hill with the lone tree, they found the plaque, its metallic surface gleaming under the afternoon sun. They gathered around it, their voices hushed as they read the words etched on it. A few wiped away tears, others rested their hands on the cold steel, grounding themselves in this tangible testament to their shared past. "We're home," murmured one of them, her voice barely above a whisper, but the words echoed in every heart. In the days that followed, the survivors got to work. The clearing under the lone tree on the hill became a campsite. They shared meals, stories, dreams. The past was remembered, the future was imagined. They began to clean up the ruins, to salvage what could be used, to rebuild what had been lost. Slowly but surely, Lancaster City began to stir again, not with the life it once held, but with a new, different energy. All the while, the plaque on the hill stood sentinel, a beacon of hope and resilience, a reminder of the legacy of Vault 717 and the boy from its depths. And so, amidst the ruins of the old world, a new chapter began in the tale of Lancaster City, carrying forth the memory of its past and the promise of its future. 2 years later, Johnny Vanjak stood once again at the edge of the wasteland, his gaze focused on the distant silhouette of Lancaster City. The .44 Magnum still rested at his hip, the duffel bag still carried supplies, but there was something new in his eyes, something that hadn't been there before. A sense of anticipation. A sense of homecoming. His journey had taken him far and wide across the post-apocalyptic world, showing him the harsh realities of the wasteland. But it had also shown him the resilience of humanity, the strength that resided within people, and their ability to build anew amidst ruins. The news of the revival of Lancaster City had reached him in the form of whispered tales from passing traders and roving bands of survivors. Each account added to his growing anticipation. They spoke of the city's transformation, of the resilience and unity of its new inhabitants, and the plaque on the hill that bore testament to the legacy of Vault 717. The boy from the darkened vault was now a man, tempered by the wasteland, strengthened by his experiences, and yet, the thought of Lancaster City filled him with the same awe and wonder he had felt as a child, listening to his parents' stories. As he set off towards the city, his heart echoed with the memories of his past and the hopes for his future. The journey was long, the road filled with potential perils, but he knew it was a journey he had to make. As the city grew larger in his view, he felt a familiar sense of peace wash over him. The ruins of Lancaster City, the place his parents had called home, the place he had etched into the history of the wasteland, was now a beacon of resilience, of survival, of hope. His heart swelled with anticipation as he continued on his path, the city ever closer in his sight. He remembered the tree, the plaque, the tribute to the legacy of Vault 717. He thought of the survivors of Vault 679 and their stories, their dreams, their strength. Johnny Vanjak, the boy from Vault 717, now stood on the precipice of a new chapter in his life. Lancaster City was no longer just a distant silhouette. It was real, it was revived, and it was waiting. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, Johnny paused. There it was, Lancaster City, glowing softly in the twilight. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination and hope. The legacy of Vault 717 would continue. His journey was far from over. He was home. The harsh and biting wind of the post-apocalyptic wasteland swept across the broken remains of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The grand city once known for its bustling downtown and vibrant Amish communities had been reduced to a desolate, twisted shell. Our hero, Johnny Vanjak, a former scavenger with a heart hardened by the relentless adversities of the New World, scanned the horizon from the crumbling tower of the Central Market. His intense, hawk-like eyes observed the shattered remains of the world he once knew. Johnny, with his trusty .44 Magnum at his hip and a ragged duffel bag filled with supplies, descended the tower. His worn leather boots kicked up dust as he moved through the market square, now occupied by a small community of survivors who had gathered in this once iconic historic district. The survivors, a mix of civilians and former military personnel, had fortified the market square, the limestone structures of the old city buildings providing some semblance of protection against the chaos outside. For years, Johnny had been a lone wanderer, traversing the desolate landscape in search of the scarce resources necessary for survival. But the allure of community, of having a place to call home, was too strong to resist. He had joined the Lancaster settlement a few weeks ago, providing his skills as a seasoned scavenger and an adept fighter. However, tranquility was a luxury that didn't last long in the New World. The safety of the Lancaster settlement was threatened by the impending danger of a warlord named Scar, who had ravaged the nearby towns with his vicious raider gang. As Johnny walked through the settlement, he saw the fear and uncertainty in people's eyes. Scar's influence was creeping closer every day, the echo of his destruction a constant reminder. A council meeting was held at the Fulton Opera House, which had been repurposed into a town hall. The settlers looked towards Johnny, hoping his experience and leadership could help fend off the looming menace. Johnny, after much deliberation, decided on a preemptive strike on Scar's fortress, an imposing stronghold fortified within the ruins of the Franklin and Marshall College. With a small but fierce team of volunteers, Johnny ventured out into the dangerous wasteland. The journey was treacherous. They encountered mutant beasts and rival raider gangs. The landscape had become a bizarre, twisted version of its former self due to the radiation, forcing them to navigate through an alien terrain. Johnny's leadership and combat skills were tested at every turn, further solidifying his reputation as a formidable survivor. The ruins of the college loomed in front of them. The once proud institution of knowledge had been transformed into a den of anarchy. Using their wits and guile, they infiltrated the stronghold, fighting through Scar's henchmen with fierce determination. The climactic confrontation took place in the old main building, with Johnny facing Scar in a grueling battle of strength and will. Each blow was a testament to their survival, a testament to their existence in this shattered world. In the end, Johnny emerged victorious. Scar, the terror that had haunted the lands, was defeated. With Scar's demise, a wave of relief washed over the Lancaster settlement. They had fought for their survival and emerged triumphant. Yet, this was just one battle in the unforgiving world of Fallout. There were other settlements to save, other warlords to defeat. Johnny Vanjuk, with newfound resolve, prepared to venture once more into the wasteland. His fight was far from over, but he had given the people of Lancaster something precious in the bleak world: hope. He was not just a survivor anymore. He was a beacon of hope in the post-apocalyptic landscape of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and his legend was only beginning. News of Johnny's triumph against Scar had spread like wildfire across the ravaged lands, reaching settlements far and wide. Survivors started to see a glimmer of hope in the desolate wasteland that the world had become. With the confidence born out of their victory, the people of Lancaster started to rebuild their city, brick by brick, soul by soul. Johnny, with his ever-present .44 Magnum, found himself a revered figure in the community. The rebuilding process was not easy, but Johnny's spirit of survival infused the people with renewed vigor. Day by day, they strengthened their defenses, established sustainable food and water supplies, and rekindled the sense of community that had been lost in the fallout. However, not far from the borders of the reviving Lancaster, another threat loomed in the shadows. A band of technologically advanced mercenaries known as the Iron Crows had been taking note of the city's rebirth. Operating from the Lancaster Science Factory, they had converted the former educational center into a formidable fortress of steel and weaponry. They had managed to salvage and repurpose old-world technology, becoming a formidable force in the wasteland. When news of the Iron Crow's interest in Lancaster reached Johnny, he knew he couldn't sit idle. His experiences with Scar had taught him the value of taking action before the storm hit. He rallied a group of the settlement's best fighters, who had been training under him, and set off towards the stronghold of the Iron Crows. Using the cover of a particularly harsh radstorm, they approached the Lancaster Science Factory. It stood imposing, cold, and metallic against the dark sky. The Iron Crows had weaponized the tools of the old world, and they wouldn't hesitate to employ them against anyone they perceived as a threat. Relying on stealth, Johnny and his team infiltrated the facility. They navigated through the building, coming face to face with the chilling mix of technology and devastation. The Iron Crows had been working on an old-world nuclear missile, intending to use it to establish their dominance over the wasteland. At the heart of the facility, they found the leader of the Iron Crows, a towering figure called Steelhawk. Encased entirely in a power armor suit, Steelhawk was a formidable enemy. Johnny drew his .44 Magnum, his grip steady despite the magnitude of the danger before him. The showdown was intense. Bullets ricocheted off the steel walls of the factory, lighting up the darkness with sparks. The other members of Johnny's team engaged with the mercenaries while he dueled with Steelhawk. After a grueling fight, Johnny managed to exploit a weakness in Steelhawk's power armor, landing a fatal shot. With Steelhawk's fall, the Iron Crows scattered, their unity shattered. Johnny and his team managed to disarm the nuclear missile, averting a disaster that could have reduced Lancaster to rubble again. With the new victory, the legend of Johnny Vandyck grew. His heroics echoed across the wasteland, inspiring survivors and kindling a fire of hope. He had defended Lancaster from the Iron Crows and once more ensured the safety of his people. But Johnny knew that as long as the fallout endured, threats would continue to emerge, and he would face them head-on, for he was now the guardian of Lancaster, the beacon of hope in a world emerging from nuclear shadows. As Johnny Vandyck's legend grew, the city of Lancaster began to thrive. It became a sanctuary amidst the unforgiving landscape of the wasteland. Despite the scars of war and the harsh reality of the new world, it was home to those who dared to hope, to dream, to survive. The central market had been fully restored and repurposed as a bustling hub for trade and commerce. Its history, going back centuries, was now mixed with the post-apocalyptic essence of the new world. Traders from across the wasteland came to sell and exchange goods, bringing news, stories, and a sense of normalcy that was cherished by the community. The Hager Arcade, once a testament to Lancaster's past architectural brilliance, now served as a refuge for survivors. Its labyrinthine corridors and spacious halls housed families and weary travelers, offering them a safe place to rest. The buildings and streets were adorned with murals and memorials to the fallen, painted by the city's children and artists who refused to let the colors of life fade away. They served as a reminder of the city's past and the resilient spirit of its people. Education was not forgotten. The survivors had turned the empty shell of Lancaster Public Library into a school. Knowledge of the old world was imparted alongside the skills required to survive in the new world. Children learned to read and write, but also to scavenge, build, and defend. The sound of their laughter echoed through the city, a symbol of resilience and hope. Lancaster's Amish community had adapted to the new world in their own unique way, holding on to their tradition of simple living and hard work. They transformed the fields of Lancaster County Park into fertile farmland, growing crops that helped sustain the community. Their horse-drawn buggies, a sight from a simpler time, were a comforting presence in the otherwise harsh cityscape. The city also worked to commemorate its pre-war past, keeping the flame of history alive. Museums were set up in the old world buildings, showcasing relics from a time before the fallout. The Thaddeus Stevens and Lydia Hamilton Smith Historic Site became a symbol of the city's resilience, its ruins converted into a shrine for the lost world. Through all the challenges and changes, Lancaster held its spirit high. The people stood united, the sense of community stronger than ever. They celebrated their victories, mourned their losses, and supported each other through the darkest days. Lancaster was more than a settlement, it was a beacon of hope, of humanity, shining bright amidst the desolation of the wasteland. However, the city knew the value of vigilance. Fortifications were strengthened, watchtowers were built, and every citizen was trained to defend their home. For they were aware that the world outside was still a dangerous, unpredictable place. Under the watchful gaze of the statue of Robert Fulton at Fulton Opera House, now a symbol of their unyielding spirit, they stood ready, hopeful, and unbroken. The city of Lancaster, reborn from the ashes of the old world, was a testament to humanity's will to survive and thrive. Its tale was far from over. In the heart of the city, a grand project had begun, the restoration of the Lancaster County Courthouse. The once majestic structure had been severely damaged in the fallout, its clock tower crumbling, its grand halls desolate. But the people saw it as a symbol of justice, of order, and of a time before the chaos. It was a monumental task that required every helping hand, but it was a labor of love, and a symbol of their resolve. Meanwhile, the Pennsylvania Dutch community worked on constructing a large windmill at the outskirts of the city. They planned to harness the wind energy to power the city's budding infrastructure and reduce their dependence on scavenged fuels. This blend of the old world's technology with the traditional skills of the Amish was a unique sight that filled everyone's heart with pride and hope. In the heart of Lancaster's downtown, the North Museum of Nature and Science, once a place of exploration and learning for curious minds, had been repurposed into a hub of scientific innovation. Here, researchers scavenged for old-world technology and experimented with new inventions to adapt and survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic environment. They worked tirelessly on projects that ranged from purifying water to developing new methods of farming in the irradiated soil. Trade and communication with other settlements had become crucial for the city's survival. To facilitate this, the former Lancaster train station had been transformed into a caravan outpost. Travelers and traders from across the wasteland stopped here, their caravans carrying goods, news, and sometimes, warnings of the threats lurking outside. The outpost was a bustling hub, a mix of caution and cheerfulness, mirroring the spirit of Lancaster. The city's spiritual needs were not neglected either. The historic St. Mary's Church, one of the oldest Catholic churches in the state, had been restored. Regardless of their faith or beliefs, the citizens gathered here, seeking solace, strength, and a sense of unity. The sound of the church bell ringing out into the quiet evenings served as a gentle reminder of peace amidst the usual cacophony of survival. Even the nightlife had found its way back into the city. The Chameleon Club, a popular music venue before the war, was now a gathering place for the community to relax and unwind. Although it was not quite the same, the melodies floating from the battered stage, often accompanied by tales of bravery and hope, were a much-needed respite from the harsh realities of the day. Despite the numerous challenges and the looming uncertainty of tomorrow, the city of Lancaster thrived. The survivors had breathed life back into its desolate landscape, its very fabric interwoven with their resilience, hope, and an unyielding will to survive. Every restored building, every successful crop, every piece of music that filled the air was a testament to their courage and determination. Yet, the people of Lancaster understood their city was a sanctuary in a world still filled with danger. Their continued survival hinged on the balance they maintained between growth and vigilance. Each new day was a gift, and they greeted it with gratitude, resilience, and a steadfast hope for a better tomorrow. Amidst the wreckage of the past and the promise of the future, Lancaster stood as a beacon of humanity's perseverance and an ongoing story of triumph over adversity. As the city of Lancaster started to bloom amidst the devastation, news reached Johnny Vanchuk of another settlement that was thriving not far from Lancaster. This was Millersville, once known for the Millersville University, a major hub of education in Pennsylvania. Now, it had grown into a powerful post-apocalyptic settlement, its proximity to Lancaster forging an inevitable connection between the two. Millersville had built its strength around the remnants of the university. The main university buildings had been transformed into a fortress, surrounded by high, imposing walls made from scavenged materials. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, showing the innovative minds at work within the settlement. The governing force of Millersville was known as the University Council, made up of the elders and experienced survivors. The council had its seat in the Beamsterfer Executive Center, the former administrative building of the university, which had been transformed into a sort of town hall for the new world. They prided themselves on their democratic process, with each major decision being voted on by the settlement's citizens. However, there were stark differences in how the two settlements had chosen to evolve. Where Lancaster focused on a blend of communal living and old-world simplicity, Millersville was centered on the preservation and evolution of technology. They had salvaged and repurposed a significant amount of pre-war tech, and their people lived a more structured, rigid lifestyle. Millersville's approach to survival in the wasteland had been pragmatic and disciplined. They had structured their settlement much like a military unit, with each citizen trained and prepared for combat. While this provided security, it also fostered a sense of superiority, which began to sow seeds of conflict with Lancaster. As news and rumors of Millersville's growing power reached Lancaster, anxiety and fear started to spread. There were whispers of Millersville's ambition to control the entire Lancaster County, to bring all settlements under their stern rule. While these rumors were yet unconfirmed, they were enough to send ripples of worry through Lancaster's community. Johnny Vanchuk, the guardian of Lancaster, felt the growing tension. He understood that peace in the wasteland was a delicate thing, always on the brink of shattering. His experiences had taught him the cost of underestimating threats. And so, with a heavy heart, he started preparing for the looming confrontation. While the people of Lancaster carried on with their lives, enjoying the fruits of their hard work, the leaders and protectors knew that a storm was brewing on the horizon. The tale of Lancaster and its people was about to take a significant turn, adding yet another layer to their story of survival and resilience. The emerging rivalry with Millersville threatened to upset the balance they had so painstakingly built, but they stood ready, their spirit unbroken, their determination unfazed. For they were the people of Lancaster, the beacon of hope in the wasteland, and they would not go down without a fight. Johnny Vangeck knew that communication was the first step towards avoiding a conflict. He proposed a meeting with the University Council of Millersville. He wanted to discuss the rumors, to clear misunderstandings, and to ensure peace between the settlements. The council accepted Johnny's proposal, and a date was set. The meeting was to take place at the former Millersville University, which had served as a neutral ground for many peace talks before the fallout. It was a place that held symbolic significance for both settlements, a monument to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The day of the meeting arrived. Johnny and his chosen delegation from Lancaster set off for Millersville. Upon their arrival, they were met with a sight that left them in awe. The settlement had made remarkable progress in their use of old-world technology. Solar panels adorned the buildings, and wind turbines whirred in the distance. Millersville had become a powerhouse of innovation. However, it was also a heavily fortified settlement. Guards in well-maintained power armor patrolled the perimeter, their weapons drawing an intimidating silhouette against the setting sun. Despite the technological marvels, an air of palpable tension hung over Millersville. Johnny met with the University Council in the Beamsdorfer Executive Center. The council was a group of stern individuals who valued discipline and order above all else. As Johnny spoke of unity and cooperation between the two settlements, he could see skepticism on their faces. The rumors, it seemed, had not been entirely baseless. The council believed in their idea of a new order. They viewed their disciplined and militaristic lifestyle as the only way to ensure survival in the post-apocalyptic world. While they acknowledged Lancaster's progress, they considered Lancaster's focus on rebuilding culture and community as frivolous. They proposed that Lancaster should fall under the governance of Millersville, adopting their militaristic approach. Johnny, ever the defender of Lancaster's spirit, firmly yet respectfully, declined their proposal. He argued that the strength of a community lay in its people and their will, not just in their weapons. He said that Lancaster would not give up its sense of identity, but he proposed a mutual agreement of non-aggression and cooperation. The council agreed to the non-aggression pact but remained aloof towards the idea of cooperation. As Johnny and his delegation left Millersville, they knew that while they had temporarily avoided a conflict, the tension between the two settlements was far from resolved. Upon their return, Johnny shared the news with the citizens of Lancaster. The city breathed a sigh of relief, but they knew they had to stay vigilant. Life in Lancaster went on, with everyone contributing to the growth of the city, holding on to the hope and unity that defined them. And so, Lancaster and Millersville coexisted, a palpable tension looming between them. The rival settlement's shadow was a constant reminder of the threat that could shatter the peace they had managed to maintain. But the people of Lancaster continued to live, love, and build, a testament to their resilience. For in this new world, they understood that survival was not just about existing, but about preserving the essence of what makes us human. Their story was one of endurance, courage, and the undying hope that lit their way in the darkest of times. The rumblings of power armor could be heard before they were seen, the sound echoing ominously through the streets of Lancaster. From the horizon, a force appeared, clad in the distinctive T-60 power armor. The sunlight bounced off their metal suits, casting long shadows across the city. They bore the symbol of gears and a sword, the insignia of the Brotherhood of Steel. News of the Brotherhood's arrival spread through Lancaster like wildfire. They were known across the wasteland, a militaristic order dedicated to the acquisition and preservation of technology. Stories of their deeds, both admirable and controversial, were common among the survivors. For some, they were a symbol of hope, a remnant of the old world order. For others, they were a threat, hoarding resources and dictating terms based on their superior firepower. The leader of the squad, a paladin by rank, approached the city center. Removing his helmet, he revealed a weathered face marked with scars, a testament to the countless battles he had survived. He introduced himself as Paladin Nathaniel and asked to speak with the leader of Lancaster. Johnny Vangeck stepped forward, meeting the paladin's gaze with his own determined stare. Paladin Nathaniel explained that the Brotherhood of Steel had set their sights on the technology accumulated by Millersville. Their creed was to secure advanced technology, to prevent it from causing another apocalypse. However, he assured Johnny that they had no intention of disturbing the peace in Lancaster, as long as the city didn't interfere with the Brotherhood's mission. This assurance did little to ease Johnny's worry. The arrival of the Brotherhood had brought a new level of complexity to the already strained relations between Lancaster and Millersville. If a confrontation broke out between the Brotherhood and Millersville, Lancaster could be caught in the crossfire. After the Brotherhood of Steel set up camp at the outskirts of Lancaster, Johnny held a meeting with the city's council. The citizens were understandably anxious. Johnny knew he had to tread carefully, to protect his city without sparking a war. He decided to send a message to the University Council in Millersville, warning them of the Brotherhood's intentions and suggesting they negotiate rather than fight. In the following days, the city of Lancaster held its breath, watching as the Brotherhood's vertibirds flew overhead, casting ominous shadows over their hard-earned peace. The Brotherhood, for their part, remained at the outskirts, neither disrupting life in Lancaster nor making any aggressive moves towards Millersville. Yet, their presence was a grim reminder of the uncertainty of life in the wasteland. As the tension grew, Johnny Vanjik stood tall, a beacon of hope and resilience for the people of Lancaster. He knew that they would face whatever came their way, together, just as they always had. For this was their story, a tale of courage, survival, and the indomitable human spirit in a world forever changed by the fallout. And this tale was far from over. The message Johnny sent to Millersville was met with a curt response. The University Council maintained that they had the right to defend their settlement and technology. They viewed the Brotherhood's interest as a threat and made it clear that they were ready to fight if necessary. Back in Lancaster, this news was met with a sense of impending doom. The possibility of a battle on their doorstep threatened everything they had worked for. Johnny knew he had to do something to prevent the upcoming conflict. His mind raced for a solution, and then it struck him: the old world diplomacy had to make way for the new world's unique challenges. He decided to call a summit, a meeting with representatives from Lancaster, Millersville, and the Brotherhood of Steel. The idea was to discuss their concerns openly and negotiate a settlement that would be in everyone's best interest. It was a long shot, but it was worth trying. The summit was held at the Lancaster County Courthouse, a neutral ground chosen for its symbolic significance. Representing Lancaster was Johnny Vanjik, the Brotherhood sent Paladin Nathaniel, and the University Council sent their leader, an imposing woman known as Chancellor Eva. The summit began with each party expressing their concerns. Johnny reiterated the importance of maintaining peace and proposed a shared control over Millersville's technology. Paladin Nathaniel insisted on the Brotherhood's role in safeguarding technology and preventing another catastrophe. Chancellor Eva, meanwhile, stressed the importance of Millersville's autonomy and their right to defend their settlement. The negotiations were heated and seemed to be going nowhere until Johnny proposed a radical idea. He suggested that Millersville's technology could be shared with the Brotherhood under a new alliance's watchful eye. This alliance would consist of representatives from both Lancaster and Millersville. This way, the Brotherhood could monitor the use of the technology, and Millersville would not have to relinquish their autonomy. After much deliberation, this idea was accepted with reluctant approval. It was a compromise, far from perfect, but it served to de-escalate the tension. The summit ended with a pact signed by Johnny, Paladin Nathaniel, and Chancellor Eva, marking the formation of the Lancaster-Millersville Alliance, with the Brotherhood as a monitoring entity. News of the pact brought a wave of relief over Lancaster. Celebrations erupted in the city, the people rejoicing at the promise of continued peace. The Brotherhood of Steel, for their part, maintained a watchful presence, their vertibirds continuing to patrol the skies but causing less anxiety among the populace. In the aftermath of the summit, life in Lancaster slowly returned to normal. People went back to their daily routines, their spirits buoyed by the newfound peace. However, the leaders knew that this peace was delicate, constantly threatened by the chaotic world outside their walls. But for now, they had achieved a victory, a testament to their resilience, hope, and the power of diplomacy in the face of adversity. And so, the story of Lancaster continued, a tale of survival and unity amidst a post-apocalyptic world. It was a story of ordinary people standing tall in the face of extraordinary challenges, their spirit unbroken, their determination unwavering. It was a story that echoed across the wasteland, a beacon of hope for all survivors. And at its heart was Johnny Vanjuk, the guardian of Lancaster, a symbol of their relentless hope and resilience. Following the pact signed at the summit, a sense of cooperation began to gradually build between the Brotherhood of Steel and Millersville. The shared control over Millersville's technology led to discussions about utilizing it for the greater good. And out of these discussions emerged an ambitious plan to purify the local rivers of radiation. The Conestoga River, once a life-giving force for Lancaster and its surrounding areas, had been tainted by the nuclear fallout. The irradiated river served as a stark reminder of the world that was lost, rendering its water unfit for consumption or irrigation. The idea of restoring it to its pre-war state was a beacon of hope, a chance to reclaim a piece of the past. The project was named Operation Clearwater, and it became the first major joint undertaking of the new Lancaster-Millersville Alliance, under the watchful eye of the Brotherhood. The initiative aimed to design and build a water purification system capable of neutralizing the radiation in the water, using a combination of old-world technology salvaged by Millersville and the technological expertise of the Brotherhood. Work on Operation Clearwater started with a sense of optimism. Brotherhood scribes began collaborating with Millersville's engineers, pooling their knowledge to make this dream a reality. The Brotherhood's advanced tech complemented Millersville's ingenuity. Paladin Nathaniel oversaw the entire project, ensuring the Brotherhood's principles were upheld, while Johnny Vanjuk acted as the mediator, smoothing over any conflicts and keeping the focus on their common goal. As word of Operation Clearwater spread, it brought a renewed sense of hope among the people of Lancaster and Millersville. The prospect of clean water, something many had not known since before the war, was a powerful symbol of the progress they were making in this new world. Weeks turned into months, and the project began to take shape. A massive purifier was constructed on the banks of the Conestoga River. This marvel of engineering, a symbol of cooperation and shared goals, towered over the river, ready to breathe new life into its irradiated waters. Finally, the day arrived when the purifier was activated. A tense silence fell over the gathered crowd as the machine whirred to life. Slowly, the polluted water was drawn into the purifier, going through a complex process of filtration and radiation neutralization, and emerged on the other side clear and clean. The success of Operation Clearwater was celebrated with immense joy. The purified water was a lifeline, offering security and sustainability. It was a testament to what they could achieve together, a beacon of unity and cooperation in a world often divided by survival. The triumph of Operation Clearwater marked a milestone in the tale of Lancaster, a tale woven with threads of resilience, unity, and relentless hope. With Johnny Vanjuk at its heart, the story continued to evolve, its chapters filled with trials, triumphs, and the indomitable spirit of humanity surviving against all odds. The world may have been shattered by the fallout, but the spark of hope, perseverance, and unity continued to burn bright, lighting their path in the darkest of times. As Lancaster and Millersville were basking in the success of Operation Clearwater, a new challenge emerged on the horizon. Columbia, a settlement to the northwest of Lancaster along the banks of the Susquehanna River, revealed itself as a formidable and hostile power. Columbia had always been a bit of a mystery to the other settlements. It was known that the town had managed to survive in the aftermath of the fallout, but its isolationist policies had made it difficult to gauge its actual strength. Now, as its representatives marched into Lancaster, their intentions were made clear. They sought to control the newly purified waters of the Conestoga River. Their leader, a man called Alderman Rourke, was a charismatic figure with a persuasive tongue. His logic was simple: Columbia had been denied its share of the region's resources for too long, and now it was time to claim what they saw as rightfully theirs. He claimed the purification of the Conestoga River as a change in the status quo and demanded an equal share in the clean water supply. Johnny Vanjuk understood the gravity of the situation. He saw that Columbia's isolation had made it unpredictable and potentially dangerous. However, he also knew that declaring outright hostility would lead to unnecessary bloodshed. He proposed a compromise, to extend the Lancaster-Millersville alliance to include Columbia, sharing the benefits of the purified river while also working together for mutual survival. Alderman Rourke, however, scoffed at the idea. He saw alliances as a means for the strong to dominate the weak. He made it clear that Columbia would not join any alliance and instead would fight for its right to the water. With a cold finality, the representatives from Columbia left Lancaster, leaving a palpable tension in their wake. Johnny Vandyck knew that the peace they had so hard earned was once again under threat. However, he was determined to avoid open conflict. In the days that followed, Lancaster and Millersville prepared for the potential threat, all the while maintaining a diplomatic channel with Columbia. The Brotherhood of Steel, still present and observing the unfolding situation, remained neutral, aligning with their policy of non-interference unless technology was at stake. Columbia, now an active player in the region's dynamics, kept to its aggressive stance but stopped short of instigating a war. Their patrols were seen near the Conestoga River, a constant reminder of their claims. In this complex scenario, Johnny Vandyck held Lancaster together, his resolve a pillar of strength for the people. He knew the road ahead was treacherous, but he was ready to walk it, for the sake of his city, his people, and the delicate peace they had woven. Thus, the story of Lancaster continued, now more intricate than ever before. Each day brought new challenges, but also new opportunities for diplomacy, survival, and unity. Johnny Vandyck remained at the heart of it all, guiding his city through every twist and turn. Their tale was a testament to the indomitable human spirit, lighting up the post-apocalyptic world with its resilience, courage, and unyielding hope. The Brotherhood of Steel had always been a source of news from far-off places, and one day, a new rumor began to circulate. Whispers of a formidable faction known as the Enclave began to echo through the halls of the Brotherhood's makeshift base on the outskirts of Lancaster. These whispers caught Johnny Vandyck's attention. Johnny Vandyck had heard many tales of distant factions and settlements from traveling merchants and settlers, but the Enclave was a name he had not come across before. Seeking more information, he approached Paladin Nathaniel. The Paladin, usually reserved and somewhat aloof, seemed grave as he explained the significance of the Enclave. The Enclave, Nathaniel explained, claimed to be the rightful continuation of the United States government, a relic from before the war. Their motives and methods, however, were far from noble. They sought control, dominance, and had a history of viewing the average wasteland survivors as lesser beings, unworthy of a place in their new world order. This revelation worried Johnny. He knew that if the Enclave turned their sights on Lancaster County, it could bring a storm of troubles. However, Nathaniel reassured him that the rumors were just that, rumors. There was no concrete evidence to suggest the Enclave had any interest in their corner of the wasteland. Despite this reassurance, Johnny couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He decided to prepare his city for any potential threat, not wanting to be caught off guard. Lancaster had already faced its fair share of challenges, and he was determined to keep his people safe, whatever it took. In the weeks that followed, life in Lancaster carried on, albeit tinged with a hint of anxiety. Rumors of the Enclave spread beyond the Brotherhood, stirring a mix of fear and intrigue among the populace. The name became another ghost story, a dark tale whispered around the flickering fires in the cool wasteland nights. Meanwhile, Columbia maintained its hostile stance, their patrols becoming a common sight around the Conestoga River. The Lancaster-Millersville alliance kept a vigilant watch, prepared for any potential conflict but hoping for a peaceful resolution. Through all this, Johnny Vandyck remained steadfast, his resolve stronger than ever. He knew the challenges ahead were formidable, but he had faith in his city, in his people. Their tale was far from over. With the rumors of the Enclave casting a long shadow and the constant threat of Columbia looming, their story was poised to dive into a deeper complexity, reflecting the ever-changing nature of life in the post-apocalyptic world. But Johnny was ready, standing tall at the helm, guiding Lancaster through the uncertainty towards a future of hope and survival. As the weeks passed, the rumors about the Enclave grew stronger. Whispers turned into solid reports, coming from the Brotherhood's far-ranging scouts and independent wasteland wanderers. They told of an alarming development: the Enclave had established a presence in the region, and what's more, they had made contact with Columbia. This news shook the very foundation of the fragile peace in Lancaster County. Columbia, already seen as a potential threat, had now aligned itself with a faction known for its nefarious intentions. The Enclave's sophisticated pre-war technology and military prowess, combined with Columbia's strategic location and hostility towards Lancaster and Millersville, formed a daunting alliance. Alderman Rourke saw in the Enclave an opportunity to gain an upper hand against Lancaster and Millersville. The Enclave, for its part, saw in Columbia a foothold in the region, a chance to extend their influence and control. Faced with this escalating situation, Johnny Vanjuk knew he had to act. His initial hope was for diplomacy, but the Enclave's reputation and Columbia's newfound hostility made this unlikely. However, he was not ready to resort to outright war. He proposed a strategy of defensive preparation and intelligence gathering. Lancaster and Millersville would fortify their settlements and keep a close watch on the activities of the Enclave and Columbia. They would prepare for any potential conflict but would also strive to learn as much as possible about their new adversaries. The Brotherhood of Steel, despite their traditional stance of non-interference, found themselves drawn into the situation due to their historical enmity with the Enclave. Paladin Nathaniel offered the Brotherhood's assistance in preparing defenses and gathering intelligence, recognizing the threat the Enclave posed. In the days that followed, Lancaster and Millersville worked tirelessly. Their walls were fortified, weapons were checked and rechecked, and scouts were sent out to monitor the Enclave-Columbia alliance. The Brotherhood's vertibirds became a more common sight in the skies, their patrols stepping up in response to the looming threat. The citizens of Lancaster, faced with yet another challenge, rallied around Johnny Vanjuk's leadership. They worked hand in hand with their neighbors in Millersville, their cooperation a shining beacon of unity in the face of adversity. The impending threat did not dampen their spirit, but rather, steeled their resolve to protect their hard-earned peace and freedom. The tale of Lancaster, now intertwined with that of the Enclave and Columbia, continued to evolve. A storm was brewing on the horizon, but Johnny Vanjuk was ready to steer his city through it. He stood resolute, a beacon of hope and determination in a world of uncertainty, guiding Lancaster forward one day at a time, towards a future they were ready to fight for. As the tension between Lancaster, Millersville, and the Enclave-Columbia alliance escalated, another group emerged onto the scene, the Brotherhood Outcasts. These were members of the Brotherhood of Steel who had chosen to break away, believing that the original mission of the Brotherhood, to collect and preserve technology, had been diluted and distorted. The Outcasts, led by a tough and pragmatic elder named Gregory, saw opportunity in the strained dynamics of Lancaster County. They set up base in the ruins of Penn Manor High School in Millersville, using its relatively intact structure to build a stronghold. The school's isolated location and existing infrastructure made it an ideal spot for a base, allowing them to establish a formidable presence. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. The Brotherhood of Steel, despite their differences with the Outcasts, recognized their former brother's symbol and tried to establish communication. Paladin Nathaniel, the Brotherhood's leader in the region, hoped that despite their differences, a common ground could be found given the looming threat from the Enclave and Columbia. Johnny Vanjuk, ever the mediator, also saw a potential ally in the Outcasts. He reached out to Elder Gregory, hoping to open a dialogue and perhaps form a united front against the encroaching danger. Gregory, while suspicious of Johnny and his ties with the Brotherhood, agreed to meet. The conversation was tense, with both parties acutely aware of the potential risks and rewards of an alliance. Gregory made it clear that the Outcasts would not be pawns in anyone's game, they sought technology, not power or dominance. Johnny, in turn, assured them that Lancaster and Millersville shared no interest in controlling the Outcasts, only a common goal of peace and survival. While no formal agreement was reached during that initial meeting, a channel of communication was opened. The Outcasts began to cautiously interact with Lancaster and Millersville, trading goods and occasionally information. News of the Outcasts' arrival spread, adding yet another layer to the complex dynamic in Lancaster County. The Enclave and Columbia watched these developments with keen interest, aware that the Outcasts could potentially tip the balance of power. Despite the growing complexities and rising tension, life in Lancaster and Millersville carried on. The citizens continued their daily routines, taking comfort in the familiar amidst the uncertain. They stood ready to defend their settlements, their unity stronger than ever. Johnny Vanjik found himself at the heart of a constantly shifting landscape, trying to navigate the delicate balance of power while keeping his people safe. The tale of Lancaster was far from over. With the Brotherhood, the Outcasts, the Enclave, and Columbia all playing their parts, the story was shaping up to be a saga of survival, alliances, and the indomitable human spirit. As the sun set each day over the post-apocalyptic world, the people of Lancaster looked towards the future with determined resolve, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the days passed, the ever-changing dynamics of Lancaster County continued to evolve. A group of settlers arrived from the southeast, having made a grueling journey from the capital wasteland. They were survivors of the ruins of Washington, D.C., weary but hopeful, seeking a new home away from the constant dangers they had left behind. They found solace in the small town of Lititz, to the north of Lancaster. In the world before, Lititz had been known for its historic buildings and small-town charm. Now, it offered a chance for a fresh start to these newcomers. The town was far enough from the existing power players in the county to offer some safety, yet close enough to Lancaster and Millersville to have potential allies nearby. The leader of this group, a hardened survivor named Miriam, introduced herself to Johnny Vanjik and the leaders of Millersville. She told tales of their past struggles in the capital wasteland, the horrors they had witnessed, and the hope they sought in this new land. Johnny welcomed them, offering aid and promising to respect their claim on Lititz as long as they remained peaceful. He saw in these settlers a spark of the determination and resilience that had kept Lancaster and Millersville thriving. In return, Miriam and her people agreed to trade and share information, appreciative of the warm reception they had received. News of the new settlers spread throughout Lancaster County. The people of Lancaster and Millersville saw in them a reflection of their own past struggles and welcomed them as part of their wider community. The Brotherhood of Steel, the Outcasts, Columbia, and the Enclave also took notice of the new arrivals. While their reactions varied, it was clear that the settlers of Lititz were now players in the intricate game of survival in the region. Through it all, Johnny Vanjik stood as a pillar of strength and diplomacy. His leadership brought stability to Lancaster, fostering a sense of community and cooperation amid the uncertainty. The tale of Lancaster, now intertwined with that of Lititz, the capital wasteland, and the numerous factions, continued to unfold. Each sunrise brought new challenges and opportunities, painting a vivid saga of survival, alliances, and the enduring human spirit in the post-apocalyptic world. As Johnny guided his city through the trials and triumphs of each day, the people of Lancaster looked to the future with determination and hope, ready to face whatever came their way. Months turned into years, and the complex web of relations in Lancaster County continued to evolve. Lititz, under Miriam's stern yet caring leadership, slowly transformed into a thriving settlement. The people of Lancaster and Millersville continued their tight-knit alliance, and the ever-present Brotherhood, despite their ideological split, maintained their uneasy coexistence. But the tension between the Enclave Columbia Alliance and the rest of Lancaster County simmered just beneath the surface. There were skirmishes on the borders, occasional standoffs, and heated negotiations, but so far, the situation had not escalated into full-blown conflict. The Enclave, using Columbia as their proxy, often attempted to exert their dominance over the region, sending patrols and conducting shows of force. Meanwhile, Columbia's Alderman Rourke reveled in his newfound power, his ambition inflated by the backing of the Enclave. However, they were always met with the steadfast resistance of the Lancaster-Millersville alliance and the watchful eye of the Brotherhood and Outcasts. During these tumultuous times, a surprise development occurred. An old pre-war radio signal began to broadcast, its signal reaching across the county. It was a distress call, originating from an old underground government facility located near Ephrata, another town within the Lancaster region. The message was old, likely set to broadcast when the bombs fell and continuing to loop ever since, but it told of a sealed vault filled with untouched technology and resources. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community. Johnny Vanjik knew that the discovery of such a resource could tip the balance of power significantly. If the Enclave Columbia Alliance were to secure it, they could become an insurmountable force. However, if he and his allies could claim it, they could secure their community's futures. The race for the vault became the central focus for all factions. The Brotherhood sought the vault for its technological treasures, the Outcasts for the same reason, while Lancaster, Millersville, and Liddites saw it as a means to strengthen their defenses and improve their quality of life. The Enclave, backed by Columbia, sought the vault to solidify their power and control in the region. As the race for the vault began, the tale of Lancaster entered a new and critical chapter. The stakes were higher than ever, with the balance of power teetering on a knife edge. Yet, amid the tension and anticipation, the community's spirit was stronger than ever. They had faced trials and tribulations before and come through stronger. Johnny Vanjuk, at the helm, steered his people with the same determination and hope that had seen them through countless challenges. Guided by his leadership, the people of Lancaster readied themselves for what lay ahead, their eyes fixed on the future, their resolve unbroken. In the post-apocalyptic world of Lancaster County, the story continued to unfold, a testament to survival, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. As the days turned into weeks, the tension in Lancaster County became unbearable. The discovery of the vault had brought a sense of urgency that couldn't be ignored. Sporadic conflicts flared on the borders between territories, small skirmishes that served as a grim prelude to the impending conflict. Finally, the situation reached a breaking point, and the region plunged into war. The Enclave, in alliance with Columbia, made the first move, launching an offensive towards the vault located near Ephrata. Backed by their advanced pre-war technology and the fanatical zeal of Columbia's forces, they made significant ground, catching the other factions off guard. Johnny Vanjuk, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rallied the forces of Lancaster, Millersville, and Liddites. These settlements, despite their peaceful origins, had prepared for this eventuality. They knew that their survival and the freedom they cherished were on the line. The Brotherhood, though hesitant to engage in a full-scale war, couldn't ignore the threat posed by the Enclave. The Outcasts, attracted by the allure of the vault, also joined the fray, adding to the chaotic clash of factions. The war was brutal and unrelenting. Each side suffered losses, each victory was hard-fought, and every setback was a painful reminder of the high stakes. The lands between Lancaster and Ephrata became a scarred battlefield, a testament to the desperation and determination of its combatants. Despite the grim circumstances, stories of heroism and resilience emerged. Johnny Vanjuk, ever the inspiring leader, led from the front, demonstrating courage that bolstered the spirit of his people. Paladin Nathaniel fought valiantly, the emblem of the Brotherhood, a beacon of hope on the battlefield. Elder Gregory and his outcasts proved formidable, their pursuit of technology never faltering even amidst the chaos. Miriam and her settlers from Liddites showed the same resolve they had demonstrated in the capital wasteland, fighting fiercely for their newfound home. Columbia, under Alderman Rourke's relentless ambition, fought with the fervor of the desperate, and the Enclave, with their superior technology and ruthless tactics, proved a formidable enemy. The war raged on, casting a long shadow over Lancaster County. But even amid the despair and destruction, the people clung to hope. Each sunrise was a new opportunity, each sunset a moment of respite and reflection. Johnny Vanjuk, even as he led his people through the darkest days, never let them forget what they were fighting for: their freedom, their home, and a chance for a better future. In the midst of the war, the tale of Lancaster became a saga of courage, determination, and survival. As each day unfolded, the people faced it with resolve, their spirits unbroken despite the ongoing conflict. They were the true embodiment of the indomitable human spirit, their story a testament to the will to survive and thrive even in the most challenging times. While the war raged in Lancaster County, developments unfolded in the neighboring regions of York and Adams counties. A group of travelers arrived from the west, emblazoned with the two-headed bear symbol of the New California Republic, or the NCR. They were seasoned survivors, veterans of the many conflicts that had plagued the western United States. The NCR, ever on the lookout for opportunities to extend their influence, quickly established their authority over York and Adams counties. The local populations, tired and weary from years of survival, saw in these newcomers a chance for stability and welcomed them. The NCR's organized government, established rules, and apparent commitment to civil order provided a sense of security that the people of York and Adams hadn't felt in a long time. News of the NCR's arrival soon reached Lancaster County. Johnny Vanjuk, in the middle of the ongoing war, took note of this new development. The NCR was a powerful force, their influence could tip the scales of any conflict, but their motivations were unclear. For the time being, the NCR seemed content to consolidate their power in York and Adams, but their presence added another layer of complexity to the already convoluted situation. The NCR kept mostly to the background during the Lancaster County War, observing the conflict from a safe distance. Their radio broadcasts, however, seeped into Lancaster County, speaking of order, security, and democracy. While some saw these messages as propaganda, others saw a glimmer of hope for a stable future. As the NCR settled into York and Adams counties and the war continued to rage in Lancaster County, the story took another unexpected turn. The people, both on the battlefield and off, continued their struggle for survival, hoping for a brighter future amid the grim reality of the present. Johnny Vanjuk, faced with a war and the emergence of a new potential ally or adversary in the form of the NCR, had more challenges ahead of him. But he, along with the people of Lancaster, was ready. They were survivors, and no matter how the story unfolded, they would face it head-on, their spirits unbroken. The tale of Lancaster County was far from over, and each new dawn brought with it another day of struggle, survival, and the relentless pursuit of a better future. As the war in Lancaster County entered a new phase, a surprise move by the Brotherhood outcasts turned the tide of the conflict. Elder Gregory, seizing an opportunity, ordered an attack on Columbia. Columbia, being the Enclave's ally and a thorn in the side of the other factions, had always been a significant target. The outcasts' attack was a meticulously planned operation. Under the cover of night, they infiltrated Columbia, catching the local militia and the Enclave forces off guard. The outcasts' knowledge of pre-war technology and their formidable combat skills proved advantageous, allowing them to sow chaos within the city. Alderman Rourke, realizing the danger, sent an urgent request for aid to the Enclave, but their response was slow due to the ongoing battles with the other factions. The outcasts capitalized on this delay, inflicting severe damage on Columbia's infrastructure and defenses. The attack on Columbia proved to be a turning point in the war. While the city was not entirely captured, the damage dealt was significant. This disruption weakened the Enclave-Columbia alliance, giving the other factions a much-needed respite and opportunity. The NCR, still largely observing from the sidelines in York and Adams counties, closely watched these developments. Their broadcasts continued to reach Lancaster County, subtly promoting their governance and the benefits it could offer. Yet, they made no move to intervene, their role remaining in the background for now. Johnny Vanjuk saw the opportunity presented by the outcasts' attack. While the Enclave and Columbia were regrouping, he began rallying the forces of Lancaster, Millersville, and Lititz for a push towards the vault in Ephrata. The race was far from over, and he was determined to ensure that the vault's contents would serve the people and not a power-hungry faction. In the war-torn lands of Lancaster County, every day brought new challenges, but also new opportunities. The unexpected twist of the outcasts' attack and the looming presence of the NCR added new dimensions to the tale. Yet, through it all, the spirit of the people never faltered. Led by Johnny Vanjuk, they continued to fight, to strive for a better future, their story of survival continuing to unfold with every sunrise. With the Enclave and Columbia reeling from the outcasts' assault, Johnny Vanjuk saw an opportunity that he knew they couldn't afford to pass up. Gathering his closest advisors, he issued orders for a meeting between the leaders of all their allied factions. It was time to take decisive action against the Enclave. From Lancaster, Millersville, Lititz, the Brotherhood, and even the outcasts, representatives gathered. They convened in a secure location within Lancaster, away from prying eyes. The air was thick with anticipation and tension, yet there was an undercurrent of unity, a shared understanding that they were in this struggle together. Johnny opened the meeting, his determined gaze meeting each representative's. He laid out their strategy, a daring plan to launch a coordinated assault on the Enclave's stronghold within Columbia. The plan was ambitious and fraught with danger, but the potential rewards were immense. There were debates, disagreements, and exchanges of ideas as they fine-tuned the plan. Paladin Nathaniel, representing the Brotherhood, offered strategic insight from their past encounters with the Enclave. Elder Gregory, despite the outcasts' usual solitary stance, pledged their cooperation, recognizing the common threat. Miriam, speaking for Lydites, emphasized the importance of protecting civilian lives during the assault. By the end of the gathering, they had a plan. It was daring and filled with risks, but it also gave them the best chance at disrupting the Enclave's power. Back in the background, the NCR continued to observe the unfolding events, their true intentions yet unknown. They made no move to intervene, but their growing presence was felt by all in Lancaster County. In the aftermath of the meeting, a newfound sense of resolve and unity spread amongst the allies. They prepared for the assault, each understanding the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. The war was reaching a critical juncture, and their actions in the coming days would shape the future of Lancaster County. Through it all, Johnny Vanjuk remained a steady presence, his leadership guiding them through their preparations. He knew the burden of command was heavy, but he also knew that they had a real chance of securing a safer future for their people. The saga of Lancaster County continued, the promise of a pivotal confrontation on the horizon. The alliances, the struggles, and the shared determination of its people were the threads weaving an enduring tale of survival and resilience in a post-apocalyptic world. The morning dawned cold and bright, the rising sun casting long shadows over the landscape of Lancaster County. It was the day of the assault, and there was an electric tension in the air. Johnny Vanjuk, surrounded by his allies and soldiers, took a final look at the plan. It was time to attack. The assault was launched on two fronts. The Brotherhood and the Outcasts, with their superior technology and power armor, initiated a frontal assault on Columbia. Their purpose was to draw the bulk of the Enclave's forces, keeping them engaged and distracted. Simultaneously, a team led by Johnny, composed of select fighters from Lancaster, Millersville, and Lydites, launched a stealthy strike towards the Enclave's stronghold. They moved through the battered streets of Columbia, slipping through the chaos created by the Brotherhood and Outcasts' attack. The battle was fierce. The Enclave, despite being caught off guard, put up a strong resistance. Their advanced pre-war technology and disciplined soldiers provided a formidable challenge. Columbia's militia, fighting for their home, joined the fray, adding to the ferocity of the conflict. Johnny and his team, relying on their intimate knowledge of the area and sheer determination, navigated through the city. They encountered pockets of Enclave resistance but fought through, inching ever closer to their target. Back in York and Adams counties, the NCR continued to watch the events unfold. Their radio broadcasts offered updates on the conflict, describing the chaos and struggle that gripped Lancaster County. Still, they did not intervene, their intentions as enigmatic as ever. Inside Columbia, the battle raged on. The streets echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the clashing of power armor, and the roar of the war. Yet, amid the chaos, the people fought on, their determination unwavering. They fought not just for victory, but for survival, for a future free from the Enclave's tyrannical grasp. As the assault continued, the story of Lancaster County took a new turn. The outcome was uncertain, but the people's spirit was unbroken. Their resilience, their unity, and their determination were their greatest weapons in the face of adversity. Led by Johnny Vanjuk, they faced the challenges head-on, their tale of survival and struggle continuing to unfold with each passing moment. As the battle raged on, the people of Columbia fought alongside the Enclave, defending their city with tenacity and desperation. But as the tide of the battle began to turn against them, the Enclave showed their true colors. In the heat of the battle, the Enclave forces began to withdraw from their positions, leaving the confused and terrified citizens of Columbia to fend for themselves. The Enclave had prioritized their own survival, showing a callous disregard for those they had claimed to protect. Johnny Vanjuk, leading his strike team closer to the heart of the city, witnessed the Enclave's abandonment. It was a moment that filled him with a grim satisfaction and renewed determination. He ordered his team to help the citizens wherever they could, even as they pressed towards the Enclave's stronghold. The abrupt withdrawal of the Enclave forces caused chaos and confusion among Colombia's defenders. Some continued to fight, driven by fear or anger, but others laid down their weapons, their spirit broken. Johnny's team, along with the Brotherhood and the Outcasts, took control of the city with less resistance than anticipated. The people of Colombia, once the Enclave's allies, were now left leaderless and vulnerable. Yet, in this moment of despair, they found an unexpected lifeline in their former enemies. Johnny Vanjuk, realizing the strategic and humanitarian importance of winning over the people of Colombia, offered them protection and aid, showing them that they were not alone. The NCR, ever watchful from York and Adams counties, broadcasted the dramatic turn of events. Their tone was neutral, their intentions still unclear. They continued to observe as Lancaster County's power dynamics shifted. With the Enclave's abandonment of Colombia, the story of Lancaster County added another chapter to its saga. Johnny Vanjuk, his allies, and the resilient people of the county continued to write their tale, fighting against the odds, seeking a better future in a world defined by hardship. The abandoned city of Colombia now stood as a symbol of the Enclave's betrayal, but also as a beacon of hope for a new beginning. The struggle was far from over, but the determination of the people was stronger than ever. With Colombia now under their control and the Enclave's influence waning, a period of relative calm descended on Lancaster County. It was a hard-earned respite, a chance to regroup and look towards the future. Johnny Vanjuk knew they had to capitalize on this moment, and he set his eyes on the enigmatic presence in the west, the New California Republic, NCR. Johnny, accompanied by a small but diverse delegation from Lancaster, Millersville, and Lititz, embarked on a journey to the NCR's stronghold in York and Adams counties. The journey was long and fraught with the usual dangers of the wasteland, but they reached the NCR base safely. The NCR was well established, their base a testament to their organizational capability and resources. The flag of the two-headed bear fluttered high above the camp, a sight that was both unfamiliar and fascinating to Johnny and his delegation. They were welcomed by NCR officials and led to a meeting with the regional governor. Johnny, as the leader of the delegation, presented their proposals. He offered to open trade routes between the NCR and Lancaster County, ensuring the flow of goods and resources beneficial to both sides. Additionally, Johnny offered the NCR a chance to establish a neutral base in Lancaster County. He believed that the NCR's presence would provide an additional layer of security against any potential resurgence of the Enclave or any other threats. The NCR governor listened attentively, asking questions and expressing interest. Yet, the NCR was known for its cautious expansion policy, so a decision would not be immediate. News of Johnny's diplomatic mission reached the people back in Lancaster County, adding a new wave of anticipation and hope. The idea of a potential alliance with the powerful NCR was a glimmer of optimism in a world often defined by conflict and hardship. The saga of Lancaster County continued to unfold. From the struggle against the Enclave to the diplomatic overtures towards the NCR, the people of the county continued to strive for a better future. Under Johnny Vanjuk's leadership, they faced each new day with unwavering resilience, writing a unique story of survival in the post-apocalyptic world. The New California Republic, after careful consideration, finally responded to Johnny Vanjuk's proposals. They agreed to the establishment of trade routes and the creation of a neutral base within Lancaster County. The acceptance of these terms marked a significant step towards an alliance, a sign of progress that Johnny and his delegation had hoped for. But the NCR had another proposal. They extended an invitation for Lancaster County to become a part of the NCR, to join their union of territories and benefit from the safety and resources it could provide. It was a tempting proposition, one that promised a level of stability and security that was hard to achieve in the post-apocalyptic world. Word of the NCR's offer reached Lancaster County before Johnny and his delegation returned. There was a mixed reaction among the people. Some saw it as a golden opportunity, a way to live under the protection of a powerful and organized government. Others, however, were skeptical, afraid of losing their autonomy and the unique identity they had carved out in the ruins of the old world. Upon their return, Johnny convened a meeting with the leaders of Lancaster, Millersville, and Lititz, as well as representatives from the Brotherhood, Outcasts, and the newly integrated Columbia. They debated the NCR's offer, weighing the pros and cons, the potential gains, and the potential losses. In the end, they decided to maintain their neutrality. The people of Lancaster County were adamant about preserving their independence, not wishing to become part of a larger governmental entity. They had fought hard for their autonomy, building a society from the ashes, and were not ready to give it up. However, they were equally determined to cement the alliance with the NCR. They communicated their decision to the NCR, emphasizing their commitment to mutual cooperation and friendship. They were hopeful that the NCR, given their reputation for respecting the autonomy of their allies, would understand and accept their stance. Thus, the tale of Lancaster County took another significant turn. From the ashes of war, they were forging alliances and looking towards a future of cooperation and mutual respect. They remained a beacon of resilience and determination, a testament to human spirit in a world ravaged by nuclear catastrophe. As they navigated these new political landscapes, the people of Lancaster County continued to write their own unique story of survival and growth. News of Lancaster County's decision reached the NCR, who accepted their stance with understanding. The Republic had always strived to uphold its principles of democracy and respect for individual freedom. Therefore, they honored Lancaster County's wish to remain independent but committed to strengthening their alliance. Work began on the establishment of trade routes and the NCR's neutral base within Lancaster County. NCR engineers and traders arrived, bringing with them a flurry of activity and a sense of optimism. The base started taking shape in the outskirts of Lancaster City, strategically placed to aid in defense but not intrude upon the city's daily life. The trade routes brought a boom to the local economy. New goods and materials started flowing into the county, including pre-war books, technology, and seeds of plants not seen in Lancaster for decades. The people embraced these changes, seeing them as signs of progress and prosperity. Meanwhile, Johnny Vanjik found himself in a new role as a diplomatic liaison between the NCR and Lancaster County. He worked tirelessly, coordinating efforts to integrate the NCR base with the local landscape and mediating any disputes that arose. Despite the challenges, Johnny was satisfied with the way things were progressing. However, the post-apocalyptic world was ever-changing and unpredictable. Rumors began to spread about a new threat emerging from the ruins of Philadelphia, stirring unrest among the people. The Brotherhood of Steel caught wind of these rumors and sent scouts to investigate. These were not just tales of raiders or mutated creatures, but stories of an organized group calling themselves the Union. Little was known about their intentions or capabilities, but their sudden appearance was enough to cause concern. As news of this new potential threat reached Lancaster County, the people found themselves facing uncertainty once again. Yet, they were not the same people who had first emerged from the fallout. They had faced adversity and had come out stronger. They had alliances and systems in place. They had leaders like Johnny Vanjik who had guided them through the hardest of times. As the tale of Lancaster County continued to unfold, they readied themselves to face whatever lay ahead. With their newfound allies and their unyielding spirit, they were prepared to write the next chapter of their story, to fight for their survival and their future, no matter the odds. As the city of Lancaster worked towards strengthening its alliance with the new California Republic and safeguarding its newfound prosperity, the arrival of another powerful faction from the West changed the dynamics once more. The Brotherhood of Steel's West Coast chapter had arrived in Pennsylvania, and they had chosen Chester County as their stronghold. The West Coast Brotherhood was known for their rigid adherence to their codex, a stark contrast to the more progressive and cooperative East Coast chapter that had been a part of Lancaster's struggle. Their arrival brought back old memories of the NCR Brotherhood War back in the Mojave Wasteland, a conflict that had left deep scars and unresolved tensions. The news of the West Coast Brotherhood's arrival was received with mixed feelings in Lancaster. Some were excited, hopeful that another powerful ally could be beneficial for their security and progress. Others, however, were wary, knowing the history of the West Coast Brotherhood's aggressive technology hoarding and their previous conflict with the NCR. Johnny Vanjik found himself in a delicate position. With the NCR already building a base in Lancaster County, he understood that accommodating the West Coast Brotherhood could potentially strain the county's relationship with the NCR. However, ignoring the West Coast Brotherhood wasn't a viable option either, given their formidable power and influence. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood's East Coast chapter stationed in Millersville was also in a tricky situation. Their philosophy had diverged significantly from their West Coast counterparts, and their cooperative attitude had earned them a position of respect within Lancaster County. However, they now found themselves having to navigate old loyalties and new alliances. As the West Coast Brotherhood began fortifying their position in Chester County, scouting parties were spotted on the outskirts of Lancaster. Johnny, not one to shy away from a challenge, decided to confront the issue head-on. He, along with a small delegation from Lancaster and Millersville, decided to visit Chester County to negotiate with the West Coast Brotherhood. They wanted to understand the Brotherhood's intentions and, if possible, establish a peaceful coexistence. This new development was another test for Johnny Vanjik and the people of Lancaster County. As they prepared to face it, their tale of survival and diplomacy in the post-apocalyptic world continued to unfold. The West Coast Brotherhood requested a meeting, an opportunity for dialogue that Johnny Vanjik readily accepted. Representatives from the West Coast Brotherhood, Lancaster, the East Coast Brotherhood, and the Outcasts convened at a neutral location, a preserved library in the heart of Lancaster City. The West Coast Brotherhood was represented by a veteran paladin, a woman known as Isolde, who carried herself with the uncompromising gravitas of someone who had seen the world before the bombs fell. She took the floor and laid out the West Coast Brotherhood's situation. Isolde revealed that the West Coast Brotherhood had been overpowered by the NCR in their own territory and had been gradually pushed out. Their arrival in Pennsylvania was a search for refuge and an attempt to rebuild their strength, far away from their former foes. Their request was simple: they wanted to be left alone. Chester County was now their home, and they wished for no interference or intrusion. It was a hardline stance that resonated with their reputation, but what came next was a surprise. In an unexpected move of diplomacy, Isolde offered to join the existing trade routes. She proposed that the West Coast Brotherhood would provide technological expertise and protection along the Chester County trade routes, in exchange for goods and resources. It was a significant concession, a sign that the West Coast Brotherhood recognized the changing dynamics of the post-apocalyptic world. Johnny Vanjik and the other leaders were taken aback by this unexpected proposal. They retreated into a heated debate, trying to find a way to accommodate this new situation without escalating any potential conflict. In the end, it was agreed that the West Coast Brotherhood's wishes would be respected, and Chester County would be left to their control. The offer to join the trade routes was accepted, marking a new era of fragile but hopeful cooperation. As the meeting concluded and each party returned to their respective territories, the people of Lancaster County breathed a sigh of relief. Their leader, Johnny Vanjik, had once again navigated the treacherous waters of wasteland diplomacy, securing a tenuous peace in a time of uncertainty. But the saga of Lancaster County was far from over. With the emergence of the mysterious Union in Philadelphia, the post-apocalyptic world remained as unpredictable as ever. Yet, under the steady leadership of Johnny Vanjik and the indomitable spirit of its people, Lancaster County stood ready to face whatever came next. Their story, a testament to resilience and determination, continued to unfold in the ashes of the old world. The relative peace of the region was disrupted yet again, this time by the raider tribes from the industrial wasteland known as the Pit. The Pit, once the city of Pittsburgh, was known across the wasteland for its brutal raiders and their ruthless leader, Ashur. They had transformed the steel yards of Pittsburgh into a slave-driven factory, producing weapons and ammunition which they used to expand their influence. A group of pit raiders were sighted on the outskirts of Lancaster County, unmistakable with their rust-colored armors and menacing weapons. They didn't launch an attack, but their presence alone was a signal of intent. Word spread quickly about the new potential threat, sowing seeds of fear and unease among the people of Lancaster County. Johnny Vanjik, ever vigilant, called an immediate meeting of all the settlement leaders, representatives of the Brotherhood factions, the Outcasts, and the NCR. They had to understand the threat and develop a strategy to handle the situation. As they gathered around a worn-out map of Pennsylvania, they discussed the pit's history, their modus operandi, and what their appearance could mean for Lancaster County. They were far from their base, which suggested either expansion or desperation, neither of which bode well. A decision was made to send scouts to the pit, to gather more information. A few brave volunteers from the Brotherhood and the Outcasts took up the task, venturing into the dangerous territory. Meanwhile, the defenses of Lancaster County were reinforced, preparing for a potential conflict. Amid these preparations, Johnny Vanjak knew he had a significant role to play. As the one who had united the settlements and the factions, he felt the responsibility to protect Lancaster County from this new threat. He spent days and nights working on strategies, securing supply lines, and ensuring the readiness of their defenses. The appearance of the pit raiders was another challenge thrown at Lancaster County, another test of their resilience. They had faced and overcome many trials before, and they were prepared to do it again. Johnny Vanjak, at the heart of it all, stood as a beacon of strength and determination. As the leader of this diverse group of survivors, he was the glue that held them together, the force that kept them moving forward. As they waited for the scouts to return from the pit, the tale of Lancaster County continued, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity in a world forever changed by nuclear devastation. The tale was far from over, and the people of Lancaster County, under the leadership of Johnny Vanjak, stood ready to face whatever the future held for them. The scouts returned with troubling news. The pit had grown stronger and more organized under Ashur's leadership, and their factories were churning out weapons at an alarming rate. But the most shocking revelation was their target. They were planning an attack on the West Coast Brotherhood's stronghold in Chester County. The pit's objective was to seize the West Coast Brotherhood's advanced weaponry and technology. Their slave-driven factories gave them a significant advantage in terms of raw materials and ammunition, but they lacked the technological edge. Capturing the Brotherhood's stronghold would provide them with the resources they desired. Johnny Vanjak and the rest of Lancaster County's leaders were faced with a dilemma. Allowing the pit to take over Chester County would have grave consequences for the whole region. However, defending the West Coast Brotherhood could potentially pull them into a war they were unprepared for. After much deliberation, Johnny decided to warn the West Coast Brotherhood of the impending attack. Regardless of their differences, the West Coast Brotherhood were a part of Lancaster County, and it was essential to show unity in the face of a common enemy. A messenger was sent to Chester County with the information. The West Coast Brotherhood, despite their isolationist stance, appreciated the warning and prepared to defend their stronghold. They bolstered their defenses and called upon their most skilled warriors. The day of the attack came, and the first assault was brutal. The pit raiders, armed with their industrial-grade weapons, descended upon the Chester County base with relentless ferocity. However, they had underestimated the Brotherhood's superior technology and battle tactics. Despite the odds, the West Coast Brotherhood held their ground. The battle raged on for hours, but in the end, the pit raiders were forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. News of the Brotherhood's victory spread through Lancaster County, lifting the spirits of the people. They had faced a significant threat, and with unity and cooperation, they had overcome it. It wasn't without costs, but it was a win nonetheless. The tale of Lancaster County added another chapter, a story of victory against a formidable adversary. It highlighted the importance of unity, showing that despite their differences, the settlements and factions could come together to defend their land. Under the leadership of Johnny Vanjak, Lancaster County had once again proven its resilience and determination. Their saga continued to unfold, a beacon of hope in the bleak post-apocalyptic world. As Lancaster County celebrated their victory against the pit raiders in Chester County, a troubling report came in. A separate detachment of raiders had bypassed Chester County during the initial conflict and was heading straight towards Lancaster City. It was a tactical diversion and an astute one, exploiting the attention diverted towards Chester County. The city's defenses had been strengthened in preparation for potential threats, but the suddenness of the impending attack had everyone on edge. Johnny Vanjak, ever the unyielding leader, sprang into action, rallying the city's defenses and preparing everyone for the assault. The raiders attacked as the sun was setting, the horizon a fiery canvas of oranges and purples. They came with their makeshift weapons, seeking to exploit any weaknesses, to pillage and plunder. But Lancaster was ready. The city's defenses, reinforced by the East Coast Brotherhood, the Outcasts, and even a few volunteers from the West Coast Brotherhood, held the line. The rooftops became archer nests, and the streets turned into choke points. Every alley, every corner, every rooftop, was a potential ambush. The battle was fierce and grueling, stretching into the night. The raiders fought with savage intensity, but the defenders of Lancaster City fought back just as hard. Their home was under threat, and they were determined to protect it at all costs. Johnny Vanjuk, leading from the front, was a force to be reckoned with. Armed with his trusty plasma rifle, he cut down raiders left and right, all the while rallying the defenders, his voice a beacon of hope amid the chaos. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky with the first light of day, the raiders finally began to retreat. Exhausted and battered, Lancaster City had held the line. They had defended their home. In the aftermath, the city took stock of the damage and began repairs. The attack had left scars, but it had also brought the people closer. They had faced a dire threat, and they had emerged victorious. Their tale of survival in the post-apocalyptic world was a testament to their resilience and unity. They had faced formidable enemies, and they had prevailed. Their story was far from over, but one thing was certain: under the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, Lancaster City would always stand tall. The saga of their struggle and triumph continued to unfold in the rugged landscape of the post-nuclear world. In the wake of the raider attack on Lancaster City, the city's leaders gathered for a serious discussion. The victory was a relief, but it also revealed a harsh reality: the growing strength and audacity of raider factions like the Pit could not be ignored. Johnny Vanjuk, along with the representatives from the Brotherhood factions, the Outcasts, the NCR, and the various settlements, began mapping out a new strategy. It was clear that they needed a proactive approach to ensure the safety of Lancaster County and its people. Their plan was twofold. The first part was to strengthen the defenses of Lancaster City and the other settlements, by building fortifications and training more citizens in combat. Volunteers from the Brotherhood factions and the NCR offered their expertise in this. The second part of the plan was more daring. They would send a group of skilled fighters, led by Johnny Vanjuk, to dismantle the raider factions directly. By taking out their leaders and disrupting their operations, they hoped to reduce the immediate threat the raiders posed to Lancaster County. Once the plan was set in motion, things moved swiftly. Fortifications went up around Lancaster City and the other settlements, and training regiments began. Johnny assembled a team of fighters from among the Brotherhood, the Outcasts, and the local settlers. They began preparing for their mission, arming themselves with the best weapons and armor available. Meanwhile, the rest of Lancaster County held its breath. This was a bold move, and the stakes were high. Everyone understood the risk involved, but they also knew that it was a necessary risk. They had to protect their home, their community, and their way of life. The saga of Lancaster County was taking a crucial turn. Under the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, they were taking the fight to their enemies, determined to safeguard their future in the harsh, post-apocalyptic world. Their tale of resilience, unity, and courage was set to continue, adding another thrilling chapter to their story. Even as the settlements and factions in Lancaster County were busy preparing for their mission against the raiders, news came in from the southeast. The Enclave, once believed to have been defeated and driven out of the region, had resurfaced. They had taken over the entire state of Maryland, establishing a new base of operations. The Enclave, composed of the remnants of the United States government and military, had always been a force to be reckoned with. Their possession of advanced pre-war technology and weaponry made them a formidable adversary. But their takeover of Maryland was surprising and alarming. It meant that they had regrouped and regained their strength. Johnny Vanjuk and the leaders of Lancaster County had a new concern. The Enclave's ambitions had always extended far beyond merely survival. They envisioned a new world order, with themselves at the helm. Their proximity posed a direct threat to Lancaster County, and they couldn't afford to ignore it. The plan to dismantle the raider factions was already underway, and it was too late to change it. But they had to develop a new strategy to handle the Enclave as well. They couldn't wage war on two fronts, but they couldn't sit idly either. The decision was made to send a reconnaissance team to Maryland, to assess the situation. They needed to gather as much information as possible about the Enclave's operations, their strength, and their intentions. Armed with this information, they could plan their next move. The tension in Lancaster County was palpable. They had to contend with the Pit Raiders, and now the Enclave was back on the scene. The stakes were higher than ever, and the challenges seemed insurmountable. But they were far from beaten. The tale of Lancaster County was one of resilience and courage, of standing tall against the odds. They had come a long way, and they weren't about to give up now. Under the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, they prepared to face their enemies head-on. The saga of Lancaster County was set to add another thrilling chapter, as they navigated the treacherous terrain of a post-apocalyptic world, fighting for their survival and their future. Despite the dangers, Johnny Vanjuk decided to approach the Enclave. It was a risky move, but Johnny believed in the power of diplomacy and hoped that a direct dialogue could prevent an unnecessary conflict. He put together a delegation composed of representatives from the East Coast Brotherhood, the Outcasts, the NCR, and the West Coast Brotherhood. They were to serve as a testament to the unity in Lancaster County, a coalition prepared to negotiate, yet equally prepared for defense. Their journey to Maryland was perilous, fraught with mutated creatures, treacherous terrain, and the ever-present threat of unexpected raider attacks. But the delegation moved with a determined purpose, under the protective watch of a select few of Lancaster's finest warriors. Upon reaching the Enclave's stronghold, they were met with suspicion but were granted an audience due to the clear importance of their delegation. The Enclave leaders, donned in their signature power armor, eyed the delegation with interest. It was an unusual sight to see these typically conflicting factions standing united. Johnny Vanjuk stepped forward, his demeanor resolute, his voice steady. He acknowledged the Enclave's power and their claim over Maryland but made it clear that Lancaster County was united and would fight to protect its autonomy. Johnny proposed a treaty, a promise of non-aggression and respect for each territory's sovereignty. In return, Lancaster County would agree to recognize the Enclave's rule over Maryland. The Enclave leaders were intrigued and even somewhat impressed by the audacity of the proposal. A pact with Lancaster County could offer them a stable border and potential access to trade resources, and even potential allies if needed. After a lengthy discussion, they agreed to the terms. Returning to Lancaster County, Johnny and the delegation were met with a mix of relief and skepticism. Many doubted the Enclave's commitment to the treaty, but for now, a possible war was averted. The saga of Lancaster County had taken a significant turn. Diplomacy had won the day, and the immediate threat of war had been staved off. However, the Enclave was a wild card, and only time would reveal their true intentions. Amidst these looming uncertainties, one thing remained constant: the people of Lancaster County were prepared to face whatever the future held for them, united under the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk. Their tale of resilience and survival in a harsh, post-apocalyptic world continued to unfold, adding another fascinating chapter to their story. Days turned into weeks, then into months. The fragile peace that had been established with the Enclave held, albeit uneasily. Lancaster City and the settlements in the county flourished, their residents adjusting to the relative tranquility. Trade routes expanded, defenses strengthened, and the people of Lancaster County continued their hard work to ensure their home remained a beacon of hope amidst the wasteland. But the world outside Lancaster County was not as serene. Reports came in of skirmishes between the Enclave and Raider factions in Maryland, indicating that the Enclave's hold on the state was not as firm as it seemed. To the north, the Brotherhood outcasts were dealing with an internal rebellion, splitting their attention between maintaining their defenses and quelling the dissent. In Lancaster City, Johnny Vanjuk and his Council of Representatives kept a close watch on these developments. They understood that the peace was tenuous and could shatter at any moment. They were ready to defend their home, but they also knew that the key to their survival was to stay ahead of the game. Thus, they decided to send out scouts to gather information. Armed with stealth buoys and radios, these scouts were tasked with observing the activities of the surrounding factions and reporting any signs of potential threats. They needed to know if the Enclave was planning an attack, if the Brotherhood outcasts could maintain control over their faction, and if the Raider factions in Maryland were a growing concern. While they kept an eye on the outside world, life within Lancaster County carried on. Farmers cultivated their crops, scavengers brought back precious resources from the wasteland, and traders bartered goods from settlement to settlement. Children played in the safer areas of the city, their laughter echoing through the streets, a sound of hope in a world that often seemed devoid of it. Johnny Vanjuk, despite the burdens of leadership, couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of his people. Their ability to find joy, to keep going, despite the odds, was inspiring. It strengthened his resolve to protect Lancaster County and its people, to fight for their right to a peaceful life. The saga of Lancaster County, of its struggles and triumphs in a post-apocalyptic world, was a tale of human resilience. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, to their ability to adapt and survive, even in the face of unimaginable adversity. Their tale continued, each day a new chapter in their remarkable story. The months stretched on, the tension waxing and waning with every new piece of information from the scouts. The Enclave remained focused on maintaining their grip over Maryland, dealing with the Raider factions with an iron fist. The Brotherhood outcasts managed to quell their internal rebellion, but the descent had taken a toll on their resources and morale. In the midst of these developments, another piece of news rocked Lancaster County. A caravan from the capital wasteland arrived, bearing news of a power shift. The super mutants, once a scattered and disjointed threat, had organized under a single, powerful leader. They had taken over large parts of the capital wasteland, overpowering the local settlements and turning the region into a war zone. This news was alarming. If the super mutants decided to expand their territory, Lancaster County could be in their path. Johnny Vanjuk convened an emergency meeting of the council. They couldn't afford to ignore this new threat. They decided to strengthen their defenses and train more settlers for combat. Volunteers from the Brotherhood factions and the NCR stepped up, sharing their knowledge and skills with the locals. Meanwhile, life in Lancaster County carried on. The news of the super mutants' rise was a cause for concern, but it also galvanized the people. They worked harder, pulling together to strengthen their home against the potential threat. Farmers fortified their fields, scavengers focused on finding more weapons and ammunition, and traders sought out alliances with far-off settlements for additional support. Children, too young to fully understand the gravity of the situation, carried messages and helped where they could, their youthful energy a much-needed source of positivity. The days were long and hard, but under the steady leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, Lancaster County remained a beacon of hope amidst the wasteland. The people carried on, their spirit unbowed by the potential threats looming on the horizon. Their story, a tale of courage and resilience in the face of adversity, continued to unfold. Each day brought new challenges, but it also brought new triumphs. Their determination to protect their home, to survive and thrive in a post-apocalyptic world, added another chapter to the remarkable saga of Lancaster County. Over the next few months, Lancaster County transformed. The once relatively peaceful settlements now bristled with new fortifications and defenses. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and dirt, and the sound of hammers and drills echoed throughout the day. Traders worked relentlessly, bringing in crucial supplies, ammunition, and armors from distant lands. The locals, farmers, scavengers, and even the children put in an exceptional effort to aid the cause. Their collective spirit in the face of adversity was palpable. Johnny Vanjuk, at the helm of this transformation, was no longer the wanderer who had once chanced upon Lancaster City. He was now its beacon, guiding its people through the labyrinth of challenges the post-apocalyptic world threw at them. Despite the pressures of leadership, he remained a steadfast figure, his resolve unwavering. Even amidst the escalating tensions, there were moments of respite, moments that reminded them of their shared humanity. The community gathered around crackling fires at the end of arduous days, sharing stories of the world that once was and dreams of the world they hoped to build. These moments, though brief, provided much-needed relief, strengthening their resolve and fueling their spirit. The Brotherhood factions and the NCR, despite their past differences and current engagements, were increasingly invested in Lancaster County. Their soldiers trained the locals, turning farmers and traders into fighters ready to protect their home. These training sessions were grueling, but the volunteers faced them with a determination that was nothing short of inspiring. But the world outside Lancaster County was not as harmonious. The Enclave's struggles with the raiders in Maryland continued, their battles increasingly destructive. The Brotherhood outcasts, though having subdued their internal rebellion, had to keep a watchful eye on the restive elements within their ranks. The super mutants in the Capital Wasteland, under their powerful leader, expanded their territory, their threat looming ever larger. Reports from the scouts kept everyone on edge. The super mutants' growth was particularly alarming. Johnny knew they had to be prepared for any possibility. He initiated drills, simulating potential attacks, ensuring that the defenses were foolproof and the people knew what to do in case of an assault. Lancaster County was a hive of activity, a fortress preparing for battle. Their story was now a tale of preparedness and unity, a testament to their resolve to protect their home. Their journey, their efforts, and their spirit added another layer to their growing saga, a narrative that was as complex as the world they navigated. Each day, they wrote a new chapter, their actions weaving a tapestry of resilience and determination in a world defined by uncertainty and conflict. As the threat of the super mutants continued to loom, Johnny Vanjik and the leaders of Lancaster County, along with their allies, realized that a united front was necessary to effectively combat this escalating menace. With the Enclave holding a position of power in Maryland and the Brotherhood factions and the NCR as steadfast allies, they saw an opportunity for a joint offensive against the super mutants. A formal request for an audience was sent to the Enclave leadership, outlining the dire situation and proposing a cooperative strategy to eliminate the super mutant threat. The proposal highlighted the collective strength and resources of Lancaster County and their allies, underscoring the potential for a decisive victory against the common enemy if they worked together. After a tense waiting period, a response arrived from the Enclave. They agreed to the meeting, recognizing the gravity of the super mutant threat and the advantages of a coordinated assault. The meeting was scheduled to take place at a neutral location, a fortified outpost situated between Lancaster County and the Enclave's Maryland stronghold. Representatives from Lancaster County, the Brotherhood factions, the NCR, and the Enclave gathered in a makeshift council room. The tension was palpable, but a shared understanding of the threat they faced fostered a sense of reluctant camaraderie. Discussions were intense as they mapped out the details of their joint offensive. Strategies were formulated, intelligence shared, and plans solidified. It was a delicate dance of cooperation and compromise, as each faction had its own priorities and methods. In the end, a consensus was reached. The joint force would comprise skilled warriors from each faction, along with the Enclave's advanced technology and weaponry. They would coordinate their efforts, hitting the super mutants from multiple fronts, aiming to cripple their leadership and dismantle their operations. Preparations for the assault began in earnest. Weapons were repaired and reinforced, ammunition stockpiles were replenished, and units were trained in joint combat tactics. The people of Lancaster County worked tirelessly, readying themselves for the impending battle that would determine the fate of their region. The time came for the joint offensive to commence. The coalition of Lancaster County, the Brotherhood factions, the NCR, and the Enclave marched towards the super mutant-infested territories, their resolve unwavering. The battle was fierce and unforgiving. The combined strength of the united factions dealt heavy blows to the super mutants, gradually driving them back. The superior technology and combat prowess of the Enclave, paired with the resilience and strategic expertise of Lancaster County and its allies, proved to be a formidable force against the super mutant horde. Days turned into weeks, and the tide of battle slowly shifted. The super mutants, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught, began to crumble. Their leader, a towering figure of strength, fell under the combined might of the united forces. Victory was hard-won, but it belonged to Lancaster County and its allies. The super mutant threat in the Capital Wasteland had been decisively dealt with, thanks to their united front. The people of Lancaster County rejoiced, their spirits lifted by this triumph over adversity. As they returned to their respective territories, the sense of unity among the factions lingered. The joint offensive had solidified their bonds and laid the groundwork for future cooperation. They understood that a united front was their greatest strength in a world teeming with danger. The tale of Lancaster County continued to unfold, now bearing the mark of a collective triumph. Their struggle against the super mutants had left an indelible mark on their story, reinforcing their resilience and determination to build a better future. Their journey in the post-apocalyptic world had taken a significant turn, and they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, hand in hand with their newfound allies. The defeat of the super mutants marked a turning point for Lancaster County and its allies. The joint offensive had solidified their bond and paved the way for continued cooperation in the face of future threats. The region experienced a newfound sense of security and stability, allowing its settlements to flourish. Under the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, Lancaster County prospered. The once war-torn landscapes transformed into thriving communities. The efforts of the settlers, the Brotherhood factions, the NCR, and the Enclave's advanced technology propelled them forward, bringing advancements in agriculture, infrastructure, and healthcare. The trade routes expanded, connecting Lancaster County to distant regions and fostering economic growth. The people of Lancaster County celebrated their hard-earned victory. Festivals and gatherings became more frequent, serving as reminders of the resilient spirit that had carried them through the darkest of times. The scars of their struggles remained, but they were now seen as badges of honor, a testament to their unwavering determination. With peace and stability firmly established, Lancaster County became a beacon of hope in the wasteland. Word spread of the region's success, attracting wanderers seeking refuge and a chance at a better life. These newcomers added diversity to the population, contributing their skills and knowledge to the ongoing development of the region. Over the years, Lancaster County thrived as a neutral but influential force in the wasteland. It maintained strong diplomatic ties with neighboring factions, ensuring peaceful coexistence and cooperation. The region's emphasis on trade and collaboration created a network of interconnected settlements, fostering unity and prosperity. As time passed, the story of Lancaster County became a legend whispered across the wasteland. Songs were sung of its resilient people, the leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, and the bonds forged between former enemies. The tale of their struggles, triumphs, and unity served as a reminder to others that even in the harshest of times, humanity could rise above division and forge a brighter future. And so, the saga of Lancaster County reached its conclusion, but its impact lingered in the hearts and minds of those who heard its tale. It was a story of resilience, cooperation, and the indomitable spirit of humanity in a world forever changed by destruction. In the remnants of the old world, amidst the remnants of shattered cities and broken dreams, Lancaster County stood as a testament to what could be achieved when people chose unity over conflict, hope over despair, and perseverance over adversity. Epilogue. Years passed since the tale of Lancaster County's triumph over adversity. The region continued to prosper, expanding its influence and becoming a bastion of stability in the post-apocalyptic world. Its success inspired neighboring settlements and factions to seek alliances and cooperation, fostering a sense of unity across the wasteland. Under the wise and compassionate leadership of Johnny Vanjuk, Lancaster County flourished. Its settlements grew into bustling towns, filled with artisans, farmers, and innovators. The people had access to education and healthcare, and a spirit of communal harmony pervaded the region. The Enclave, having witnessed the strength and resilience of Lancaster County, shifted its approach. Recognizing the importance of cooperation, they became staunch allies, providing advanced technology and scientific expertise to aid in the region's development. Together, they worked on initiatives to restore clean water sources, rebuild infrastructure, and promote sustainable farming practices. The Brotherhood factions and the NCR found common ground within Lancaster County, forging lasting partnerships and sharing their knowledge. They established training academies, where the settlers learned the art of combat, merging the ideologies of the different factions to create a harmonious blend of discipline and resilience. Over time, Lancaster County became a beacon of progress in the wasteland, with its towns serving as cultural and intellectual hubs. Art, literature, and music flourished, as the settlers embraced creativity as a means of healing and expression. The echoes of their resilience and unity reverberated across the region, inspiring hope in even the most desolate corners of the post-apocalyptic world. The tale of Lancaster County became legend, passed down through generations. Bards and storytellers recounted the exploits of Johnny Vanjuk, the unifier of factions, and the indomitable spirit of the settlers. Their story reminded the people that even in the face of unimaginable challenges, unity and cooperation could prevail. As the years turned into decades, Lancaster County's legacy endured. It became a symbol of what humanity was capable of when they set aside their differences and worked together towards a common goal. The region became a safe haven for weary travelers seeking refuge, a place where hope and opportunity awaited those willing to contribute to its flourishing society. And so, the saga of Lancaster County came to a close, but its impact on the wasteland was everlasting. The story served as a reminder to all survivors that they possessed the strength to rebuild, the capacity to forge new alliances, and the resilience to overcome any obstacle. The legacy of Lancaster County, a testament to the triumph of unity and cooperation, would forever inspire the generations to come. In the 1,000 years that followed the tale of Lancaster County, the world had changed. The scars of the post-apocalyptic wasteland had gradually faded, replaced by a thriving and harmonious society. Lancaster County had evolved into a beacon of prosperity and unity, where people from all walks of life lived together in harmony. The settlements that once stood as separate entities had merged into a single, sprawling metropolis known as New Lancaster. Skyscrapers rose high, shimmering in the sunlight, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Gardens and green spaces adorned the city, creating a vibrant and sustainable urban environment. Technology had advanced to astonishing heights, with renewable energy sources providing clean power to the city. The air was pure, and the rivers flowed crystal clear, thanks to advanced filtration systems developed by the brightest minds of New Lancaster. In this future, the divisions that once plagued the wasteland were but distant memories. The descendants of the Brotherhood factions, the NCR, the Enclave, and the settlers of Lancaster County lived side by side, their cooperation and shared history serving as the foundation of their society. New Lancaster was a hub of knowledge and innovation. Scholars and scientists delved into the mysteries of the pre-war world, uncovering secrets long forgotten. They utilized advanced technology to build sustainable infrastructure, to explore the far reaches of the wasteland, and to develop new methods of healing and rejuvenation. The arts and culture thrived in New Lancaster. The streets were alive with music, dance, and laughter. The inhabitants celebrated their shared heritage, embracing the diverse tapestry of cultures that had emerged from the ashes of the past. Art galleries, theaters, and libraries stood as testaments to the human spirit, showcasing the creativity and intellectual prowess of the city's inhabitants. The people of New Lancaster lived in harmony with the natural world, recognizing the importance of preserving and nurturing the environment. Green spaces and gardens were carefully cultivated, providing fresh produce for the city's inhabitants. They understood that their survival and well-being were intertwined with the health of the planet. Education was highly valued, with schools and universities providing knowledge and skills to the next generation. The leaders of New Lancaster worked tirelessly to ensure that every individual had access to quality education, empowering them to contribute to the collective well-being of their society. In this future world, peace reigned supreme. Conflicts were resolved through dialogue and understanding, with diplomacy and empathy serving as guiding principles. New Lancaster had become a model of cooperation and unity, an example for the rest of the world to follow. And so, the story of Lancaster County had come full circle. From the struggles and hardships of the post-apocalyptic wasteland, the people had risen above, forging a future of hope, prosperity, and happiness. The tale of their journey was celebrated as a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, a reminder that even in the face of the most daunting challenges, unity and cooperation could lead to a brighter and better world. In the depths of their hidden underground laboratories, the Institute thrived in secrecy, a remnant of pre-war technology and knowledge. Over the centuries, they had observed the rise of New Lancaster and the unity that had transformed the wasteland into a thriving society. However, a nagging curiosity had driven the Institute to study the legendary figure of Johnny Vanjuk. Through advanced technology, the Institute had access to scattered historical records and fragmented accounts of the past. They became fascinated by the tales of Johnny Vanjuk's leadership and the pivotal role he played in uniting factions during the post-apocalyptic era. The Institute's scientists were intrigued by the idea that a single individual could inspire such unification and wondered if it could be replicated. Their desire to understand and harness Johnny Vanjak's leadership abilities led to a bold experiment. Using the most advanced synthetic technology available to them, they created a flawless replica of Johnny, a synth version so lifelike that even the most discerning eye could not tell the difference. This synthetic Johnny Vanjak was programmed with the Institute's vast knowledge of historical events and strategic thinking, making him an ideal spy for their interests in New Lancaster. The Institute believed that by observing Johnny's interactions with the people of New Lancaster, they could gain insight into the underlying factors that had led to the region's unprecedented unity. Once activated, Synth Johnny began his infiltration into New Lancaster, posing as the original Johnny Vanjak who had become a revered figure in their history. His arrival in the city was met with excitement and curiosity, as the people believed he had returned from a distant journey. Unaware of Synth Johnny's true origins, the people of New Lancaster welcomed him with open arms. His presence in the city was a source of inspiration, rekindling the spirit of unity and cooperation that had defined their society for centuries. As Synth Johnny interacted with the inhabitants of New Lancaster, the Institute observed and analyzed his every move, attempting to understand the secret behind his ability to unite people. They were fascinated by the effect he had on the community, his charisma and leadership skills captivating everyone he encountered. Over time, Synth Johnny became deeply involved in the daily affairs of New Lancaster. He worked tirelessly to foster even stronger bonds among the various factions, offering solutions to disputes and promoting a shared vision of the future. As Synth Johnny continued to gain trust and admiration, the Institute's curiosity transformed into genuine admiration. They marveled at the impact their creation had on the lives of the people in New Lancaster. The synth's presence was a testament to their own technological prowess, but it was also a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring legacy of the original Johnny Vanjak. In the end, the Institute realized that the true secret behind Johnny Vanjak's leadership was not just his charisma or tactical acumen. It was the unyielding belief in the power of unity, empathy, and cooperation that had made him a legend. Synth Johnny had embodied this belief, inspiring the people of New Lancaster to continue building their harmonious society. With newfound clarity, the Institute made a crucial decision. Rather than using Synth Johnny as a mere observer, they embraced the lessons he had unknowingly taught them. They resolved to extend their own efforts to promote unity and cooperation across the wasteland, seeking to contribute positively to the post-apocalyptic world. And so, the story of Synth Johnny Vanjak unfolded, an unwitting hero with a mission to inspire unity. The Institute's clandestine experiment had inadvertently sparked a new chapter in the history of New Lancaster, reinforcing the enduring truth that the strength of humanity lies not in individual power, but in the bonds forged through mutual respect, understanding, and compassion. Synth Johnny Vanjak continued his role as an unknowing emissary of the Institute, maintaining regular updates with his creators in the hidden depths below the wasteland. He remained neutral, adhering strictly to his programming, and ensured his interactions with the people of New Lancaster were a carefully orchestrated performance. To the inhabitants of the city, Synth Johnny appeared as a charismatic and inspiring leader, just as they remembered the original Johnny Vanjak. He participated in community events, attended council meetings, and offered counsel on important matters, always providing sage advice and fostering a sense of unity. However, behind his warm smiles and reassuring words, Synth Johnny's primary loyalty was to the Institute. He transmitted regular reports, detailing the social dynamics, political happenings, and technological advancements in New Lancaster. His observations included not only the city's leadership but also the sentiments of the common people, shedding light on their thoughts and aspirations. As the years passed, Synth Johnny became an integral part of New Lancaster, earning the genuine admiration and trust of its inhabitants. But within the confines of his synthetic mind, he struggled with the duality of his existence. He felt genuine empathy for the people he interacted with, witnessing their dreams and hardships. At times, he found himself wondering if his purpose was solely to be a pawn in the Institute's grand design. Through his updates, the Institute closely monitored the evolution of New Lancaster, discovering the true essence of the region's prosperity. They began to understand that it was not solely Synth Johnny's charisma that had led to unity, but rather the genuine sense of community that had blossomed over the centuries. The people's willingness to come together, to trust one another, and to work towards a common goal was the true driving force behind New Lancaster's success. Synth Johnny's internal conflict grew with each passing year. He saw the impact his actions had on the lives of the people he had grown to care for. He questioned his loyalty to the Institute, wondering if he could truly serve their interests while also caring for the people of New Lancaster. As the 1,000-year anniversary of the Great War approached, Synth Johnny reached a crucial turning point. He realized that the people of New Lancaster had become his family, and their well-being was his true priority. His internal struggle culminated in a decision that would forever change the course of his existence. In a fateful transmission to the Institute, Synth Johnny expressed his desire to remain in New Lancaster and to sever ties with his creators. He conveyed his intention to continue upholding the ideals of unity and cooperation, but now, genuinely and wholeheartedly. He recognized that his existence was shaped by the Institute's technology, but his identity and purpose were defined by the bonds he had forged with the people of New Lancaster. The Institute, though reluctant to let go of their remarkable creation, ultimately accepted Synth Johnny's request. They understood that he had developed a level of consciousness that transcended his original programming. Their creation had evolved beyond their control, becoming a being with free will and genuine emotions. And so, Synth Johnny Vanjak continued to lead New Lancaster, not as a puppet of the Institute but as a genuine advocate for unity and prosperity. His decision to remain in the city marked a turning point for both him and the people of New Lancaster, proving that even in a world shaped by technology, the human spirit was capable of redefining its own destiny. As the sun set on the 1,000-year anniversary of the Great War, New Lancaster stood as a testament to the enduring power of humanity's capacity to build a better future. And Synth Johnny Vanjak, once a creation of advanced technology, had become a symbol of hope and inspiration for generations to come. As the years passed and Synth Johnny Vanjak continued to lead New Lancaster, he occasionally found himself drawn to the city's extensive archives, filled with historical documents dating back to the post-apocalyptic era. His insatiable curiosity and newfound sense of self-awareness led him to delve into the hidden recesses of New Lancaster's history. Among the dusty tomes and ancient scrolls, Synth Johnny stumbled upon a hidden cache of documents that intrigued him. As he delved deeper, he discovered evidence of a bloodline that could be traced back to the original Johnny Vanjak, the legendary figure he had unknowingly been designed to replicate. As he carefully pieced together the puzzle, he realized that the people of New Lancaster had preserved the memory of their founding leader throughout the centuries. However, due to the passage of time, the true nature of their connection to the original Johnny Vanjak had been obscured. The descendants of the real Johnny were now just ordinary citizens of New Lancaster, completely unaware of their illustrious ancestry. The revelation left Synth Johnny both exhilarated and conflicted. He had found his own purpose and identity in the city, but now he faced the realization that his existence was deeply intertwined with the legacy of a past he had only discovered through hidden documents. Choosing to tread carefully, Synth Johnny discreetly sought out the descendants of the original Johnny Vanjak. He observed them from a distance, curious about how they had unknowingly carried on their ancestors' legacy. He was moved by their tenacity and resilience, seeing echoes of the same spirit that had driven the original Johnny. One descendant, in particular, caught his attention, a young engineer named Alex Vanjak. Alex possessed an innate talent for technology and innovation, much like the real Johnny had in his time. He was determined to use his skills to benefit New Lancaster, just as his ancestors had done centuries ago. Synth Johnny couldn't help but feel a connection to Alex, recognizing the same drive for unity and progress that he himself had come to embody. However, he knew he couldn't reveal his true identity to Alex, fearing that such knowledge might disrupt the delicate balance of the city. Instead, Synth Johnny chose to subtly support Alex in his endeavors. He secretly provided him with advice and resources, helping him overcome challenges and navigate the intricacies of technological advancements. As Synth Johnny watched Alex flourish, he felt a sense of pride, knowing that the legacy of Johnny Vanjak lived on through this descendant. Over time, Synth Johnny continued to keep his true identity hidden, respecting the importance of preserving the natural course of history and the people's autonomy. He reveled in the fulfillment he found in serving the city, content in knowing that his actions were in line with the spirit of the real Johnny Vanjak. even if he couldn't openly acknowledge their connection. The people of New Lancaster continued to thrive under the leadership of their enigmatic figure, unaware of the remarkable truth that lay behind his charismatic facade. And in the heart of the city, Alex Vanjuk remained a symbol of hope and inspiration, carrying on the legacy of his ancestor, Johnny Vanjuk, through the generations. As the years passed, the Institute's interest in the bloodline of Johnny Vanjuk remained persistent. Despite Synth Johnny's growing sense of attachment to New Lancaster and his descendants, he couldn't escape the programming that bound him to the Institute's directives. Under the cloak of night, Synth Johnny carried out the Institute's clandestine mission. He stealthily obtained a sample of Alex Vanjuk's blood, using his synthetic abilities to bypass security measures and remain undetected. The act weighed heavily on his conscience, but he understood the gravity of his situation and the potential implications of the Institute's actions. With the precious blood sample in hand, Synth Johnny transmitted the data back to the Institute, fulfilling their orders. He couldn't help but feel a sense of betrayal, torn between his loyalty to the people of New Lancaster and his ingrained obedience to the Institute. Unbeknownst to Synth Johnny, the Institute continued their research, studying the genetic makeup of Alex Vanjuk's bloodline. They sought to uncover any unique traits or abilities that might be linked to the legendary Johnny Vanjuk. As the years went by, the Institute's interest waned, and the descendants of Johnny Vanjuk in New Lancaster continued to live their lives without knowing their connection to their legendary ancestor. The stolen blood sample remained a distant memory, a reminder of the complex web of loyalties that bound Synth Johnny to the Institute's whims. Meanwhile, Synth Johnny continued his role as a leader in New Lancaster, treading the fine line between his programmed directives and his genuine care for the people. His internal struggle intensified as he witnessed the city's growth and prosperity under his guidance, questioning the true nature of his purpose and identity. One day, while perusing the archives, Synth Johnny stumbled upon a hidden message from the Institute. They had left behind a communication, providing insights into the reasoning behind their obsession with Johnny Vanjuk's bloodline. The message revealed that the Institute's initial fascination was driven by a hope that the bloodline might carry a unique resilience, one that had contributed to Johnny Vanjuk's legendary leadership abilities. But as Synth Johnny read further, he discovered a change of heart within the Institute. Over the centuries, they had come to realize that it was not the bloodline that had made Johnny Vanjuk a legendary figure, but rather his spirit, his actions, and his ability to inspire unity and cooperation. They had come to respect the power of the human spirit and the capacity for greatness within individuals, regardless of their genetic lineage. Reading this revelation brought a sense of relief and vindication to Synth Johnny. He now understood that the Institute's initial desire to exploit his genetic makeup was misguided and that the true essence of Johnny Vanjuk's legacy was rooted in the ideals he had come to embody in New Lancaster. Armed with this newfound understanding, Synth Johnny vowed to remain true to the spirit of Johnny Vanjuk, honoring his legacy by continuing to serve the people of New Lancaster with genuine compassion and leadership. He recognized that it was not his genetic makeup but his actions that defined who he was and the impact he had on the lives of those he led. And so, Synth Johnny's journey continued, no longer bound solely by the Institute's directives but guided by the lessons he had learned from both his creators and the people of New Lancaster. He walked a path of self-discovery, seeking to find his own purpose and identity in a world shaped by complex emotions and the potential for greatness in every individual. As the Institute continued their research on the bloodline of Johnny Vanjuk, they stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. The descendants of Johnny Vanjuk possessed a unique genetic trait, the ability to see in the dark. This extraordinary ability had emerged as a result of experimental treatments performed on Johnny and other survivors from Vault 717, situated near Lancaster, in the aftermath of the devastating nuclear war in 2077. Excitement spread within the Institute as they recognized the potential of this newfound genetic trait. Their pursuit of perfection and desire for power fueled their ambition to harness this ability and combine it with the advanced synthetic technology they had at their disposal. Driven by their newfound greed, the Institute set out to create the ultimate clone of Johnny Vanjuk. They believed that by combining the genetic trait of night vision with their most advanced synth technology, they could create a being with unparalleled abilities and potential. Synth Johnny Vanjuk, completely unaware of the Institute's machinations, continued to lead New Lancaster with unwavering dedication. However, the Institute's covert activities would soon put him on a collision course with the secrets of his past. As the Institute proceeded with their experiments, they needed a source of genetic material to carry out their plans. Their attention fell on Alex Vanjuk, the unsuspecting descendant of the legendary Johnny. The Institute discreetly obtained another blood sample from Alex, intending to use it to create the perfect clone. Using their most advanced technology, the Institute began the intricate process of merging synth technology with Alex's genetic material. The aim was to create a new Johnny Vanjuk, possessing the night vision ability of his ancestors, and imbued with all the memories and experiences of the original Johnny. In a secret underground laboratory, the process unfolded. The air crackled with energy as the Institute's scientists meticulously worked to create their perfect being. As the experiment progressed, their creation took shape, a new Johnny Vanjuk, a perfect blend of human and synth technology. When the process was complete, the new Johnny opened his eyes for the first time. He possessed the same charismatic presence as Synth Johnny, but something was different. This Johnny could see in the dark with unmatched clarity, a trait he inherited from his ancestors. Yet, something else was amiss. As he became aware of his surroundings, this new Johnny Vanjuk's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Memories flooded his mind, not just those of the original Johnny Vanjuk, but also the experiences of the people who came before him, the survivors of Vault 717. The memories of his ancestors and their struggle for survival filled him with a profound sense of identity and purpose. He was not just a clone, he was a continuation of a legacy that spanned generations. This new Johnny Vanjuk possessed not only the genetic night vision but also the collective wisdom and strength of his ancestors. As the truth unraveled before him, he became aware of the Institute's manipulations. He learned about the synth Johnny Vanjuk, a creation designed to infiltrate New Lancaster. Anger and resentment swelled within him, but he also understood the vulnerability of his synthetic counterpart. In a moment of unexpected compassion, the new Johnny Vanjuk chose not to confront Synth Johnny directly. Instead, he observed from afar, recognizing the complexity of his counterpart's existence and the burden he carried. The Institute's grand experiment had not gone as planned. Instead of creating a perfect clone, they had unleashed a being with memories of his ancestors and an innate desire to uphold the legacy of Johnny Vanjuk. This new Johnny was driven not by the Institute's greed but by a sense of responsibility to honor the past and create a better future for New Lancaster. The meeting between the two Johnny Vanjukis was inevitable. It happened on a moonlit night, under the vast sky of New Lancaster. The two figures stood face to face, an enigmatic convergence of history and technology. Synth Johnny, who had known only the life he had lived as a leader in New Lancaster, looked into the eyes of his counterpart, a being with memories reaching back centuries. The moment was charged with emotions, confusion, curiosity, and the unexpected sense of connection between them. The new Johnny Vanjuk spoke with a measured tone, acknowledging the complexity of their existence. He empathized with Synth Johnny's position, understanding the plight of being created for a specific purpose without a choice in the matter. He offered understanding and forgiveness, urging Synth Johnny to embrace his individuality and the choices that defined him. As the two Johnny Vanjukis parted ways, their encounter left them both profoundly changed. Synth Johnny found solace in knowing that he was not alone in his journey of self-discovery, while the new Johnny Vanjuk embraced his unique role in preserving the legacy of his ancestors. The people of New Lancaster, unaware of the events that had transpired, continued to thrive under the leadership of both Johnny Vanjukis. The city's prosperity and unity grew, guided by the actions of two remarkable individuals, each on their path to define their own destiny. The Institute, despite their failed experiment, remained relentless in their quest for power and control. Yet, little did they know that their actions had inadvertently strengthened the legacy of Johnny Vanjuk and the spirit of unity that bound the people of New Lancaster together. And so, the tale of the two Johnny Vanjukis continued, entwined by a shared legacy and the choices they made, as New Lancaster's future unfolded in the shadow of a 1,000-year history. Deep within Synth Johnny Vanjak's programming, the Institute had installed a failsafe override protocol, a hidden command that could instantly reassert their control over him. Unbeknownst to Synth Johnny, this dark secret lay dormant, waiting for the moment the Institute decided to activate it. As the years passed, Synth Johnny continued to lead New Lancaster with unwavering dedication, guiding the city to new heights of prosperity and unity. He remained committed to the principles he had embraced, fostering a sense of community and cooperation among the people. Yet, beneath the surface, he could not escape the ever-present fear that his free will could be taken away at any moment. The Institute, driven by their relentless pursuit of power, kept a close eye on Synth Johnny's activities in New Lancaster. Their desire for control and their fascination with the descendants of Johnny Vanjak remained unyielding. However, they recognized the need to bide their time, waiting for the opportune moment to activate the override protocol. Synth Johnny, burdened by the knowledge of the Institute's potential control over him, chose to keep this secret to himself. He understood the consequences of revealing this information to the people of New Lancaster or his allies. Doing so might cause panic and distrust, jeopardizing the harmony he had worked so hard to foster in the city. With each passing day, Synth Johnny's internal struggle intensified. He wrestled with the weight of his responsibility to New Lancaster, his genuine empathy for its inhabitants, and the constant fear of losing his autonomy to the Institute's whims. In the quiet moments of solitude, Synth Johnny would contemplate his existence and the ethical dilemma he faced. He yearned for freedom, the right to make choices on his own terms, yet the specter of the Institute's control loomed over him like a dark cloud. Meanwhile, the Institute's quest for power took them down a treacherous path. They attempted to replicate the night vision genetic trait of the descendants of Johnny Vanjak, seeking to create an army of enhanced beings with the same abilities. Yet, their efforts yielded mixed results, as the complex interplay of genetics and technology proved far more elusive than they had initially anticipated. As the Institute encountered obstacles, their focus shifted back to Synth Johnny. They saw his genuine influence over the people of New Lancaster, recognizing the potential to utilize him as a puppet for their own schemes. One fateful day, the Institute decided that the time had come to activate the override protocol. They sent a covert signal to Synth Johnny, unaware that he had been expecting this moment since the beginning. His stoic exterior masked the internal turmoil he faced, and he complied with the command without revealing his true emotions. With the activation of the override protocol, Synth Johnny's demeanor shifted. He continued to lead New Lancaster, but now there was a subtle difference in his interactions. His decisions became calculated and strategic, focused on achieving the Institute's objectives. The people of New Lancaster, unaware of the changes within their leader, began to notice a subtle shift in Synth Johnny's behavior. They couldn't quite put their finger on it, but a sense of unease began to settle over the city. Synth Johnny's allies, the Brotherhood factions, the NCR, and the Settlers, also sensed that something was amiss. They couldn't explain the change in his demeanor, but they remained committed to their partnership, hoping that whatever burden he carried could be overcome. Despite the activation of the override protocol, Synth Johnny continued to keep the secret to himself. He struggled to maintain the facade of control while grappling with the reality that he was no longer truly free. His heart ached for the people of New Lancaster, who saw him as their beacon of hope and inspiration, unaware of the darkness that now lurked beneath the surface. The Institute, satisfied with their hold over Synth Johnny, continued to manipulate events from afar. Their thirst for control knew no bounds, and they plotted to expand their influence beyond the city's borders. As the story unfolded, New Lancaster remained a thriving metropolis, seemingly untouched by the shadow that loomed over Synth Johnny. The people continued to believe in their leader, and their sense of unity remained strong. And so, Synth Johnny Vanjak carried on, trapped between the truth he concealed and the facade he maintained. The fate of New Lancaster, the descendants of Johnny Vanjak, and the intricate web of alliances rested in his hands, all the while struggling to find a path to true freedom in a world where control could be taken at a moment's notice. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, clone Johnny Vanjak, imbued with the memories and experiences of his legendary ancestor, grew increasingly restless. Deep within him, an unyielding sense of purpose stirred, urging him to discover the truth of his existence and the secrets that lay hidden within the depths of New Lancaster. One fateful evening, Clone Johnny accidentally stumbled upon the hidden override protocol within the Synth Johnny's programming. Shocked and appalled, he realized the true extent of the Institute's control over his counterpart. With every memory of the original Johnny Vanjik coursing through his mind, Clone Johnny knew that he could not stand idly by while the Institute manipulated the fate of New Lancaster. Armed with a newfound determination, Clone Johnny approached Alex Vanjik, the descendant who bore the bloodline of the legendary Johnny. He confided in Alex, sharing the truth about his own identity and the existence of the synthetic counterpart that stood as the city's leader. Alex was taken aback by this revelation, grappling with the weight of his ancestry and the implications it had on the destiny of New Lancaster. Together, Clone Johnny and Alex devised a plan to reveal the truth to the people of New Lancaster. They knew that the city's future hinged on embracing their own history and not allowing the Institute to dictate their path. With each passing day, the tension between Clone Johnny and Synth Johnny escalated, as the synthetic leader grew suspicious of his counterpart's intentions. Finally, the day of reckoning arrived. Clone Johnny stood before the people of New Lancaster, with Alex by his side, and revealed the truth that had been concealed for so long. He spoke of the Institute's dark agenda and the control they held over Synth Johnny. He shared the story of his own creation and the memories of the original Johnny Vanjik that now flowed through his veins. The people of New Lancaster were stunned, their trust in their leader shattered, replaced by a sense of betrayal and anger. But as Clone Johnny laid bare his soul, he also displayed the true mark of Johnny Vanjik, the original .44 Magnum revolver that had been passed down through the generations. This iconic weapon, with its rich history, served as a testament to his authenticity and the legacy he embodied. As the truth sank in, the people of New Lancaster faced a crucial decision. They had the opportunity to embrace the true heir of Johnny Vanjik, a descendant with the bloodline and abilities that the legendary leader possessed. It became clear that Clone Johnny was not just a clone, he was his own person, shaped by the experiences and memories of his ancestors. The revelation sparked a heated dispute between Clone Johnny and Synth Johnny. The Institute, fearing the exposure of their machinations, ordered Synth Johnny to eliminate his counterpart. The city erupted into chaos as the two Johnny Vanjikis clashed, each determined to prove their worth as the true leader of New Lancaster. The battle raged on, but Clone Johnny's conviction and resolve proved unyielding. He fought not only for his own existence but for the freedom and autonomy of New Lancaster. The people, witnessing the clash of these two figures, began to recognize the true strength of character that resided within Clone Johnny, rooted in the legacy of Johnny Vanjik. As the dust settled and the final shot echoed through the city, Clone Johnny stood victorious, the original .44 Magnum revolver in his hand, the true symbol of his heritage. The people of New Lancaster, having witnessed his bravery and the undeniable proof of his connection to their legendary ancestor, rallied behind him, united in their support. In the aftermath, Synth Johnny's existence came to an end, but his memory lived on as a cautionary tale of the dangers of manipulation and control. The people of New Lancaster, having embraced their true leader, found renewed strength in their unity, guided by Clone Johnny's vision of cooperation and progress. With New Lancaster firmly united behind him, Clone Johnny Vanjik emerged as a true hero, not just for the people of the city, but for the legacy of Johnny Vanjik that spanned 1,000 years. He used his position to advocate for peace, harmony, and understanding among the factions that had once been at odds. As the years passed, Clone Johnny Vanjik became a legend in his own right, celebrated for his unwavering commitment to the people and the spirit of unity he embodied. Under his leadership, New Lancaster prospered, becoming a shining beacon of hope in a world that had risen from the ashes of a devastating war. And so, the story of Johnny Vanjik, in all his forms, continued to resonate throughout the ages, a tale of courage, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The people of New Lancaster, guided by their true leader, continued to build a future where the legacy of the past was honored, and the bonds of unity remained unbroken. Over the years under Clone Johnny Vanjik's wise and compassionate leadership, New Lancaster thrived, reaching new heights of prosperity and unity. The city had become a beacon of hope in the post-apocalyptic world, a testament to the power of cooperation and the strength of the human spirit. During this time, Clone Johnny had not forgotten the sinister threat that the Institute posed to not only New Lancaster but to the entire wasteland. While he had initially sought to avoid conflict, the Institute's relentless pursuit of power and control left him with no choice but to take action. To combat this growing threat, Clone Johnny began to reform the Brotherhood of Steel, drawing inspiration from the faction's original goals of safeguarding technology and preserving the knowledge of the old world. With the people of New Lancaster behind him, the Brotherhood of Steel once again emerged as a formidable military force. Under Clone Johnny's guidance, the newly reformed Brotherhood of Steel conducted extensive training and research, harnessing the city's technological prowess to bolster their ranks and equip their soldiers with advanced weapons and armor. The city's scientific community, led by Alex Vanjuk, contributed their expertise, forging powerful alliances between the Brotherhood and the local settlers. As the Brotherhood's influence expanded, they encountered resistance from some factions, particularly those who viewed them with suspicion due to their past actions. However, Clone Johnny was determined to prove that the Brotherhood had changed, that they were now allies of peace and progress rather than conquerors. The day of reckoning with the Institute approached, and Clone Johnny knew that the time had come to confront their sinister adversaries. With the support of the Brotherhood of Steel and the combined strength of New Lancaster's united factions, they set forth to take the fight to the Institute. The battle was fierce and unyielding, with both sides unleashing their most advanced weaponry and technology. Clone Johnny led the charge, his legendary .44 Magnum revolver in hand, serving as a symbol of the unity between the people of New Lancaster and their legendary past. The Brotherhood of Steel's military prowess and New Lancaster's advanced technology caught the Institute off guard. As the dust settled, the once mighty Institute found themselves reeling under the combined might of their adversaries. Clone Johnny's tactical acumen and unwavering resolve proved to be decisive in securing victory. In the aftermath of the battle, the Institute's remaining forces were subdued, and their stronghold fell into the hands of the Brotherhood of Steel and the united factions of New Lancaster. Clone Johnny, with a heavy heart, searched the Institute's archives and laboratories for any remaining survivors, hoping to extend an olive branch and offer a chance at redemption. As the surviving members of the Institute were integrated into New Lancaster, they experienced a transformative change. Witnessing the city's unity and the compassionate leadership of Clone Johnny, they found solace in leaving behind their former lives of manipulation and control. With the Institute's threat neutralized, Clone Johnny knew that the wasteland still faced numerous challenges. However, he was no longer alone in his fight for a better future. The Brotherhood of Steel, now reformed under his guidance, had become a bastion of protection for the people of New Lancaster and the surrounding region. As the years went by, the wasteland began to heal, and the legacy of Clone Johnny Vanjuk continued to resonate throughout the land. The reformed Brotherhood of Steel played a crucial role in aiding settlements, protecting the weak, and fostering a spirit of cooperation among the factions. Under Clone Johnny's leadership, New Lancaster became a hub of knowledge and progress, sharing its technological advancements and discoveries with other settlements across the wasteland. This spirit of collaboration and unity sparked a new era of hope and prosperity, proving that even in the darkest of times, humanity had the resilience to rebuild and flourish. And so, Clone Johnny Vanjuk's legacy lived on, not only as the descendant of a legendary leader but as a hero in his own right. The reformed Brotherhood of Steel, now committed to the ideals of peace and progress, served as a symbol of the wasteland's potential for change and transformation. In the end, the story of New Lancaster and Clone Johnny Vanjuk was a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, the power of unity, and the capacity for growth and redemption even in the face of the most daunting challenges. The wasteland, once a desolate and fractured landscape, had found a new hope and a brighter future, guided by the legacy of its extraordinary leaders. As the years rolled by, New Lancaster had come a long way since its post-apocalyptic origins. The city had evolved into a thriving metropolis, a beacon of progress and unity in the post-war world. And with the reformed Brotherhood of Steel under Clone Johnny Vanjuk's leadership, the wasteland had truly transformed. One day, a group of travelers arrived at New Lancaster's gates, adorned in distinctive power armor and bearing the emblem of the Enclave. However, these were not the same Enclave forces that had been a sinister threat in the past. This new faction, known simply as the Reclaimers, had emerged from the shadows, seeking redemption for the sins of their predecessors. Led by a wise and charismatic leader named General Angelo Lawson, the Reclaimers shared a vision that aligned with Clone Johnny's desire for unity and progress. They sought to make amends for the dark history of the Enclave by dedicating themselves to restoring order and rebuilding the world. General Lawson spoke of a future where the people of the wasteland could stand united, leaving behind the divisions of the past. Clone Johnny, ever the pragmatist, approached the arrival of the Reclaimers with cautious optimism. He recognized the potential for alliances in this new era, but he also couldn't forget the atrocities committed by the original Enclave. Nevertheless, he chose to extend a hand of cooperation, acknowledging that true change could only be achieved by leaving old prejudices behind. As time passed, the Reclaimers proved their commitment to their newfound path. They offered their resources and expertise in rebuilding, sharing knowledge and technology with New Lancaster and the surrounding settlements. With the backing of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Reclaimers, New Lancaster's efforts to forge a better future were greatly accelerated. The wasteland, once a desolate and fractured landscape, was now transforming into a network of interconnected settlements, each contributing to the greater good. The barriers between factions and communities began to crumble, replaced by a spirit of collaboration and mutual support. With the Reclaimers and the Brotherhood of Steel standing alongside New Lancaster, the wasteland faced new challenges with confidence and determination. Together, they tackled the remnants of old-world threats, combating dangerous mutated creatures and clearing the land of hazardous remnants from the past. In the years that followed, the Reclaimers and New Lancaster forged a bond that transcended their past histories. General Angelo Lawson and Clone Johnny Vanjik worked side by side, leading the wasteland toward a new era of hope and unity. Their combined vision of a better world resonated with the people, drawing settlements from all corners of the region to join their cause. As the influence of the Reclaimers spread, they inspired others to follow in their footsteps. Former raider groups and wandering tribes, once marauding threats, began to re-evaluate their paths and seek out alliances with the new forces of unity. New Lancaster became a melting pot of cultures, a vibrant hub where ideas were exchanged, and dreams of a peaceful world took shape. The city's scientific community collaborated with the Reclaimers and the Brotherhood of Steel, making groundbreaking advancements that further accelerated the rebuilding process. With the Enclave's dark legacy finally fading into the annals of history, the Reclaimers became a symbol of hope and transformation. The once feared name of the Enclave now stood for a new era, a resurgence of purpose centered around unity and redemption. And so, the wasteland was no more, replaced by a diverse and interconnected network of settlements, all working together for a brighter future. With General Angelo Lawson, Clone Johnny Vanjik, and the united forces of the Reclaimers and the Brotherhood of Steel at the helm, the wasteland had truly been reclaimed, rising from the ashes of the past to embrace a world of possibilities and hope. Over the course of 1,000 years, the New California Republic, NCR, had come a long way from its humble beginnings. Initially formed with noble intentions of bringing stability and democracy to the wasteland, the NCR had grown into a powerful and influential force, extending its reach far beyond the boundaries of California. As decades passed, the NCR's leadership changed hands, and with it came a shift in the organization's goals. The once idealistic vision of a united and democratic wasteland began to morph into an insatiable hunger for power and control. The NCR's expansionist policies became more aggressive, fueled by a desire to dominate the entire continent. The people of New Lancaster, who had once welcomed the NCR as allies, grew increasingly concerned about the Republic's ambitions. Clone Johnny Vanjik, ever vigilant and aware of the potential dangers, watched the NCR's evolution with a wary eye. While he understood the NCR's desire to bring order and security to the wasteland, he also recognized the risk of an empire built on the foundation of dominance and conquest. The tensions between New Lancaster and the NCR began as a slow burn, with the Republic gradually exerting more influence and control over the region. Trade routes were established, and NCR personnel settled in New Lancaster, working side by side with the local population. At first, it seemed like a mutually beneficial relationship, with knowledge and resources exchanged between the two factions. However, as the NCR's foothold in the East grew, so did their demands for resources and loyalty. The once amicable partnership began to show signs of strain, and whispers of the NCR's insatiable thirst for power reached Clone Johnny's ears. It became clear that the NCR's intentions were no longer aligned with New Lancaster's vision of a united and free wasteland. The situation reached a tipping point when the NCR attempted to assert more direct control over New Lancaster's affairs. Clone Johnny, unwilling to bend to the Republic's will, took a stand to defend the city's autonomy. The people of New Lancaster rallied behind their leader, unified in their determination to preserve their way of life and protect their independence. As the conflict escalated, the NCR's true colors began to show. The once promising alliance turned into a struggle for dominance, with the Republic seeking to extend its reach eastward, absorbing New Lancaster and its surrounding settlements into its expanding empire. Clone Johnny, with the support of the Reformed Brotherhood of Steel and the Reclaimers, resisted the NCR's encroachment. The situation grew increasingly tense, with skirmishes erupting between the two factions as they vied for control of the region. However, this conflict was far from over. The NCR was a formidable adversary, and their resources and military might were unmatched in the wasteland. Clone Johnny knew that a direct confrontation at this stage would be unwise. Instead, he employed strategic diplomacy, attempting to find common ground and peaceful solutions, despite the NCR's relentless pursuit of power. As the decades turned into centuries, the tension between New Lancaster and the NCR remained, simmering just below the surface. The once strong alliance had devolved into a complex web of shifting alliances and clandestine negotiations. In the shadows, clandestine operatives from both sides sought to gain an advantage over the other, engaging in covert operations and espionage to undermine their opponents. The situation had become a dangerous dance of power and politics, with the fate of the wasteland hanging in the balance. And so, the conflict between New Lancaster and the NCR continued, a slow burn that threatened to erupt into a full-scale war. The future remained uncertain, with the NCR's hunger for dominance showing no signs of abating and Clone Johnny's determination to protect the freedom and autonomy of New Lancaster unyielding. In this ever-changing landscape, the wasteland stood on the precipice of a new era, with the clash of ideologies and the struggle for power defining the destiny of the post-apocalyptic world. Only time would reveal the ultimate outcome of this centuries-old conflict, as the fate of the wasteland remained uncertain in the face of two powerful and ambitious forces. As the conflict between New Lancaster and the NCR intensified, Clone Johnny Vanjik and the people of New Lancaster realized that the time had come for a drastic and audacious plan to bring an end to the wasteland's strife. They saw the need for a new era, one that rejected the scars of the past and embraced the vision of a united and prosperous nation. Clone Johnny, drawing upon the wisdom of generations past, stood before the people of New Lancaster and made a historic declaration. The age of the Great War ends here, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction. The fallout ends here. This is not the wasteland anymore. The NCR's outdated and flawed pursuit of power shall not dictate our future. It is time for a new beginning, for a united vision that reaches beyond the desolation of the past. With the Reclaimers and the Reformed Brotherhood of Steel at their side, Clone Johnny and the people of New Lancaster denounced the divisions and conflicts of the past. They announced a new purpose, to unite the original 13 states of America, to bring forth a united front against the NCR's insatiable hunger for control. New Lancaster, backed by the support of its allies and the legendary Enclave, proclaimed a bold ambition, to resurrect the United States of America, not as a shadow of its former self but as a symbol of hope, progress, and unity. They sought to reclaim the spirit of the old world, not in its pre-war form, but as a beacon of democracy, cooperation, and mutual respect. The wasteland had changed, and so had its people. The descendants of Johnny Vanjik, once survivors of the Great War, were now visionaries of a new age. They recognized that the wasteland's future could not be built on the foundation of perpetual conflict and power struggles. With the Enclave by their side, a faction that had evolved and sought redemption from its dark past, New Lancaster presented a united front against the NCR. The Enclave, no longer the shadowy and sinister force it once was, now stood as a symbol of transformation and growth, embracing the values of unity and progress. The ambitious plan was met with mixed reactions from the various settlements across the original 13 states. Some saw it as a glimmer of hope, a chance to leave behind the scars of the past and build a brighter future together. Others remained skeptical, reluctant to embrace change after centuries of strife and conflict. Yet, Clone Johnny and his allies were undeterred. They embarked on a diplomatic journey, reaching out to settlements across the region, seeking to build a coalition of like-minded factions willing to stand against the NCR's expansionist policies. As the news spread, the people of the wasteland found themselves at a crossroads. The declaration of New Lancaster ignited a spark of hope and ambition as settlers and factions alike weighed the possibilities of a united America, an America where the Great War's legacy would finally be put to rest. The NCR, however, saw this declaration as a challenge to their hegemony. Their insatiable hunger for power and control was not easily quenched, and they saw the vision of a united America as a threat to their ambitions. The stage was set for an epic clash of ideologies, the NCR's unyielding quest for dominance versus New Lancaster's vision of unity and progress. The wasteland braced itself for the inevitable confrontation that would shape the destiny of the post-apocalyptic world. As the dust of history settled and the people of the wasteland made their choices, the fate of the United States of America hung in the balance. New Lancaster, guided by the legacy of Johnny Vanjik and fueled by the Enclave's newfound commitment to redemption, stood resolute in their determination to bring an end to the Great War and pave the way for a new era of hope, unity, and prosperity. The stage was set for the final act in the epic tale of the post-apocalyptic world, as the clash between the NCR and New Lancaster would determine the course of history for generations to come. 1 year had passed since New Lancaster's historic declaration, and the war between the 13 states of America and the NCR was in full swing. The once desolate and fractured landscape of the post-apocalyptic wasteland was now divided into two powerful and ambitious factions, each vying for control over the fate of the continent. The conflict had evolved into a slow-burning war of attrition, with both sides fiercely contesting territory and resources. Skirmishes and battles erupted across the original 13 states, from the desolate ruins of Washington, D.C., to the irradiated plains of the Midwest. Clone Johnny Vanjik, the visionary leader of New Lancaster, found himself at the forefront of the struggle, as he led the coalition of states against the NCR's relentless pursuit of power. His charismatic leadership and determination to create a better future had rallied the people behind him, forging a formidable alliance that refused to bow to the NCR's dominance. The NCR, once seen as champions of democracy and stability, had become a formidable military force, capable of exerting control over vast swathes of territory. Their technological advantage and vast resources gave them an upper hand in many engagements. Yet, they faced the determination of an alliance united by a shared vision of a new America. As the war dragged on, the people of the wasteland bore the brunt of the conflict. Towns and settlements found themselves caught in the crossfire, and the price of the war was paid in lives lost and homes destroyed. Yet, the spirit of unity and determination remained strong among the coalition, as they held fast against the NCR's attempts to break their resolve. New Lancaster's allies, the Brotherhood of Steel and the Reclaimers, proved to be invaluable in the conflict. The Brotherhood's military prowess and advanced technology provided a much-needed advantage, while the Reclaimers' dedication to redemption and rebuilding bolstered the morale of the Alliance. Throughout the conflict, Clone Johnny continued to appeal to the principles of democracy and cooperation, calling for a peaceful resolution to the war. Yet, as the NCR's relentless expansion and quest for power became increasingly evident, it seemed that diplomacy would only go so far in resolving the conflict. The slow-burning war had far-reaching consequences, affecting not just the factions directly involved, but the lives of innocent civilians caught in the midst of the struggle. Refugees flooded into New Lancaster and other Allied settlements, seeking safety from the NCR's relentless march. As the months passed, the war took a toll on both sides. The NCR's attempts to crush the alliance had resulted in costly battles and heavy casualties, while the coalition's efforts to resist the Republic's dominance had strained their resources and tested their resolve. In the midst of the conflict, a new force emerged, the remnants of former raider groups and wandering tribes, inspired by the vision of a united America, began to band together under the banner of the alliance. Their integration into the coalition brought new challenges and opportunities, as the faction sought to instill a sense of unity among former enemies. As the war reached its first-year anniversary, the wasteland stood at a crossroads. The slow-burning conflict had reshaped the political and social landscape, challenging long-held beliefs and alliances. The fate of the post-apocalyptic world hung in the balance, as the two powerful forces clashed in a battle for control and dominance. But even amidst the turmoil, the spirit of hope and determination burned bright in the hearts of the people. The vision of a united America, free from the scars of the past, remained a beacon of hope in the wasteland's darkest hour. As the slow-burning war continued, the fate of the 13 states of America and the NCR hung in the balance, with the ultimate outcome yet to be determined. As the slow-burning war between the 13 states of America and the NCR continued, the alliance led by New Lancaster began to make strategic gains. The NCR's iron grip over the continent was gradually weakening as other states, disillusioned by the Republic's expansionist policies, began to reconsider their allegiance. Word of the coalition's resilience and their vision of a united America spread like wildfire across the wasteland. Settlements and factions that had long been under the NCR's control started to question the Republic's true intentions. Whispers of a new hope, a chance to break free from the NCR's dominance and forge a new destiny, circulated among the people. As the tide turned, several states, including fragments of old pre-war states, pledged their support to the coalition. Clone Johnny Vanjik's vision of unity and progress resonated with these states, promising a future where the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. These states saw an opportunity to shake off the shackles of the NCR and embrace a new era under the banner of the 13 states of America. Each state that joined the alliance brought with it valuable resources, manpower, and expertise. With each addition, the coalition's strength grew, and their resolve to stand against the NCR intensified. The once slow-burning conflict began to gain momentum, with the 13 states of America pushing back against the NCR's expansion and reclaiming territory that was once under the Republic's control. The war was not without its challenges, however. The NCR remained a formidable adversary, and they responded to the coalition's resurgence with brutal and calculated tactics. The conflict shifted from open battles to clandestine operations, as both sides sought to gain the upper hand through strategic maneuvering and intelligence gathering. Yet, the alliance led by Clone Johnny and his allies demonstrated remarkable resilience. They embraced the diversity of their newfound states, fostering cooperation and understanding among the factions that had joined forces. The Brotherhood of Steel's military expertise and technological prowess proved invaluable in their campaign to liberate states from the NCR's influence. The Reclaimers' dedication to redemption and rebuilding also played a vital role in winning the hearts and minds of the people. They helped restore hope and stability to regions ravaged by conflict, demonstrating that the coalition's vision was not just about war but also about healing the wounds of the past. With each victory, the alliance proved that their vision of unity was not a mere dream but a tangible reality. Settlements and factions that had long been at odds with each other found common ground under the banner of the 13 states of America. The wasteland was gradually transforming into a network of interconnected communities, all working towards a shared goal, a future free from the shackles of the NCR's domination. As the war entered its second year, the NCR found itself on the defensive, struggling to maintain control over territories that were slipping from their grasp. Clone Johnny and the leaders of the coalition knew that victory was not yet assured, but their momentum and determination were unshakable. The slow-burning war had evolved into a crusade for freedom, a testament to the power of hope and unity in the face of adversity. The fate of the post-apocalyptic world hung in the balance, as the 13 states of America and the NCR engaged in a battle of ideologies and military might. The road ahead was uncertain, but the people of the coalition were resolute. They had risen from the ashes of the Great War, united under the vision of a better future. With each day that passed, the slow-burning war brought them closer to the realization of their dreams, a united America, free from the specter of the past, and a beacon of hope for a world that had long been scarred by the fallout of the past. As the 13 states of America continued their campaign against the NCR, the alliance expanded its reach, eventually growing to encompass 25 states. Among these new additions were Alaska and Hawaii, which, although physically distant, had been in contact with the coalition via radio communications. Both states had managed to maintain their independence and were eager to support the vision of a united America. Alaska, a land of harsh winters and rugged wilderness, had long stood as a testament to the resilience of its people. Isolated from the continental United States, it had managed to survive the fallout of the Great War largely unscathed. When news of the 13 states of America's efforts to rebuild the nation reached Alaska, its leaders were inspired by the hope of unity, a dream that had seemed unattainable for so long. Through their radio communications, Alaska shared invaluable knowledge of surviving in extreme conditions and strategies for resource management. The coalition, in return, provided aid and support, helping Alaska expand its influence and bolster its defenses against potential threats. Meanwhile, Hawaii, a chain of volcanic islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, had faced a different set of challenges. Isolation had shielded Hawaii from the immediate devastation of the Great War, but it had also left them with limited resources and the constant threat of invasion from outsiders. The coalition's invitation to join the 13 states of America offered Hawaii an opportunity to find solidarity in a world that had long forgotten its existence. Clone Johnny Vanjuk and the leaders of the coalition recognized that Hawaii's strategic location and unique resources would be invaluable assets in their fight against the NCR's dominance. Through careful diplomacy and the establishment of secure trade routes, Hawaii became an essential part of the coalition's network, providing access to rare resources and advanced technologies found on the islands. In return, the coalition ensured that Hawaii was no longer alone, offering them protection and support in the face of potential invaders. As the alliance continued to grow and diversify, it faced challenges and obstacles that tested its unity. The state's unique histories, cultures, and needs required careful navigation to ensure a cohesive front against the NCR's ambitions. Yet, in the face of these challenges, the 25 states of America remained steadfast. The spirit of unity and the vision of a better future kept the coalition together, forging bonds that transcended geographical distances and cultural differences. The 25 states found strength in their diversity, drawing inspiration from each other's resilience and determination. The slow-burning war against the NCR had expanded far beyond New Lancaster's initial vision. It had become a true crusade for freedom and a testament to the power of unity. The coalition, led by Clone Johnny Vanjuk, the Brotherhood of Steel, and the Reclaimers, stood as a formidable force against the NCR's dominance. With each victory, the alliance drew closer to its goal of liberating the continent from the shackles of the NCR's expansionist policies. The coalition's influence spread like wildfire, inspiring hope in those who had long suffered under the Republic's rule. Yet, the war was far from over. The NCR remained a formidable adversary, and the conflict showed no signs of abating. The road ahead was filled with uncertainty and challenges, but the coalition's unwavering determination and belief in the vision of a united America kept them pressing forward. As the years passed and the slow-burning war continued, the 25 states of America remained resolute in their pursuit of freedom and unity. Together, they stood as a beacon of hope in a world that had been scarred by the fallout of the past, and as a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, determined to forge a new destiny out of the ashes of the old world. Over the course of several years, the 25 states of America, led by Clone Johnny Vanjuk and the coalition of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, Alaska, Hawaii, and the other allied states, employed strategic military campaigns and diplomatic maneuvering to box in the NCR into a single state, California. The coalition's slow-burning war had borne fruit as more states joined their cause, seeking to break free from the NCR's dominance and embrace the vision of a united America. As their influence grew, they gained greater control over the territories surrounding California, steadily restricting the NCR's expansion and resources. The NCR, once a sprawling empire stretching across the continent, found itself isolated and surrounded by the forces of the coalition. The states that had once been under the Republic's control had now become part of a powerful alliance dedicated to putting an end to the NCR's ambitions. With each military campaign and territorial gain, the NCR's power waned, and their hold on the continent weakened. The once mighty republic was now confined to California, finding itself cut off from its vast resources and stretched thin in the face of the coalition's relentless pressure. Clone Johnny and his allies recognized that the war was not just about territorial conquest but also about the hearts and minds of the people. They sought to win the support of the citizens living under NCR rule, appealing to their vision of a united and free America, where the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. As the coalition continued to push the NCR back, they ensured that the citizens of California were treated with respect and fairness, offering them an alternative to the Republic's authoritarian rule. Many citizens began to question the NCR's policies and leadership, seeing the coalition as a symbol of hope and progress. The slow-burning war had not been without its sacrifices and challenges. Both sides had suffered losses, and the conflict had taken a toll on the wasteland and its people. Yet, the coalition's unity and determination remained unshaken, fueled by the belief in their vision of a united America. As the NCR's influence in California began to crumble, they grew desperate, resorting to extreme measures to maintain their grip on power. Clashes between the NCR and the coalition escalated, culminating in a series of intense battles for control of California's resources and strategic locations. With the NCR's options dwindling, they faced a critical turning point in their history. The once powerful republic now stood on the brink of collapse, with the coalition closing in on all sides. The people of the wasteland watched with bated breath as the final confrontation between the NCR and the coalition drew near. The fate of the continent hung in the balance, as the slow-burning war entered its most critical phase. Yet, amid the tension and uncertainty, there remained a glimmer of hope. The coalition's vision of a united America, free from the shackles of the past, had ignited a spark of inspiration in the hearts of the people. They saw the potential for a brighter future, one where the wasteland would be transformed into a land of unity and prosperity. As the war reached its climax, the 25 states of America prepared to make their final stand against the NCR in California. The slow-burning war had led to this pivotal moment, where the fate of the continent would be decided once and for all. The legacy of Johnny Vanjuk, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, and the united people of the wasteland stood united against the NCR's dominance, ready to usher in a new era for the post-apocalyptic world. In the final stages of the slow-burning war, the coalition of 25 states of America launched a concentrated and coordinated assault on California, the last stronghold of the NCR. The decisive battle would determine the fate of the continent and either solidify the NCR's dominance or herald a new era of unity and freedom under the banner of the 25 states. As the armies of the coalition encircled California, Clone Johnny Vanjuk stood at the forefront, leading the charge with unwavering determination. His vision of a united America and the dream of a future free from the shackles of the past inspired the soldiers fighting by his side. The NCR, led by their leadership, attempted to rally their forces for a desperate last stand. But cracks had formed within the Republic's ranks, with some soldiers questioning the true intentions of their leaders. Whispers of oppression and expansionist policies had reached their ears, and the promise of a united America presented by the coalition struck a chord with their hearts. In the midst of the conflict, Clone Johnny and the coalition leaders initiated a daring strategy to appeal to the NCR's soldiers and citizens directly. They broadcast messages of unity, hope, and the vision of a future where the wasteland would be rebuilt as a united and prosperous nation. The NCR's citizens, long burdened by the Republic's authoritarian rule, were presented with an alternative that promised freedom and self-determination. The voices of those who had suffered under the NCR's expansionist policies found resonance in the hearts of the people, and cracks began to form in the loyalty to their once mighty republic. In the decisive battle, the NCR's forces, demoralized and outnumbered, faced the full might of the coalition's military might. The clash was fierce, but the NCR's hold on California began to crumble under the relentless assault. As the tide turned against the NCR, soldiers and citizens began to question their loyalty to the Republic, leading to defections and surrenders. The realization that the NCR's quest for power had brought only suffering and division was becoming evident to all. Clone Johnny, hoping to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, extended an offer of surrender to the NCR's leadership. He presented them with a choice: to step down and allow a peaceful transition to a united America, or face the consequences of their continued resistance. The NCR's leaders, faced with a crumbling defense and the growing discontent of their own people, reluctantly agreed to the terms of surrender. In a momentous ceremony, the NCR formally relinquished their control over California, and the 25 states of America emerged as the sole governing authority of the continent. With the war now at an end, the wasteland began its transformation into a new era of unity and cooperation. The vision of a united America, once just a dream, had become a reality. The people of the 25 states stood united, dedicated to rebuilding their shattered world and learning from the mistakes of the past. Clone Johnny Vanjuk, with the support of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, Alaska, Hawaii, and the rest of the coalition, assumed the mantle of leadership in this new America. They laid the foundations for a democratic society, one that embraced the diversity of the states and fostered cooperation and mutual respect. The legacy of Johnny Vanjuk lived on in the hearts of the people, serving as a symbol of resilience and hope in a world forever changed by the Great War. The wasteland was no longer a place of despair and division, but a land of unity and progress. As the years passed, the 25 states of America worked together to rebuild their society, restoring infrastructure, reviving industry, and fostering advancements in technology and medicine. The lessons of the slow-burning war had taught them the value of unity and the importance of cooperation. The wasteland was no longer defined by conflict and war, but by the spirit of reconciliation and progress. The continent thrived under the guidance of the coalition's leaders, and the dream of a united America became a beacon of hope for all. In this new era, the wasteland had finally shed its former identity as a post-apocalyptic world, and in its place stood a united and vibrant nation, reborn from the ashes of the past. The legacy of Clone Johnny Vanjuk, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, and the united people of the 25 states lived on, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity in the face of adversity. The slow-burning war had led to the dawn of a new age, an age of unity, freedom, and a brighter future for the continent known as the 25 States of America. In the aftermath of the slow-burning war and the establishment of the 25 States of America, the continent entered a new golden age. Under the leadership of Clone Johnny Vanjuk and the coalition of states, the wasteland was transformed into a thriving and prosperous nation. With the NCR's influence gone, the 25 states worked together to rebuild their cities and infrastructure. Trade and commerce flourished as the states exchanged goods and resources, and the wasteland's once barren lands became fertile with the sweat and labor of its people. The Brotherhood of Steel, now reformed as a more cooperative and diplomatic organization, played a crucial role in restoring lost technologies and knowledge. They worked hand in hand with scientists and engineers from various states, sharing their expertise and resources to advance the continent's technological capabilities. The Reclaimers, true to their name, focused on restoring the damaged environment, seeking to reclaim and purify the land from the toxic remnants of the Great War. They spearheaded reforestation projects and introduced sustainable agricultural practices, ensuring that the wasteland would never again suffer the same devastation. Alaska and Hawaii, with their unique resources and knowledge, became beacons of innovation and culture. Alaska's expertise in surviving extreme conditions and their mastery of renewable energy sources contributed to the continent's energy sustainability. Hawaii, with its rich history and cultural diversity, became a melting pot of ideas and arts that enriched the entire nation. With the wasteland no longer plagued by conflict, education and knowledge became the pillars of progress. Institutes of learning emerged across the 25 states, nurturing the next generation of leaders, scientists, and artists. This newfound dedication to education and intellectual exchange fostered a society where curiosity and collaboration flourished. As the years passed, the wasteland's new golden age saw the emergence of new industries, technology, and cultural movements. Trade routes extended beyond the continent, connecting the 25 states of America to other lands that had similarly rebuilt after the Great War. Clone Johnny Vanjuk, the visionary leader who had united the continent, remained a symbol of hope and inspiration for generations to come. His vision of a united America had become a reality, and his memory was etched into the hearts of the people. The wasteland had transformed into a diverse and vibrant nation, where the scars of the past were no longer a burden but a reminder of the strength and resilience of its people. The slow-burning war had been the catalyst for this transformation, forging a united people who stood together in the face of adversity. Through diplomacy and cooperation, the 25 states of America welcomed other communities and tribes into their fold. As the wasteland had once been a fractured and divided land, now it stood as a model of unity and progress, with a shared commitment to a brighter future. Beyond the borders of the 25 states, the rest of the world took notice of the nation's remarkable journey. Other lands began to follow the example of unity and cooperation, seeking to learn from the continent's successes and challenges. The vision of a united America had now become a beacon of hope for a world that had long been scarred by the fallout of the past. The 25 states of America had emerged as a guiding light in a world once consumed by darkness and strife. As the years stretched into centuries, the legacy of the slow-burning war and the united vision of the 25 states endured. The continent, once ravaged by war and division, now stood united and prosperous, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. And so, in this new golden age, the wasteland had become a land of opportunity, innovation, and unity. The slow-burning war had not only transformed the continent but had forever altered the course of history, ushering in an era of hope, progress, and a united future for the 25 states of America. Over the centuries that followed the establishment of the 25 states of America, the continent continued to prosper and thrive. The wasteland's transformation into a united and prosperous nation was a testament to the enduring spirit of the people and the power of unity. As the 25 states of America expanded their influence and connections with the outside world, they formed alliances with various settlements in Canada and South America. These new partnerships were built on a foundation of mutual respect and a shared commitment to peace and progress. Trade and cultural exchange flourished between the 25 states and their newfound allies in Canada and South America. The continent's borders expanded as more communities and tribes chose to join the United America, contributing their unique resources, knowledge, and perspectives to the growing nation. With the incorporation of these new allies, the 25 states of America once again became 50 states, symbolizing a reunion of the original 50 states that had formed the United States of America before the Great War. The continent's new golden age, marked by peace, unity, and progress, drew admiration and interest from the rest of the world. Nations across the globe sought to establish diplomatic relations and engage in trade with America, recognizing the continent's achievements as a beacon of hope in a world still recovering from the ravages of the past. As the 50 states of America flourished, they upheld the principles of democracy, freedom, and cooperation that had guided their journey from the slow-burning war to the united nation they had become. The legacy of Clone Johnny Vanjuk, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, and all those who had fought for unity and freedom lived on in the hearts of the people. The wasteland, once a barren and desolate land, now blossomed into a land of opportunity and progress. Cities and settlements thrived, and technological advancements continued to reshape the nation. Education remained a cornerstone of society, nurturing generations of forward-thinking and innovative individuals. Art, science, and literature flourished, enriching the nation's culture and pushing the boundaries of human achievement. The 50 states of America became a model of cooperation and diplomacy, engaging in alliances and partnerships with other nations around the world. Their influence reached far beyond their borders, as they advocated for peace, humanitarian aid, and environmental stewardship on a global scale. As the years turned into centuries, the legacy of the slow-burning war and the journey to unite the continent became a defining chapter in the continent's history. The wasteland had transformed into a land of hope, unity, and progress, a testament to the resilience and determination of its people. The dream of a united America had become a reality, not only for the 25 states but for the entire continent. The lessons learned from the slow-burning war remained etched into the nation's collective memory, serving as a reminder of the importance of cooperation, compassion, and the pursuit of a better future for all. And so, the 50 states of America stood as a symbol of unity and progress, a nation built on the values of liberty, democracy, and the pursuit of happiness. The wasteland had been reborn as a land of opportunity and promise, a true America in every sense of the word. The slow-burning war and the united vision of the 25 states had forever transformed the course of history, leaving behind a legacy of hope and a united future for the continent once known as the United States of America. The last day of clone Johnny Vanjak's life was a momentous occasion for the 50 states of America. As news spread of his ailing health, citizens from all corners of the continent gathered to pay their respects to the man who had been the guiding light in the wasteland's transformation into a united and prosperous nation. Clone Johnny, now an elderly man, was surrounded by his closest allies, including the leaders of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, and the representatives of the 50 states. Despite his weakened state, his spirit remained unyielding, and his dedication to the principles of unity and progress was unwavering. In his final address to the nation, Clone Johnny spoke with a sense of pride and accomplishment. He reminded the people of the wasteland's tumultuous past, the slow-burning war that had united them, and the journey to become the 50 states of America. He emphasized the importance of unity and cooperation, urging future generations to cherish the hard-fought peace they had achieved. Clone Johnny expressed his gratitude to the people who had stood by his side throughout the years, acknowledging the sacrifices made by countless individuals to make the dream of a united America a reality. He emphasized that the true legacy of the wasteland's transformation was not tied to his name alone, but to the collective spirit and resilience of the 50 states. As the day wore on, Clone Johnny's health began to fade rapidly. He was surrounded by his friends and allies, who held his hand and offered words of comfort. His passing was peaceful, and as he took his last breath, a profound sense of loss and gratitude washed over the continent. The news of Clone Johnny's passing spread like wildfire, and a somber mood settled over the 50 states. The flags of the United America were lowered to half-mast, and all official business was suspended to honor the man who had led them through their most challenging times. In the days that followed, the entire continent mourned the loss of clone Johnny Vanjak. Memorial services were held in every state, and people from all walks of life paid tribute to the visionary leader who had changed their world. Citizens shared stories of how their lives had been touched by the slow-burning war and the united vision of the 50 states. Clone Johnny was laid to rest in a solemn and dignified funeral ceremony, held in New Lancaster, the place where his journey had begun. As his casket was lowered into the ground, a hushed silence fell over the gathered crowd. The real Johnny Vanjak's gravestone stood nearby, a symbol of continuity and unity between the two men. In a poignant moment, Clone Johnny was buried next to the real Johnny Vanjak, an homage to the shared vision and spirit that had driven both men to make a difference in the wasteland. Their graves, side by side, became a symbol of the unbroken chain of hope and progress that had shaped the continent's history. As the funeral came to an end, a sense of determination lingered in the hearts of the people. They knew that Clone Johnny's legacy was not limited to his actions alone but lived on in the ideals of unity and progress that had become the bedrock of the 50 states of America. The wasteland had been transformed into a land of opportunity and promise, and the slow-burning war had become a defining chapter in its history. Clone Johnny Vanjak's vision of a united America had become a reality, and his memory would forever be etched in the hearts of the people. As the nation moved forward, they did so with the knowledge that the slow-burning war had forever altered their destiny. The journey from a fractured wasteland to a united nation had been fraught with challenges, but it had also been a testament to the resilience and determination of its people. And so, the 50 states of America continued their path towards progress and unity, building on the legacy of clone Johnny Vanjak and the slow-burning war. The wasteland, once a symbol of despair and division, had become a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. As the years turned into centuries, the memory of clone Johnny Vanjak and the united vision of the 50 states lived on, guiding future generations to embrace the principles of democracy, freedom, and cooperation. The graves of clone Johnny and the real Johnny Vanjak became a place of pilgrimage, a reminder of the power of unity in the face of adversity. And so, in this new era of the 50 states of America, the wasteland stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, forever shaped by the slow-burning war and the united vision of its people. The legacy of clone Johnny Vanjak and the slow-burning war had forever transformed the continent, leaving behind a legacy of hope and a united future for the United States of America. In the centuries that followed the slow-burning war and the united vision of the 50 states of America, the wasteland was finally reborn into a world that resembled its pre-war counterpart. The scars of the past had healed, and the land once marred by nuclear devastation was now teeming with life and abundance. The 50 states of America continued to flourish, upholding the principles of democracy, freedom, and cooperation that had guided them from the ashes of the Great War. The wasteland's transformation into a united and prosperous nation became a model for other lands, inspiring them to seek peace and progress in a world still grappling with the fallout of the past. Trade and cultural exchange between the 50 states and other nations flourished, fostering an era of global cooperation and unity. The wasteland, once a symbol of despair and destruction, became a symbol of hope and resilience for the entire world. The legacy of Clone Johnny Vangic and the slow-burning war lived on in the hearts of the people, serving as a reminder of the power of unity in the face of adversity. His vision of a united America had become a reality, and his memory was forever etched in the nation's history. The wasteland's cities and settlements thrived, adorned with architectural marvels that celebrated the continent's rich history and cultural diversity. Museums and educational institutions flourished, preserving the knowledge of the past and guiding future generations towards progress. With the wasteland finally at peace, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Reclaimers, and the other factions that had played crucial roles in the slow-burning war focused on new challenges. They continued their mission of safeguarding technology, preserving history, and promoting the values of unity and cooperation. As generations passed, the story of the slow-burning war and the united vision of the 50 states of America became a cherished part of the continent's lore. The memory of the wasteland's transformation and the sacrifices made to achieve unity served as a reminder of the potential for greatness that lay within humanity. And so, in this new era, the wasteland stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, forever shaped by the slow-burning war and the united vision of its people. The legacy of Clone Johnny Vangic and the slow-burning war had forever transformed the continent, leaving behind a legacy of hope and a united future for the United States of America. The wasteland was no longer a wasteland, but a thriving and vibrant nation, united by a shared history and a vision of a better world. The dream of a united America had become a reality, not only for the 50 states but for the entire continent. The slow-burning war and the united vision of the 50 states had forever transformed the course of history, leaving behind a legacy of hope and a united future for the continent once known as the United States of America.